Chapter 12 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Work, Wages, and the Ballot. In her zeal to promote the welfare of all the people, Susan now turned her attention to the working women of New York, whose low wages, long hours, and unhealthy working and living conditions had troubled her for a long time. Women were being forced out of the home into the factory by a changing and expanding economy, and at last were being paid for their work. However, the women she met on the streets of New York, hurrying to work at dawn and returning late at night, weary, pale, and shabbily dressed, had none of the confidence of the economically independent. They had merely exchanged one form of slavery for another. She saw the ballot as their most powerful ally, and as she told the factory girls of Cohoes, New York, they could compel their employers to grant them a 10-hour day, equal opportunity for advancement, and equal pay the moment they held the ballot in their hands. As yet, labor unions were few and short-lived. The woman tailors of New York had formed a union as early as 1825, but it had not survived, and later attempts to form women's unions had rarely been successful. A few men's unions had weathered the years, but they had not enrolled women, fearing their competition. Women were welcomed only by the National Labor Union, established in Baltimore in 1866 for the purpose of federating all unions. When the National Labor Union Congress met in New York in September 1868, Susan saw an opportunity for women to take part, and in preparation she called a group of working women together in the Revolution office to form a Working Women's Association, which she hoped would eventually represent all of the trades. At this meeting, the majority were from the printing trade, typesetters operating the newly invented typesetting machines, press feeders, bookbinders, and clerks, in whom she had become interested through her venture in publishing. She wanted them to call their organization the Working Women's Suffrage Association, but they refused, because they feared the public's disapproval of women's suffrage and were convinced they should not seek political rights until they had improved their working conditions. She could not make them see that they were putting the cart before the horse. They did, however, form Working Women's Association No. 1, electing her their delegate to the National Labor Congress. Next, she called a meeting of the women in the sewing trades, and with the help of men from the National Labor Union, persuaded 100 of them to form Working Women's Association No. 2. Most of these women were seamstresses making men's shirts, women's coats, vests, lace collars, hoop skirts, corsets, fur garments, and straw hats. But also represented were women from the umbrella, parasol, and paper collar industry, metal burnishers, and saleswomen. Most of them were young girls who worked from 10 to 14 hours a day, from 6 in the morning until 8 at night, and earned from $4 to $8 a week. "You must not work for these starving prices any longer," Susan told them. "Having a spirit of independence among you, a wholesome discontent, as Ralph Waldo Emerson has said, you will get better wages for yourselves. Get together and discuss, and meet again and again. I will come and talk to you." They elected Mrs. Mary Kellogg Putnam to represent them at the National Labor Congress. With Mrs. Putnam and Kate Mullaney, the able president of the Collar Laundry Union of Troy, New York, with Mary A. McDonald of the Women's Protective Labor Union of Mount Vernon, New York, and Mrs. Stanton, representing the Women's Suffrage Association of America, Susan knocked at the door of the National Labor Congress. All were welcomed but Mrs. Stanton, who represented a women's suffrage organization, and whose acceptance the rank and file feared might indicate to the public that the Labor Congress endorsed votes for women. The women had a friend in William H. Silvis of the Iron Molders Union, who was the driving force behind the National Labor Congress, and he made it clear at once that he welcomed Mrs. Stanton and everyone else who believed in his cause. So strong, however, was the opposition to women's suffrage among Union men that 18 threatened to resign if Mrs. Stanton were admitted as a delegate. The debate continued, giving Susan an opportunity to explain why the ballot was important to working women. "It is the power of the ballot," she declared, "that makes men successful in their strikes." She recommended that both men and women be enrolled in unions, pointing out that had this been done, women typesetters would not have replaced men at lower wages in the recent strike of printers on the New York World. Finally, a resolution was adopted, making it clear that Mrs. Stanton's acceptance in no way committed the National Labor Congress to her peculiar ideas or to female suffrage. A committee on female labor was then appointed, with Susan as one of its members. At once she tried to show the committee how the vote would help women in their struggle for higher wages. She had at hand a perfect example in the unsuccessful strike of Kate Mullaney's strong, well-organized union of 500 collar laundry workers in Troy, New York. Aware that Kate blamed their defeat on the ruthless newspaper campaign, inspired and paid for by employers, Susan asked her, "If you had been 500 carpenters or 500 masons, do you not think you would have succeeded?" "Certainly," Kate Mullaney replied, adding that the striking bricklayers had won everything they demanded. Susan then reminded her that because the bricklayers were voters, newspapers respected them and would hesitate to arouse their displeasure, realizing that in the next election they would need the votes of all Union men for their candidates. "If you collar women had been voters," she told them, "you too would have held the balance of political power in that little city of Troy." Susan convinced the Committee on Female Labor, and in their strong report to the convention, they urged women to secure the ballot, as well as to learn the trades, engage in business, join labor unions or form protective unions of their own, and use every other honorable means to persuade or force employers to do justice to women by paying them equal wages for equal work. These women also called upon the National Labor Congress to aid the organization of women's unions, to demand the 8-hour day for women as well as men, and to ask Congress and state legislatures to pass laws providing equal pay for women in government employ. The phrase, "to secure the ballot," was quickly challenged by some of the men and had to be deleted before the report was accepted. But this setback was as nothing to Susan in comparison with the friends she had made for the women's suffrage among prominent labor leaders, and with the fact that a woman, Kate Mullaney of Troy, had been chosen Assistant Secretary of the National Labor Union and its national organizer of women. The National Labor Union Congress won high praise in the Revolution as laying the foundation of the new political party of America, which would be triumphant in 1872. The producers, the working men, the women, the Negroes, the Revolution declared, are destined to form a triple power that shall speedily wrest the scepter of government from the non-producers, the land monopolists, the bondholders, and the politicians. One of the most encouraging signs at this time was the friendliness of the New York World, whose reporters covered the meetings of the Working Women's Association with sympathy, arousing much local interest. Reprinting these reports and supplementing them, the Revolution carried their import farther afield, bringing to the attention of many the wisdom and justice of equal pay for equal work, and the need to organize working women and to provide training and trade schools for them. The Revolution continually spurred women on to improve themselves, to learn new skills, and actually to do equal work if they expected equal pay. When reports reached Susan that women in the printing trade were afraid of manual labor, of getting their hands and fingers dirty, and of lifting heavy galleys, she quickly let them know that she had no patience with this. Those who stay at home, she told them, have to wash kettles and lift wash tubs and black stoves until their hands are blackened and hardened. In this spirit, you must go to work on your cases of type. Are these cases heavier than a wash tub filled with water and clothes? Or the old cheese tubs? The trouble is either that girls are not educated to have physical strength, or else they do not like to use it. If a union of women is to succeed, it must be composed of strength, nerve, courage, and persistence, with no fear of dirtying their white fingers, but with a determination that when they go into an office, they would go through all that was required of them and demand just as high wages as the men. Make up your mind, she continued, to take the lean with the fat, and be early and late at the case precisely as the men are. I do not demand equal pay for any women save those who do equal work in value. Scorn to be coddled by your employers. Make them understand that you are in their service as workers, not as women. Working women's associations now existed in Boston, St. Louis, Chicago, San Francisco, and other cities, encouraged and aroused by the efforts at organization in New York. These associations occasionally exchanged ideas, and news of all of them was published in the Revolution. The groups in Boston and in outlying textile mills were particularly active, and Susan brought to her next suffrage convention in Washington in 1870 Jenny Collins of Lowell, who was ably leading a strike against a cut in wages. The newspapers, too, began to notice working women, publishing articles about their working and living conditions. Trying to amalgamate the various groups in New York, Susan now formed a Working Women's Central Association, of which she was elected president. To its meetings she brought interesting speakers and practical reports on wages, hours, and working conditions. She herself picked up a great deal of useful information in her daily round as she talked with this one and that one. On her walks to and from work, in all kinds of weather, she met poorly clad women carrying sacks and baskets in which they collected rags, scraps of paper, bones, old shoes, and anything worth rescuing from garbage boxes. With friendliness and good cheer, She greeted these rag pickers, sometimes stopping to talk with them about their work, and through her interest brought several into the Working Women's Association. Looking forward to surveys on all women's occupations, she started out by appointing a committee to investigate the rag pickers, many of whom lived in tumble-down slab shanties on the rocky land which is now a part of Central Park. This investigation revealed that more than half of the 1,200 rag pickers were women, and that it was the one occupation in which women had equal opportunity with men and received equal compensation for their day's work. Average earnings ranged from 40 cents a day to $10 a week. The report, highly sentimental in the light of today's scientific approach, was a promising beginning, a survey made by women themselves in their own interest, the forerunner of the reports of the Labor Department's Women's Bureau. Cooperatives appealed to Susan, as they did to many labor leaders, as the best means of freeing labor. When the Sewing Machine Operators Union tried to establish a shop where their members could share the profits of their labor, she did her best to help them, hoping to see them gain economic independence in a light, airy, clean shop where wealthy women, eager to help their sisters, would patronize them. However, the wealthy women to whom she appealed to finance this project did not respond, looking upon a cooperative as a first step towards socialism and a threat to their own profits. She was able, however, to arouse a glimmer of interest among the members of the newly formed literary club, Cirrhosis, in the problems of working women. She had the satisfaction of seeing women typesetters form their own union in 1869, and this was, according to the Albany Daily Knickerbocker, the first move of the kind ever made in the country by any class of labor to place woman on a par with man as regards standing, intelligence, and manual ability. The Revolution encouraged this union by printing notices of its meetings and urging all women compositors to join. In signed articles, Susan pointed out how wages had improved since the union was organized. "A little more union, girls," she said, "and soon all employers will come up to 45 cents, the price paid men. So join the union, girls, and together say equal pay for equal work." Eager to bring more women into the printing trade where wages were higher, she tried in every possible way to establish trade schools for them. She looked forward to a printing business run entirely by women, giving employment to hundreds. So obsessed was she by the idea of a trade school for women compositors that when printers in New York went on a strike, she saw an opportunity for women to take their places and appealed by letter and in person to a group of employers to contribute liberally for the purpose of enabling us to establish a training school for girls in the art of typesetting. Explaining that hundreds of young women, now stitching at starvation wages, were ready and eager to learn the trade, she added, "Give us the means, and we will soon give you competent women compositors." Having learned by experience that men always kept women out of their field of labor unless forced by circumstances to admit them, she also urged young women to take the places of striking typesetters at whatever wage they could get. It never occurred to her in her eagerness to bring women into a new occupation that she might be breaking the strike. She saw only women's opportunity to prove to employers that they were able to do the work and to show the typographical union that they should admit women as members. Labor men, however, soon let her know how much they disapproved of her strategy. She tried to explain her motives to them, that she was trying to fit these women to earn equal wages with men. She reminded these men of how hard it was for women to get into the printing trade, and how they had refused to admit women to their union. And she called their attention to her wholehearted support of the lately formed Women's Typographical Union. Some of the men were never convinced and never forgot this misstep, bringing it up at the National Labor Union Congress in Philadelphia in 1869, which Susan attended as a delegate of the New York Working Women's Association. Here she found herself facing an unfriendly group without the support of William H. Silvis, who had recently died. For 3 days they debated her eligibility as a delegate, first expressing fear that her admission would commit the Labor Congress to women's suffrage. When she won 55 votes against 52 in opposition, Typographical Union No. 6 of New York brought accusations against her, which aroused suspicion in the minds of many union members. They pointed out that she belonged to no union, and they called her an enemy of labor because she had encouraged women to take men's jobs during the printers' strike. They could not or would not understand that in urging women to take men's jobs, she had been fighting for women just as they fought for their union, and they completely overlooked how continuously and effectively she had supported the Women's Typographical Union. Her revolution, they claimed, was printed at less than union rates in a rat office, and her explanation was not satisfactory. That it was printed on contract outside her office was no answer to satisfy union men who could not realize on what a scant margin her paper operated, or how gladly she would have set up a union shop had the funds been available. Not only were these accusations repeated again and again, they were also carried far and wide by the press, with the result that Susan was not only kept out of the Labor Congress, but was even sharply criticized by some members of her Working Women's Association. As to the charges which were made by Typographical Union No. 6, she reported to this association, "No one believes them, and I don't think they are worth answering. I admit that this Working Women's Association is not a trade organization, and while I join heart and hand with the working people in their trades unions and in everything else by which they can protect themselves against the oppression of capitalists and employers, I say that this organization of ours is more upon the broad platform of philosophizing on the general questions of labor, and to discuss what can be done to ameliorate the condition of working people generally." She was not without friends in the ranks of labor, however, the New England delegates giving her their support. The New York World, very fair in its coverage of the heated debates, declared, "Of her devotion to the cause of working women there can be no question." The activities of the Working Women's Association had by this time begun to irk employers, and some of them threatened instant dismissal of any employee who reported her wages or hours to these meddling women. Fear of losing their job now hung over, while many others were forbidden by their fathers, husbands, and brothers to have anything to do with strong-minded Susan B. Anthony. To counteract this disintegrating influence, and to bring all classes of women together in their fight for equal rights, Susan persuaded the popular lecturer Anna E. Dickinson to speak for the Working Women's Association at Cooper Union. This, however, only added fuel to the flames, for Anna, in an emotional speech, A Struggle for Life, told the tragic story of Hester Vaughan, a working woman who had been accused of murdering her illegitimate child. Found in a critical condition with her dead baby beside her, Hester Vaughan had been charged with infanticide, tried without proper defense, and convicted by a prejudiced court, although there was no proof that she had deliberately killed her child. At Susan's instigation, the Working Women's Association sent a woman physician, Dr. Clemence Lozier, and the well-known author Eleanor Kirk to Philadelphia to investigate the case. Both were convinced of Hester Vaughan's innocence. With the aid of Elizabeth Cady Stanton's courageous editorials in the Revolution, Susan made such an issue of the conviction of Hester Vaughan that many newspapers accused her of obstructing justice and advocating free love, and this provided a moral weapon for her critics to use in their fight against the growing independence of women. Eventually, her efforts, and those of her colleagues, won a pardon for Hester Vaughan. At the same time, the publicity given this case served to educate women on the subject heretofore taboo, showing them that poverty and a double standard of morals made victims of young women like Hester Vaughan. Susan also made use of this case to point out the need for women jurors to ensure an unprejudiced trial. She even suggested that Columbia University Law School open its doors to women so that a few of them might be able to understand their rights under the law and bring aid to their less fortunate sisters. Under Susan's guidance, the Working Women's Association continued to hold meetings as long as she remained in New York. In its limited way, it carried on much-needed educational work, building up self-respect and confidence among working women, stirring up a wholesome discontent, and preparing the way for women's unions. The public responded. At Cooper Union, telegraphy courses were open to women. The New York Business School, at Susan's instigation, offered young women scholarships in bookkeeping, and there were repeated requests for the enrollment of women in the College of New York. Living in the heart of this rapidly growing, sprawling city, Susan saw much to distress her and pondered over the disturbing social conditions, looking for a way to relieve poverty and wipe out crime and corruption. She saw luxury, extravagance, and success for the few, while half of the population lived in the slums in dilapidated houses and in damp cellars, often 4 or 5 to a room. Immigrants, continually pouring in from Europe, overtaxed the already inadequate housing, and unfamiliar with our language and customs were the easy prey of corrupt politicians. Many were homeless, sleeping in the streets and parks until the rain or cold drove them into police stations for warmth and shelter. Susan longed to bring order and cleanliness, good homes and good government to this overcrowded city, and again she came to the conclusion that votes for women, which meant a voice in the government, would be the most potent factor for reform. Yet she did not close her mind to other avenues of reform. Seeing reflected in the life of the city the excesses, the injustice, and the unsoundness of laissez-faire capitalism, she spoke out fearlessly in the Revolution against its abuses, such as the fortunes made out of the low wages and long hours of labor, or the Wall Street speculation to corner the gold market, or the efforts to take over the public lands of the West through grants to the transcontinental railroads. her active mind also sought a solution of the complicated currency problem. In fact, there was no public question which she hesitated to approach, to think out or attempt to solve. She did not keep her struggle for women's suffrage aloof from the pressing problems of the day. Instead, she kept it abreast of the times, keenly alive to social, political, and economic issues, and involved in current public affairs. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Inadequate 15th Amendment. The 14th Amendment had been ratified in July 1868, but Republicans found it inadequate because it did not specifically enfranchise Negroes. More than ever convinced that they needed the Negro vote in order to continue in power, they prepared to supplement it by a 15th Amendment, which Susan hoped would be drafted to enfranchise women as well as Negroes. Immediately, through her Women's Suffrage Association of America, she petitioned Congress to make no distinction between men and women in any amendment extending or regulating suffrage. She and Elizabeth Stanton also persuaded their good friends, Senator Pomeroy of Kansas and Congressman Julian of Indiana, to introduce in December 1868 resolutions providing that suffrage be based on citizenship, be regulated by Congress, and that all citizens, native or naturalized, enjoy this right without distinction of race, color, or sex. Before the end of the month, Senator Wilson of Massachusetts and Congressman Julian had introduced other resolutions to enfranchise women in the District of Columbia and in the territories. Even the New York Herald could see no reason why the experiment of women's suffrage should not be tried in the District of Columbia. To focus attention on women's suffrage at this crucial time, Susan, in January 1869, called together the first women's suffrage convention ever held in Washington. Not only did it attract women from as far west as Illinois, Missouri, and Kansas, but Senator Pomeroy lent it importance by his opening speech, and through the detailed and respectful reporting of the New York World, and of Grace Greenwood of the Philadelphia Press, it received nationwide notice. Congress, however, gave little heed to women's demands. The experiment of women's suffrage in the District of Columbia was not tried, and nothing came of the resolutions for universal suffrage introduced by Pomeroy, Julian, and Wilson. In spite of all Susan's efforts to have the word sex added to the 15th Amendment, she soon faced the bitter disappointment of seeing a version ignoring women submitted to the states for ratification. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The blatant omission of the word sex forced Susan and Mrs. Stanton to initiate an amendment of their own, a 16th Amendment, and again Congressman Julian came to their aid, although he too regarded Negro suffrage as more immediately important and absorbing than suffrage for women. On March 15, 1869, at one of the first sessions of the newly elected Congress, he introduced an amendment to the Constitution, providing that the right of suffrage be based on citizenship without any distinction or discrimination because of sex. This was the first federal women's suffrage amendment ever proposed in Congress. Opportunity to campaign for this amendment was now offered Susan and Elizabeth Stanton as they addressed a series of conventions in Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Missouri. Press notices were good, a Milwaukee paper describing Susan as an earnest, enthusiastic, fiery woman, ready, apt, witty, and what a politician would call sharp, radical in the strongest sense, making radical everything she touches. She found woman's suffrage sentiment growing by leaps and bounds in the West, and Western men ready to support a federal woman's suffrage amendment. With a lighter heart than she had had in many a day, and with new subscriptions to the Revolution, Susan returned to New York. She moved the Revolution office to the first floor of the Women's Bureau, a large 4-story brownstone house at 49 East 23rd Street near Fifth Avenue, which had been purchased by a wealthy New Yorker, Mrs. Elizabeth Phelps, who looked forward to establishing a center where women's organizations could meet, and where any woman interested in the advancement of her sex would find encouragement and inspiration. Susan's hopes were high for the Women's Bureau, and in this most respectable, fashionable, and even elegant setting, she expected her revolution, in spite of its inflammable name, to live down its turbulent past and win new friends and subscribers. She made one last effort to resuscitate the American Equal Rights Association, writing personal letters to old friends urging that past differences be forgotten and that all rededicate themselves to establishing universal suffrage by means of the 16th Amendment. She was optimistic as she prepared for a convention in New York, particularly as one obstacle to unity had been removed. George Francis Train had voluntarily severed all connections with the Revolution to devote himself to freeing Ireland. She soon found, however, that the misunderstandings between her and her old anti-slavery friends were far deeper than George Francis Train, although he would for a long time be blamed for them. The 15th Amendment was still a bone of contention, and the Revolution's continued editorials against it widened the breach. The fireworks were set off in the convention of the American Equal Rights Association by Stephen S. Foster, who objected to the nomination of Susan and Mrs. Stanton as officers of the association because they had, in his opinion, repudiated its principles. When asked to explain further, he replied that not only had they published a paper advocating educated suffrage, while the association stood for universal suffrage, but that they had shown themselves unfit by collaboration with George Francis Train, who ridiculed Negroes and opposed their enfranchisement. Trying to pour oil on the troubled waters, Mary Livermore, the popular new delegate from Chicago, asked whether it was quite fair to bring up George Francis Train when he had retired from the Revolution. To this, Stephen Foster sternly replied, "If the Revolution, which has so often endorsed George Francis Train, will repudiate him because of his course in respect to the Negro's rights, I have nothing further to say. But they do not repudiate him. He goes out, but they do not cast him out." "Of course we do not," Susan instantly protested. Mr. Foster then objected to the way Susan had spent the funds of the association, accusing her of failing to keep adequate accounts. This she emphatically denied, explaining that she had presented a full accounting to the Trust Fund Committee, that it had been audited, and she had been voted $1,000 to repay her for the amount she had personally advanced for the work. Unwilling to accept her explanation, and calling it unreliable, he continued his complaints until interrupted by Henry Blackwell, who corroborated Susan's statement, adding that she had refused the $1,000 due her because of the dissatisfaction expressed over her management. Declaring himself completely satisfied with the settlement and confident of the purity of Susan's motives, even if some of her expenditures were unwise, Henry Blackwell continued, "I will agree that many unwise things have been written in the Revolution by a gentleman who furnished part of the means by which the paper has been carried on. But that gentleman has withdrawn, and you, who know the real opinions of Miss Anthony and Mrs. Stanton on the question of Negro suffrage, do not believe that they mean to create antagonism between the Negro and woman question." To Susan's great relief, Henry Blackwell's explanation satisfied the delegates, who gave her and Mrs. Stanton a vote of confidence. Not so easily healed, however, were the wounds left by the accusations of mismanagement and dishonesty. The atmosphere was still tense, for differences of opinion on policy remained. Most of the old reliable workers stood unequivocally for the 15th Amendment, which they regarded as the crowning achievement of the anti-slavery movement, and they heartily disapproved of forcing the issue of women's suffrage on Congress and the people at this time. Although they had been deeply moved by the suffering of Negro women under slavery, and had used this as a telling argument for emancipation, they now gave no thought to Negro women, who, even more than Negro men, needed the vote to safeguard their rights. Believing with the Republicans that one reform at a time was all they could expect, they did not want to hear one word about women's suffrage or a 16th Amendment until male Negroes were safely enfranchised by the 15th Amendment. Offering a resolution endorsing the 15th Amendment, Frederick Douglass quoted Julia Ward Howe as saying, "I am willing that the Negro shall get the ballot before me," and he added, "I cannot see how anyone can pretend that there is the same urgency in giving the ballot to women as to the Negro." Quick as a flash, Susan was on her feet, challenging his statements, and as the dauntless champion of women debated the question with the dark-skinned, fiery Negro, the friendship and warm affection built up between them over the years occasionally shone through the sharp words they spoke to each other. "The old anti-slavery school says that women must stand back," declared Susan, "that they must wait until male Negroes are voters. But we say, if you will not give the whole loaf of justice to an entire people, give it to the most intelligent first." Here she was greeted with applause and continued, "If intelligence, justice, and morality are to be placed in the government, then let the question of women be brought up first and that of the Negro last. Mr. Douglass talks about the wrongs of the Negro, how he is hunted down, but with all the wrongs and outrages that he today suffers, he would not exchange his sex and take the place of Elizabeth Cady Stanton." "I want to know," shouted Frederick Douglass, "if granting you the right of suffrage will change the nature of our sexes." "It will change the pecuniary position of women," Susan retorted before the shouts of laughter had died down. "She will not be compelled to take hold of only such employments as man chooses for her." Lucy Stone, who so often in her youth had pleaded with Susan and Frederick Douglass for both the Negro and women, now entered the argument. She had matured, but her voice had lost none of its conviction or its power to sway an audience. Disagreeing with Douglass's assertion that Negro suffrage was more urgent than women's suffrage, She pointed out that white women of the North were robbed of their children by the law just as Negro women had been by slavery. This was balm to Susan's soul, but with Lucy's next words she lost all hope that her old friend would cast her lot wholeheartedly with women at this time. "Woman has an ocean of wrongs too deep for any plummet," Lucy continued, "and the Negro, too, has an ocean of wrongs that cannot be fathomed. But I thank God for the 15th Amendment, and hope that it will be adopted in every state. I will be thankful in my soul if anybody can get out of the terrible pit." "I believe," she admitted, "that the national safety of the government would be more promoted by the admission of women as an element of restoration and harmony than the other. I believe that the influence of woman will save the country before every other influence. I see the signs of the times pointing to this consummation. I believe that in some parts of the country women will vote for the President of these United States in 1872. Susan grew impatient as Lucy shifted from one side to the other, straddling the issue. Her own clear-cut approach, earning for her the reputation of always hitting the nail on the head, made Lucy's seem like temporizing. The men now took control, criticizing the amount of time given to the discussion of women's rights, and voted endorsement of the 15th Amendment. Nevertheless, a small group of determined women continued their fight, Susan declaring with spirit that she protested against the 15th Amendment because it was not equal rights, and would put 2 million more men in the position of tyrants over 2 million women who until now had been the equals of the Negro man at their side. It was now clear to Susan, and to the few women who worked closely with her, that they needed a strong organization of their own, and that it was folly to waste more time on the Equal Rights Association. Western delegates, disappointed in the convention's lack of interest in women's suffrage, expressed themselves freely. They had been sorely tried by the many speeches on extraneous subjects which cluttered the meetings, the heritage of a free speech policy handed down by anti-slavery societies. "That Equal Rights Association is an awful humbug," exploded Mary Livermore to Susan. "I would not have come on to the anniversary, nor would any of us, if we had known what it was. We supposed we were coming to a women's suffrage convention." At a reception for all the delegates held at the Woman's Bureau at the close of the convention, this dissatisfaction culminated in a spontaneous demand for a new organization which would concentrate on women's suffrage and the 16th Amendment. Alert to the possibilities, Susan directed this demand into concrete action by turning the reception temporarily into a business meeting. The result was the formation of the National Woman's Suffrage Association by women from 19 states, with Mrs. Stanton as president and Susan as a member of the executive committee. The younger women of the West, trusting the judgment of Susan and Mrs. Stanton, looked to them for leadership, as did a few of the old workers in the East. Ernestine Rose, always in the vanguard, Paulina Wright Davis, Elizabeth Smith Miller, Lucretia Mott, who, although holding no office in the new organization, gave it her support, Martha C. Wright, and Matilda Jocelyn Gage, who never wavered in her allegiance. Lucy Stone, who would have found it hard even to step into the Revolution office, did not attend the reception at the Women's Bureau or take part in the formation of the new women's suffrage organization. Aided and abetted by her new National Women's Suffrage Association, Susan continued her opposition in the Revolution to the 15th Amendment until it was ratified in 1870. So incensed was the Boston group by the Revolution's opposition to the 15th Amendment, so displeased was Lucy Stone by the formation of the National Woman Suffrage Association without consultation with her, one of the oldest workers in the field, that they began to talk of forming a national women's suffrage organization of their own. They charged Susan with lust for power and autocratic control. Mrs. Stanton they found equally objectionable because of her radical views on sex, marriage, and divorce, expressed in the Revolution in connection with the Hester Vaughan case. They sincerely felt that the course of women's suffrage would run more smoothly, arouse less antagonism, and make more progress without these two militants, who were forever stirring things up and introducing extraneous subjects. During these trying days of accusations, animosity, and rival factions, Mrs. Stanton's unwavering support was a great comfort to Susan, as was the joy of having a paper to carry her message. In addition to all the responsibilities connected with publishing her weekly paper, advertising, subscriptions, editorial policy, and raising the money to pay the bills, Susan was also holding successful conventions in Saratoga and Newport, where men and women of wealth and influence gathered for the summer. She was traveling out to St. Louis, Chicago, and other western cities to speak on women's suffrage, making trips to Washington to confer with congressmen, getting petitions for the 16th Amendment circulated, and through all this, building up the National Women's Suffrage Association. The Revolution office became the rallying point for a forward-looking group of women, many of whom contributed to the hard-hitting liberal sheet. Elizabeth Tilton, the lovely, dark-haired young wife of the popular lecturer and editor of The Independent, selected the poetry. Alice and Phoebe Cary gladly offered poems and a novel. And when Susan was away, Phoebe Cary often helped Mrs. Stanton get out the paper. Elizabeth Smith Miller gave money, encouragement, and invaluable aid with her translations of interesting letters which the Revolution received from France and Germany. Laura Curtis Bullard, the heir to the Dr. Winslow soothing syrup fortune, who traveled widely in Europe, sent letters from abroad and took a lively interest in the paper. Another new recruit was Lily Devereux Blake, who was gaining a reputation as a writer, and who soon proved to be a brilliant orator and an invaluable worker in the New York City suffrage group. Dr. Clemence S. Lozier unfailingly gave her support, and her calm assurance strengthened Susan. The wealthy Paulina Wright Davis of Providence, Rhode Island, who followed Parker Pillsbury as editor when he felt obliged to resign for financial reasons, gave the paper generous financial backing. It was Mrs. Davis who brought into the fold the half-sister of Henry Ward Beecher, Isabella Beecher Hooker, a queenly woman, one of the elect of Hartford, Connecticut. Hoping to break down Mrs. Hooker's prejudice against Susan and Mrs. Stanton, which had been built up by New England suffragists, Mrs. Davis invited the three women to spend a few days with her. After this visit, Mrs. Hooker wrote to a friend in Boston, "I have studied Miss Anthony day and night for nearly a week. She is a woman of incorruptible integrity, and the thought of guile has no place in her heart. In unselfishness and benevolence she is scarcely an equal, and her energy and executive ability are bounded only by her physical power, which is something immense. Sometimes she fails in judgment, according to the standards of others, but in right intentions, never, nor in faithfulness to her friends. After attending a 2 days convention in Newport, engineered by her in her own fashion, I am obliged to accept a most favorable interpretation of her, which prevails generally, rather than that of Boston. Mrs. Stanton, too, is a magnificent woman. I hand in my allegiance to both as leaders and representatives of the great movement. From then on, Mrs. Hooker did her best to reconcile the Boston and New York factions, hoping to avert the formation of a second National Woman Suffrage organization. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, A House Divided. I think we need 2 national associations for women's suffrage so that those who do not oppose the 15th Amendment nor take the tone of the Revolution may yet have an organization with which they can work in harmony. So wrote Lucy Stone to many of her friends during the summer of 1869, and some of these letters fell into Susan's hands. The radical abolitionists and the Republicans could never have worked together, but in separate organizations both did good service, Lucy further explained. There are just as distinctly 2 parties to the woman movement. Each organization will attract those who naturally belong to it, and there will be harmonious work. When the ground had been prepared by these letters, Lucy asked old friends and new to sign a call to a woman's suffrage convention to be held in Cleveland, Ohio, in November 1869, to unite those who cannot use the methods which Mrs. Stanton and Susan use. Those feeling as she did eagerly signed the call, while others, who knew little about the controversy in the East, added their names because they were glad to take part in a convention sponsored by such prominent men and women as Julia Ward Howe, George William Curtis, Henry Ward Beecher, Thomas Wentworth Higginson, and William Lloyd Garrison. Still others, who did not understand the insurmountable differences in temperament and policy between the 2 groups, hoped that a new, truly national organization would unite the 2 factions. Even Mary Livermore, who had been active in the formation of the National Women's Suffrage Association, was by this time responding to overtures from the Boston group, writing William Lloyd Garrison, "I have been repelled by some of the idiosyncrasies of our New York friends, as have others. Their opposition to the 15th Amendment, the buffoonery of George F. Train, the loose utterances of the Revolution on the marriage and dress questions, and what is equally potent hindrance to the cause, the fearful squandering of money at the New York headquarters, all this has tended to keep me on my own feet, apart from those to whom I was at first attracted. I am glad at the prospect of an association that will be truly national, and which promises so much of success and character." Neither Susan nor Mrs. Stanton received a notice of the Cleveland Convention, but Susan, scanning a copy of the call sent her by a solicitous friend, was deeply disturbed when she saw the signatures of Lydia Mott, Amelia Bloomer, Myra Bradwell, Gerrit Smith, and other good friends. The New York World, at once suspecting a feud, asked, "Where are those well-known American names, Susan B. Anthony, Parker Pillsbury, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton? It is clear that there is a division in the ranks of the strong-minded, and that an effort is being made to ostracize the revolution which has so long upheld the cause of suffrage through evil report and good. The Rochester Democrat, loyal to Susan, put this question: can it be possible that a national women's suffrage convention is called without Susan's knowledge or consent? A National Women's Suffrage Association without speeches from Susan B. Anthony and Mrs. Stanton will be a new order of things. The idea seems absurd. To Susan, it also seemed both absurd and unrealistic, for she remembered how almost single-handed she had held together and built up the women's suffrage movement during the years when her colleagues had been busy with family duties. She was appalled at the prospect of a division in the ranks at this time when she believed victory possible through the action of a strong united front. Confident that many who signed the call were ignorant of or blind to the animus behind it, she did her best to bring the facts before them. She put the blame for the rift entirely upon Lucy Stone, believing that without Lucy's continual stirring up, past differences in policy would soon have been forgotten. The antagonism between the two burned fiercely at this time. Susan was determined to fight to the last ditch for control of the movement, convinced that her policies and Mrs. Stanton's were forward-looking, unafraid, and always put woman first. Susan now also had to face the humiliating possibility that she might be forced to give up the revolution. Not only was the operating deficit piling up alarmingly, but there were persistent rumors of a competitor, another women's suffrage paper to be edited by Lucy Stone and Julia Ward Howe. Susan had assumed full financial responsibility for the revolution because Mrs. Stanton and Parker Pillsbury, both with families to consider, felt unable to share this burden. Mrs. Stanton had always contributed her services, and Parker Pillsbury had been sadly underpaid, while Susan had drawn out for her salary only the most meager sums for bare living expenses. With a maximum of 3,000 subscribers, the paper could not hope to pay its way, even though she had secured a remarkably loyal group of advertisers. Reluctantly, she raised the subscription price from $2 to $3 a year. Her friends and family were generous with gifts and loans, but these only met the pressing needs of the moment and in no way solved the overall financial problem of the paper. Appealing once again to her wealthy and generous Quaker cousin, Anson Lapham, she wrote him in desperation, "My paper must not, shall not go down. I am sure you believe in me, in my honesty of purpose, and also in the grand work which the Revolution seeks to do, and therefore you will not allow me to ask you in vain to come to the rescue. Yesterday's mail brought 43 subscribers from Illinois and 20 from California. We only need time to win financial success. I know you will save me from giving the world a chance to say, there is a woman's rights failure. Even the best of women can't manage business. If only I could die and thereby fail honorably, I would say amen. But to live and fail, it would be too terrible to bear." He came to her aid, as he always had in the past. Susan's sister Mary not only lent her all her savings, but spent her summer vacation in New York in 1869 working in the Revolution office, while Susan, busy with women's suffrage conventions in Newport, Saratoga, Chicago, and Ohio, was building up goodwill and subscriptions for her paper. Concerned for her welfare, Mary repeatedly but unsuccessfully urged her to give up. Daniel added his entreaties to Mary's, begging Susan not to go further into debt, but to form a stock company if she were determined to continue her paper. She considered his advice very seriously, for he was a practical businessman and yet appreciated what she was trying to do. For a time, the formation of a stock company seemed possible, for the project appealed to 3 women of means, Paulina Wright Davis, Isabella Beecher Hooker, and Laura Curtis Bullard, but it never materialized. With the financial problem of the Revolution still unsolved, Susan decided to make her appearance at Lucy Stone's convention in Cleveland, Ohio, on November 24th, 1869. Not only did she want to see with her own eyes and hear with her own ears all that went on, but she was determined to walk the 2nd mile with Lucy and her supporters, or even to turn the other cheek, if need be, for the sake of her beloved cause. Seeing her in the audience, Judge Bradwell of Chicago moved that she be invited to sit on the platform, but Thomas Wentworth Higginson, who was presiding, replied that he thought this unnecessary, as a special invitation had already been extended to all desiring to identify themselves with the movement. Judge Bradwell would not be put off. His motion was carried, and as Susan walked up to the platform to join the other notables, she was greeted with hearty applause. Sitting there among her critics, she wondered what she could possibly say to persuade them to forget their differences for the sake of the cause. After listening to Lucy Stone plead for renewed work for women's suffrage and for petitions for a 16th Amendment, she spontaneously rose to her feet and asked permission to speak. "I hope," she began, "that the work of this association, if it be organized, will be to go in strong array up to the Capitol at Washington to demand a 16th Amendment to the Constitution. The question of the admission of women to the ballot would not then be left to the mass of voters in every state, but would be submitted by Congress to the several legislatures of the states for ratification, and be decided by the most intelligent portion of the people. If the question is left to the vote of the rank and file, it will be put off for years." "So help me heaven," she continued with emotion, "I care not what may come out of this convention, so that this great cause shall go forward to its consummation. And though this convention by its action shall nullify the National Association of which I am a member, and though it shall tread its heel upon the Revolution, to carry on which I have struggled as never mortal woman or mortal man struggled for any cause, still, if you will do the work in Washington so that this amendment will be proposed, and will go with me to the several legislatures and compel them to adopt it, I will thank God for this convention as long as I have the breath of life." Loud and continuous applause greeted these earnest words. However, instead of pledging themselves to work for a 16th Amendment, the newly formed American Women's Suffrage Association, blind to the exceptional opportunity at this time for congressional action on women's suffrage, decided to concentrate on work in the states where suffrage bills were pending. Instead of electing an outstanding woman as president, they chose Henry Ward Beecher, boasting that this was proof of their genuine belief in equal rights. Lucy Stone headed the executive committee. Divisions soon began developing among the suffragists in the field. Many whose one thought previously had been the cause now spent time weighing the differences between the two organizations and between personalities, and antagonisms increased. Hardest of all for Susan to bear was the definite announcement of a rival paper, the Woman's Journal, to be issued in Boston in January 1870 under the editorship of Lucy Stone, Mary A. Livermore, and Julia Ward Howe, with Henry Blackwell as business manager. Mary Livermore, who previously had planned to merge her paper, The Agitator, with the Revolution, now merged it with the Women's Journal. Financed by wealthy stockholders, all influential Republicans, the Journal, Susan knew, would be spared the financial struggles of the Revolution, but would be obliged to conform to Republican policy in its support of women's rights. Had not the Woman's Journal been such an obvious affront to the heroic efforts of the Revolution, and a threat to its very existence, she could have rejoiced with Lucy over one more paper carrying the message of women's suffrage. More determined than ever to continue the Revolution, Susan redoubled her efforts, announcing an imposing list of contributors for 1870, including the British feminist Lydia Becker, and as a special attraction, a serial by Alice Cary. Through the efforts of Mrs. Hooker, Harriet Beecher Stowe was persuaded to consider serving as contributing editor, provided the paper's name was changed to the True Republic, or to some other name satisfactory to her. Having struggled against the odds for so long, Susan had no intention of being stifled now by Mrs. Stowe's more conservative views, nor would she give her crusading sheet an innocuous name. However, the decision was taken out of her hands by the Revolution's coverage of the sensational McFarland-Richardson murder case, which so shocked both Mrs. Hooker and Mrs. Stowe that they gave up all thought of being associated in a publishing venture with Susan or Mrs. Stanton. The whole country was stirred in December 1869 by the fatal shooting in the Tribune office of the well-known journalist Albert D. Richardson by Daniel McFarland, to whose divorced wife Richardson had been attentive. When, just before his death, Richardson was married to the divorced Mrs. McFarland by Henry Ward Beecher, with Horace Greeley as a witness, the press was agog. So strong was the feeling against the divorced woman that Henry Ward Beecher was severely condemned for officiating at the marriage, and Mrs. Richardson was played up in the press and in court as the villain, although her divorce had been granted because of the brutality and instability of McFarland. Indignant at the sophistry of the press and the general acceptance of a double standard of morals, the Revolution not only spoke out fearlessly in defense of Mrs. Richardson, but in an editorial by Mrs. Stanton frankly analyzed the tragic human relations so obvious in the case. With Susan's full approval, Mrs. Stanton wrote, "I rejoice over every slave that escapes from a discordant marriage. With the education and elevation of women, we shall have a mighty sundering of the unholy ties that hold men and women together who loathe and despise each other." When the court acquitted McFarland, giving him the custody of his 12-year-old son, Susan called a protest meeting which attracted an audience of 2,000. Such words and such activities disturbed many who sympathized with Mrs. Richardson, but saw no reason for flaunting exultant approval of divorce in a women's suffrage paper, and they turned to the Woman's Journal as more to their taste. Susan, however, reading the first number of the Woman's Journal, found its editorials lacking fire. She rebelled at Julia Ward Howe's counsel to lay down all partisan warfare and organize a peaceful grand army of the Republic of Women, not as against men, but as against all that is pernicious to men and women. Susan's fight had never been against men, but against man-made laws that held women in bondage. There had always been men willing to help her. Experience had taught her that the struggle for women's rights was no peaceful academic debate, but real warfare which demanded political strategy, self-sacrifice, and unremitting labor. She was prouder than ever of her revolution and its liberal, hard-hitting policy. Convinced that the National Women's Suffrage Association must publicize its existence and its value, Susan began the year 1870 with a convention in Washington, which even Senator Sumner praised as exceeding in interest anything he had ever witnessed there. Its striking demonstration of the vitality and intelligence of the National Association was the best answer she could possibly have given to the accusations and criticism aimed at her and her organization. Jessie Benton Fremont, watching the delegates enter the dining room of the Arlington Hotel, called Susan over to her table and said with a twinkle in her eyes, "Now tell me, Miss Anthony, have you hunted the country over and picked out and brought to Washington a score of the most beautiful women you could find?" They were a fine-looking and intelligent lot. Paulina Wright Davis, Isabella Beecher Hooker, Josephine Griffin of the Freedmen's Bureau, Charlotte Wilbur, Matilda Jocelyn Gage, Martha C. Wright, and Olympia Brown, Phoebe Couzens and Virginia Minor from Missouri, Madame Aneke from Wisconsin, and best of all to Susan, Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Their presence, their friendship, and allegiance were a source of great pride and joy. Elizabeth Stanton had come from St. Louis, interrupting her successful lecture tour when she much preferred to stay away from all conventions. She had written Susan, "Of course I stand by you to the end. I would not see you crushed by rivals, even if to prevent it required my being cut into inch bits. No power in heaven, hell, or earth can separate us, for our hearts are eternally wedded together." Also at this convention, to show his support of Susan and her program, was her faithful friend of many years, the Reverend Samuel J. May of Syracuse. Clara Barton, ill and unable to attend, sent a letter to be read, an appeal to her soldier friends for women's suffrage. Not only did the large and enthusiastic audiences show a growing interest in votes for women, but two great victories for women in 1869, one in Great Britain and the other in the United States, brought to the convention a feeling of confidence. Women taxpayers had been granted the right to vote in municipal elections in England, Scotland, and Wales, through the efforts of Jacob Bright. In the territory of Wyoming, during the first session of its legislature, women had been granted the right to vote, to hold office, and serve on juries, and married women had been given the right to their separate property and their earnings. This progressive action by men of the West turned Susan's thoughts hopefully to the Western territories, and early in 1870, when the territory of Utah enfranchised its women, she had further cause for rejoicing. To celebrate these victories, for which her 20 years' work for women had blazed the trail, some of her friends held a reception for her in New York at the Women's Bureau on her 50th birthday. She was amazed at the friendly attention her birthday received in the press. "Susan's half-century," read a headline in the Herald. The world called her the Moses of her sex. "A brave old maid," commented the Sun. But it was to the Tribune that she turned with special interest, always hoping for a word of approval from Horace Greeley, and finding at last this faint ray of praise. Careful readers of the Tribune have probably succeeded in discovering that we have not always been able to applaud the course of Susan B. Anthony. Indeed, we have often felt, and sometimes said, that her methods were as unwise as we thought her aims undesirable. But through these years of disputation and struggling, Miss Anthony has thoroughly impressed friends and enemies alike with the sincerity and earnestness of her purpose. To Anna E. Dickinson, far away lecturing, Susan confided, "Oh, Anna, I am so glad of it all because it will teach the young girls that to be true to principle, to live an idea, though an unpopular one, that to live single, without any man's name, may be honorable." A few of Susan's younger colleagues still insisted that a merger of the National and American Women's Suffrage Associations might be possible. Again, Theodore Tilton undertook the task of mediation, and Lucretia Mott, who had retired from active participation in the women's rights movement, tried to help work out a reconciliation. Susan was skeptical, but gave them her blessing. Representatives of the American Association, however, again made it plain that they were unwilling to work with Susan and Mrs. Stanton. By this time, the revolution had become an overwhelming financial burden. For some months, Mrs. Stanton had been urging Susan to give it up and turn to the lecture field, as she had done, to spread the message of women's rights. Susan hesitated, unwilling to give up the revolution, and not yet confident that she could hold the attention of an audience for a whole evening. However, she found herself a great success when pushed into several Lyceum lecture engagements in Pennsylvania by Mrs. Stanton's sudden illness. "Miss Anthony evidently lectures not for the purpose of receiving applause," commented the Pittsburgh commercial, "but for the purpose of making people understand and be convinced. She takes her place on the stage in a plain and unassuming manner, and speaks extemporaneously and fluently too, reminding one of an old campaign speaker who is accustomed to talk simply for the purpose of converting his audience to his political theories. She used plain English and plenty of it. She clearly evinced a quality that many politicians lack: sincerity." For each of these lectures on work, wages, and the ballot, she received a fee of $75 and was able as well to get new subscribers for the Revolution. She now saw the possibilities for herself and the cause in a Lyceum tour. And when the Lyceum Bureau, pleased with her reception in Pennsylvania, wanted to book her for lectures in the West, she accepted, calling Parker Pillsbury back to the Revolution to take charge. All through Illinois, she drew large audiences, and her fees increased to $95, $125, and $150. In 2 months, she was able to pay $1,300 of the Revolution's debt. When she returned to New York, she realized that she could not continue to carry the Revolution alone, in spite of increased subscriptions. Its $10,000 debt weighed heavily upon her. Parker Pillsbury's help could only be temporary. Mrs. Stanton's strenuous lecture tour left her little time to give to the paper, and Susan's own friends and family were unable to finance it further. Fortunately, the idea of editing a paper appealed strongly to the wealthy Laura Curtis Bullard, who had the promise of editorial help from Theodore Tilton. Susan now turned the paper over to them completely, receiving nothing in return but shares of stock, while she assumed the entire indebtedness. Giving up the control of her beloved paper was one of the most humiliating experiences, and one of the deepest sorrows she ever faced. The Revolution had become to her the symbol of her crusade for women. Overwhelmed by a sense of failure, she confided to her diary on the date of the transfer, "It was like signing my own death warrant." And to a friend she wrote, "I feel a great, calm sadness, like that of a mother binding out a dear child that she could not support." She made a valiant announcement of the transfer in the Revolution of May 26, 1870, expressing her delight that the paper had at last found financial backing and a new, enthusiastic editor. In view of the active demand for conventions, lectures, and discussions on women's suffrage, she added, I have concluded that, so far as my own personal efforts are concerned, I can be more useful on the platform than in a newspaper. So, on the 1st of June next, I shall cease to be the sole proprietor of the Revolution, and shall be free to attend public meetings wherever so plain and matter-of-fact an old worker as I am can secure a hearing. Financial backing, however, did not put the Revolution on its feet, although its forthright editorials and articles were replaced by spicy and brilliant observations on pleasant topics which offended no one. Before the year was up, Mrs. Bullard was making overtures to Susan to take the paper back. Susan wanted desperately to keep the old ship Revolution's colors flying, and to bring back Mrs. Stanton's stinging editorials. She also feared that Mrs. Bullard, on Theodore Tilton's advice, might turn the paper over to the Boston group to be consolidated with the Woman's Journal. As no funds were available, she had to turn her back on her beloved paper and hope for the best. I suppose there is a wise providence in my being stripped of power to go forward, she wrote at this time. At any rate, I mean to try and make good come out of it. For one more year, the Revolution struggled on under the editorship of Mrs. Bullard and Theodore Tilton, and then was taken over by the Christian Enquirer. The $10,000 debt incurred under Susan's management she regarded as her responsibility, although her brother Daniel and many of her friends urged bankruptcy proceedings. My pride for women, to say nothing of my conscience, she insisted, says no. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. A New Slant on the 14th Amendment. While Susan was lecturing in the West, hoping to earn enough to pay off the Revolution's debt, she was pondering a new approach to the enfranchisement of women which had been proposed by Francis Minor, a St. Louis attorney and the husband of her friend Virginia Minor. Francis Minor contended that while the Constitution gave the states the right to regulate suffrage, it nowhere gave them the power to prohibit it, and he believed that this conclusion was strengthened by the 14th Amendment, which provided that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. To claim the right to vote under the 14th Amendment made a great appeal to both Susan and Elizabeth Stanton. Susan published Francis Minor's arguments in the Revolution, and also his suggestion that some woman test this interpretation of the 14th Amendment by attempting to vote at the next election. While Mrs. Stanton used this new approach as the basis of her speech before a congressional committee in 1870. With such a fresh and thrilling project to develop, Susan looked forward to the annual Woman's Suffrage Convention to be held in Washington in January 1871. So heavy was her lecture schedule that she reluctantly left preparations for the convention in the willing hands of Isabella Beecher Hooker, who was confident she could improve on Susan's meetings and guide the women's rights movement into more ladylike and aristocratic channels, winning over scores of men and women who hitherto had remained aloof. At the last moment, however, she appealed in desperation to Susan for help. and Susan, canceling important lecture engagements, hurried to Washington. Here she found the newspapers full of Victoria C. Woodhull and her memorial to Congress on women's suffrage, which had been presented by Senator Harris of Louisiana and Congressman Julian of Indiana. Capitalizing on the new approach to women's suffrage, Mrs. Woodhull based her arguments on the 14th and 15th Amendments, praying Congress to enact legislation to enable women to exercise the right to vote vested in them by these amendments. A hearing was scheduled before the House Judiciary Committee the very morning the convention opened. Convinced that she and her colleagues must attend that hearing, Susan consulted with her friends in Congress and overrode Mrs. Hooker's hesitancy about associating their organization with so questionable a woman as Victoria Woodhull. She engaged a constitutional lawyer, Albert G. Riddle, to represent the 30,000 women who had petitioned Congress for the franchise. Then she and Mrs. Hooker attended the hearing and asked for prompt action on women's suffrage. This was the first congressional hearing on federal enfranchisement. Previous hearings had considered trying the experiment only in the District of Columbia. Susan had never before seen Victoria Woodhull. Early in 1870, however, she had called at the brokerage office which Victoria and her sister, Tennessee Claflin, had opened in New York on Broad Street. The press had been full of amused comments regarding the lady bankers, and Susan had wanted to see for herself what kind of women they were. Here she met and talked with Tennessee Claflin, publishing their interview in the Revolution, and also an advertisement of Woodhull, Claflin and Company, bankers and brokers. About 6 weeks later, these prosperous lady brokers had established their own paper, Woodhull and Claflin's Weekly, an organ of social regeneration and constructive reform. But Susan had barely noticed its existence, so burdened had she been by the impending loss of her own paper and by pressing lecture engagements. She was therefore unaware that this new weekly explored a field wider than finance, advocating as well women's suffrage and women's advancement, spiritualism, radical views on marriage, love, and sex, and the nomination of Victoria C. Woodhull for President of the United States. Now in a committee room of the House of Representatives, Susan listened carefully as the dynamic, beautiful Victoria Woodhull read her memorial and her arguments to support it in a clear, well-modulated voice. Simply dressed in a dark blue gown, with a jaunty alpine hat perched on her curls, she gave the impression of innocent, earnest youth, and she captivated not only the members of the Judiciary Committee, but the more critical suffragists as well. For the moment at least, she seemed an appropriate colleague of the forthright Crusader, Susan B. Anthony, and her fashionable friends, Isabella Beecher Hooker and Paulina Wright Davis. They invited Victoria and her sister, Tennessee Claflin, to their convention, and asked her to repeat her speech for them. At this convention, Susan, encouraged by the favorable reception among politicians of the Woodhull Memorial, mapped out a new and militant campaign, based on her growing conviction that under the 14th Amendment, women's rights as citizens were guaranteed. She urged women to claim their rights as citizens and persons under the 14th Amendment, to register and prepare to vote at the next election, and to bring suit in the courts if they were refused. So enthusiastic had been the reception of this new approach to women's suffrage So favorable had been the news from those close to leading Republicans that Susan was unprepared for the adverse report of the Judiciary Committee on the Woodhull Memorial. She now studied the favorable minority report issued by Benjamin Butler of Massachusetts and William Lawfridge of Iowa. Their arguments seemed to her unanswerable, and hurriedly and impulsively, in the midst of her Western lecture tour, she dashed off a few lines to Victoria Woodhull, to whom she willingly gave credit for bringing out this report. "Glorious old Ben," she wrote. "He surely is going to pronounce the word that will settle the woman question, just as he did the word contraband that so summarily settled the Negro question. Everybody here chimes in with the new conclusion that we are already free." Far from New York, where Victoria's activities were being aired by the press, Susan thought of her at this time only in connection with the memorial and its impact on the Judiciary Committee. To be sure, she heard stories crediting Benjamin Butler with the authorship of the Woodhull Memorial, and rumors reached her of Victoria's unorthodox views on love and marriage, and of her girlhood as a fortune-teller, traveling about like a gypsy and living by her wits. Even so, Susan was ready to give Victoria the benefit of the doubt, until she herself found her harmful to the cause. For long ago she had learned to discount attacks on the reputations of progressive women. In fact, Victoria Woodhull provided Susan and her associates with a spectacular opportunity to prove the sincerity of their contention that there should not be a double standard of morals, one for men and another for women. Returning to New York in May 1871, to a convention of the National Woman's Suffrage Association, Susan found that Mrs. Hooker, Mrs. Stanton, and Mrs. Davis had invited Victoria Woodhull to address that convention and to sit on the platform between Lucretia Mott and Mrs. Stanton. Through them and others more critical, Susan was brought up to date on the sensational story of Victoria Woodhull, who had been drawing record crowds to her lectures and whose unconventional life continuously provided reporters with interesting copy. Victoria's home at 15 East 38th Street, resplendent and ornate with gilded furniture and bric-a-brac, housed not only her husband, Colonel Blood, and herself, but her divorced husband and their children as well, and also all of her quarrelsome relatives. Here many radicals, social reformers, and spiritualists gathered, among them Stephen Pearl Andrews, who soon made use of Victoria and her weekly to publicize his dream of a new world order, the Pantarchy, as he called it. Victoria herself was an ardent spiritualist, controlled by Demosthenes of the spirit world, to whom she believed she owed her most brilliant utterances, and by whom she was guided to announce herself as a presidential candidate in 1872. Needless to say, with such a background, Victoria Woodhull became a very controversial figure among the suffragists. In New York only a few days, it was hard for Susan to separate fact from fiction, truth from rumor and animosity. Even Demosthenes did not seem too ridiculous to her, for many of her most respected friends were spiritualists. Nor did Victoria's presidential aspirations trouble her greatly. Presidential candidates had been nothing to brag of, and willingly would she support the right woman for president. If Victoria lived up to the high standard of the Woodhull Memorial, then even she might be that woman. After all, it was an era of radical theories and utopian dreams, of extravagances of every sort. Almost anything could happen. Whatever doubts the suffragists may have had when they saw Victoria Woodhull on the platform at the New York meeting of the National Association, she swept them all along with her when, as one inspired, she made her great secession speech. If the very next Congress refuses woman all the legitimate results of citizenship, she declared, we shall proceed to call another convention expressly to frame a new constitution and to erect a new government. We mean treason. We mean secession, and on 1,000 times grander scale than what was that of the South. We are plotting revolution. We will overthrow this bogus republic and plant a government of righteousness in its stead. Susan, who felt deeply her right to full citizenship, who herself had talked revolution, and who had so often listened to the extravagant anti-slavery declarations of William Lloyd Garrison, Wendell Phillips, and Parker Pillsbury, was not offended by these statements. She was, however, troubled by the attitude of the press, particularly of the Tribune, which labeled this gathering the Woodhull Convention and accused the suffragists of adopting Mrs. Woodhull's free love theories. Having experienced so recently the animosity stirred up by her alliance with George Francis Train, Susan resolved to be cautious regarding Victoria Woodhull, and was beginning to wonder if Victoria was not using the suffragists to further her own ambitions. Yet many trusted friends, who had talked with Mrs. Woodhull far more than she had the opportunity to do, were convinced that she was a genius and a prophet who had risen above the sordid environment of her youth to do a great work for woman, and who had the courage to handle subjects which others feared to touch. Free love, for example, Susan well knew, was an epithet hurled indiscriminately at anyone indiscreet enough to argue for less stringent divorce laws, or for an intelligent, frank appraisal of marriage and sex. Was it for this reason, Susan asked herself, that Mrs. Woodhull was called a free lover, or did she actually advocate promiscuity? With these questions puzzling her, she left for Rochester and the West. Almost immediately the papers were full of Victoria Woodhull and her family quarrels, which brought her into court. This was a disillusioning experience for the National Woman Suffrage Association, which had so recently featured Victoria Woodhull as a speaker. And Susan began seriously to question the wisdom of further association with this strange, controversial character. Nevertheless, Victoria still had her ardent defenders among the suffragists, particularly Isabella Beecher Hooker and Paulina Wright Davis. Even the thoughtful, judicious Martha C. Wright wrote Mrs. Hooker at this time, "It is not always the wise and prudent to whom the truth is revealed, though far be it from me to imply aught derogatory to Mrs. Woodhull. No one can be with her, see her gentle and modest bearing and her spiritual face, without feeling sure that she is a true woman, whatever unhappy surroundings may have compromised her. I have never met a stranger toward whom I felt more tenderly drawn, in sympathy and love." Elizabeth Cady Stanton spoke her mind in Theodore Tilton's new paper, The Golden Age. Victoria C. Woodhull stands before us today a grand, brave woman, radical alike in political, religious, and social principles. Her face and form indicate the complete triumph in her nature of the spiritual over the sensuous. The processes of her education are little to us, the grand result everything. Victoria was in dire need of defenders, for the press was venomous, goading her on to revenge. Susan, now traveling westward, lecturing in one state after another, thinking of ways to interest the people in women's suffrage, was too busy and too far away to follow Victoria Woodhull's court battles. Mrs. Stanton met Susan in Chicago late in May 1871 to join her on a lecture tour of the Far West. Together they headed for Wyoming and Utah, eager to set foot in the states which had been the first to extend suffrage to women. The long, leisurely days on the train gave these two old friends, Susan now 51 and Mrs. Stanton 56, ample time to talk and philosophize, to appraise their past efforts for women and plan their speeches for the days ahead. While their main theme would always be votes for women, they decided that from now on they must also arouse women to rebel against their legal bondage under the man marriage, as they called it, and to face frankly the facts about sex, prostitution, and the double standard of morals. In Utah, in the midst of polygamy fostered by the Mormon Church, they would encounter still another sex problem. After an enthusiastic welcome in Denver, they moved on to Laramie, Wyoming, where 100 women greeted them as the train pulled in. From this first woman's suffrage state, Susan exultingly wrote, "We have been moving over the soil that is really the land of the free and the home of the brave. Women here can say, 'What a magnificent country is ours, where every class and caste, color and sex may find freedom.'" They reached Salt Lake City just after the Godby secession, by which a group of liberal Mormons abandoned polygamy. As guests of the Godbys for a week, they had every opportunity to become acquainted with the Mormons, to observe women under polygamy, and to speak in long all-day sessions to women alone. Susan tried to show her audiences in Utah that her point of attack under both monogamy and polygamy was the subjection of women, and that to remedy this, the self-support of women was essential. In Utah, she found little opportunity for women to earn a living for themselves and their children, as there was no manufacturing, and there were no free schools in need of teachers. "Women here, as everywhere," she declared, "must be able to live honestly and honorably without the aid of men, before it can be possible to save the masses of them from entering into polygamy or prostitution, legal or illegal." Some of Susan's critics at home felt she was again besmirching the suffrage cause by setting foot in polygamous Utah, but this was of no moment to her, for she saw the crying need of the right kind of missionary work among Mormon women. No Phariseeism, no shudders of puritanic horror, but a simple, loving, fraternal clasp of hands with these struggling women to encourage them and point the way. Hearing that Susan and Mrs. Stanton were in the West en route to California, Leland Stanford, Governor of California and President of the recently completed Central Pacific Railway, sent them passes for their journey. They reached San Francisco with high hopes that they could win the support of Western men for their demand for women's suffrage under the 14th Amendment. Their welcome was warm and the press friendly. An audience of over 1,200 listened with real interest to Mrs. Stanton. Then the two Crusaders made a misstep. Eager to learn the women's side of the case in the recent widely publicized murder of the wealthy attorney Alexander P. Crittenden by Laura Fair, they visited Laura Fair in prison. Immediately the newspapers reported this move in a most critical vein, with the result that an uneasy audience crowded into the hall where Susan was to speak on the power of the ballot. As she proceeded to prove that women needed the ballot to protect themselves and their work, and could not count on the support and protection of men, She cited case after case of men's betrayal of women. Then, bringing home her point, she declared with vigor, if all men had protected all women as they would have their own wives and daughters protected, you would have no Laura Fair in your jail tonight. Boos and hisses from every part of the hall greeted this statement. But Susan, trained on the anti-slavery platform to hold her ground whatever the tumult, waited patiently until this protest subsided, standing before the defiant audience, poised and unafraid. Then, in a clear, steady voice, she repeated her challenging words. This time, above the hisses, she heard a few cheers, and for the third time she repeated, if all men had protected all women as they would have their own wives and daughters protected, you would have no Laura Fair in your jail tonight. Now the audience, admiring her courage, roared its applause. I declare to you, she concluded, that woman must not depend upon the protection of man, but must be taught to protect herself, and here I take my stand. Reading the newspapers the next morning, she found herself accused not only of defending Laura Fair, but of condoning the murder of Crittenden. This story was republished throughout the state and eagerly picked up by the New York newspapers. As it was now impossible for her or Mrs. Stanton to draw a friendly audience anywhere in California, they took refuge in the Yosemite Valley for the next few weeks. Susan was inconsolable. These slanders, on top of the loss of the Revolution and the split in the suffrage ranks, seemed more than she could bear. Never in all my hard experience have I been under such fire, she confided to her diary. The clouds are so heavy over me. I never before was so cut down. Not until she had spent several days riding horseback in the Yosemite Valley on men's saddles in linen bloomers, over long, perilous, exhausting trails, did the clouds begin to lift. Gradually the beauty and grandeur of the mountains and the giant redwoods brought her peace and refreshment, putting to flight all the old 6 days' story and the 6,000 years. Bearing the brunt of the censure in California, Susan expected Mrs. Stanton to come to her defense in letters to the newspapers. When she did not do so, Susan was deeply hurt, for in the past she had so many times smoothed the way for her friend. Even now, on their return to San Francisco, where she herself did not yet dare lecture, she did her best to build up audiences for Mrs. Stanton and to get correct transcripts of her lectures to the papers. Disillusioned and heartsick, she was for the first time sadly disappointed in her dearest friend. Moving on to Oregon to lecture at the request of the pioneer suffragist Abigail Scott Duniway, she wrote Mrs. Stanton, who had left for the East, as I rolled on the ocean last week, feeling that the very next strain might swamp the ship, and thinking over all my sins of omission and commission, there was nothing undone which haunted me like the failure to speak the word at San Francisco again and more fully. I would rather today have the satisfaction of having said the true and needful thing on Laura Fair and the social evil, with the hisses and hoots of San Francisco and the entire nation around me, than all that you or I could possibly experience from their united eulogies with that one word unsaid. So far, Susan's Western trip had netted her only $350. This was disappointing insofar as she had counted upon it to reduce substantially her Revolution debt. She now hoped to build her earnings up to $1,000 in Oregon and Washington. Everywhere in these two states, people took her to their hearts, and the press, with a few exceptions, was complimentary. The beauty of the rugged mountainous country compensated her somewhat for the long, tiring stage rides over rough roads and for the cold, uncomfortable, lonely nights in poor hotels. Only occasionally did she enjoy the luxury of a good cup of coffee or a clean bed in a warm, friendly home. At first in Oregon she was apprehensive about facing an audience because of her San Francisco experience, and she wrote Mrs. Stanton, "But to the rack I must go, though another San Francisco torture be in store for me." She spoke on the power of the ballot, on women's right to vote under the 14th Amendment, on the need of women to be self-supporting, and clearly and logically she marshaled her facts and her arguments. Occasionally she obliged with a temperance speech, or gathered women together to talk to them about the social evil, relieved when they responded to this delicate subject with earnestness and gratitude. Practice soon made her an easy, extemporaneous speaker. Yet she was only now and then satisfied with her efforts, recording in her diary, was happy in a real Patrick Henry speech. The proceeds from her lectures were disappointing, as money was scarce in the West that winter, and she had just decided to return to the East to spend Christmas with her mother and sisters when she was urged to accept lecture engagements in California. Putting her own personal longings behind her, she took the stage to California, sitting outside with the driver so that she could better enjoy the scenery and learn more about the people who had settled this new, lonely, overpowering country. "Horrible indeed are the roads," she wrote her mother. "Miles and miles of corduroy, and then 20 miles of black mud. How my thought does turn homeward, mother." This time she was warmly received in San Francisco. The prejudice, so vocal 6 months before, had disappeared. "Made my 14th Amendment argument splendidly," she wrote in her diary. "All delighted with it, and me. And it is such a comfort to have the friends feel that I help the good work on." She was gaining confidence in herself and wrote her family, "I miss Mrs. Stanton. Still, I cannot but enjoy the feeling that the people call on me, and the fact that I have an opportunity to sharpen my wits a little by answering questions and doing the chatting, instead of merely sitting a lay figure and listening to the brilliant scintillations as they emanate from her never-exhausted magazine. There is no alternative. Whoever goes into a parlor or before an audience with that woman does it at a cost of a fearful overshadowing, a price which I have paid for the last 10 years, and that cheerfully, because I felt our cause was most profited by her being seen and heard, and my best work was making the way clear for her." Starting homeward through Wyoming and Nevada, where she also had lecture engagements, she wrote in her diary on January 1st, 1872, 6 months of constant travel, full 8,000 miles, 108 lectures. The year's work, full 13,000 miles travel, 170 meetings. On the train, she met the new California Senator, Aaron A. Sargent, his wife Ellen, and their children. A warm friendship developed on this long journey, during which the train was stalled in deep snowdrifts. This is indeed a fearful ordeal, fastened here, midway of the continent, at the top of the Rocky Mountains, she recorded. The railroad has supplied the passengers with soda crackers and dried fish. Mrs. Sargent and I have made tea and carried it throughout the train to the nursing mothers. The Sargents had brought their own food for the journey and shared it with Susan. This and the good conversation lightened the ordeal for her, especially as both Senator and Mrs. Sargent believed heartily in women's rights, and Senator Sargent, in his campaign for the Senate, had boldly announced his endorsement of women's suffrage. This friendly attitude among Western men toward votes for women was the most encouraging development in Susan's long uphill fight. These men, looking upon women as partners who had shared with them the dangers and hardships of the frontier, recognized at once the justice of women's suffrage and its benefit to the country. Susan traveled directly from Nevada to Washington instead of breaking her journey by a visit with her brothers in Kansas, as she had hoped to do. She even omitted Rochester so that she might be in time for the National Woman's Suffrage Convention in Washington in January 1872, for which Mrs. Hooker, Mrs. Davis, and Mrs. Stanton were preparing. She found Victoria Woodhull with them, her presence provoking criticism and dissension. Impulsively, she came to Victoria's defense at the convention. "I have been asked by many, why did you drag Victoria Woodhull to the front? Now, bless your souls, she was not dragged to the front. She came to Washington with a powerful argument. She presented her memorial to Congress, and it was a power. She had an interview with the Judiciary Committee. We could never secure that privilege. She was young, handsome, and rich. Now, if it takes youth, beauty, and money to capture Congress, Victoria is the woman we are after." "I was asked by an editor of a New York paper if I knew Mrs. Woodhull's antecedents," she continued. "I said I didn't, and that I did not care any more for them than I do about those of the members of Congress. I have been asked along the Pacific coast, what about Woodhull? You make her your leader. Now, we don't make leaders. They make themselves." Victoria, however, did not prove to be the leading light of this convention, although she made one of her stirring, fiery speeches calling upon her audience to form an equal rights party and nominate her for President of the United States. By this time, Susan had concluded that Victoria Woodhull for president did not ring true, and she would have nothing to do with her self-inspired candidacy. Quickly, she steered the convention away from Victoria Woodhull for president toward the consideration of the more practical matter of women's right to vote under the 14th and 15th Amendments. This time, it was Susan, not Victoria, who was granted a hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee. "At the close of the war," Susan reminded the senators, "Congress lifted the question of suffrage for men above state power, and by the amendments prohibited the deprivation of suffrage to any citizen by any state. When the 14th Amendment was first proposed, we rushed to you with petitions praying you not to insert the word male in the second clause. Our best friends said to us, 'The insertion of that word puts no new barrier against women, therefore do not embarrass us, but wait until we get the Negro question settled.' So the 14th Amendment with the word male was adopted. When the 15th was presented without the word sex," she continued, "we again petitioned and protested. And again, our friends declared that the absence of the word was no hindrance to us, and again begged us to wait until they had finished the work of the war, saying, 'After we have enfranchised the Negro, we will take up your case.'" "Have they done as they promised?" she asked. "When we come asking protection under the new guarantees of the Constitution, the same men say to us, to wait the action of Congress and state legislatures in the adoption of a 16th Amendment, which shall make null and void the word male in the 14th and supply the want of the word sex in the 15th. Such tantalizing treatment imposed upon yourselves or any class of men would have caused rebellion and in the end a bloody revolution. Unconvinced of the urgency or even the desirability of votes for women, the Senate Judiciary Committee promptly issued an adverse report. But Susan was assured that her cause had a few persistent supporters in Congress when Benjamin Butler presented petitions to the House for a declaratory act for the 14th Amendment, and Congressman Parker of Missouri introduced a bill granting women the right to vote and hold office in the territories. Susan now turned to the more sympathetic West to take her plea for women's suffrage directly to the people. Speaking almost daily in Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and Illinois, she had little time to think of the work in the East. The glamour of Victoria Woodhull faded, and she realized that her own hard, monotonous spade work would in the long run do more for the cause than the meteoric rise of a vivid personality who gave only part of herself to the task. When letters came from Mrs. Stanton and Mrs. Hooker showing plainly that they were falling in with Victoria's plans to form a new political party, Susan at once dashed off these lines of warning. We have no element out of which to make a political party, because there is not a man who would vote a woman's suffrage ticket if thereby he endangered his Republican, Democratic, working men's, or temperance party, and all our time and words in that direction are simply thrown away. My name must not be used to call any such meeting. Then she added, Mrs. Woodhull has the advantage of us because she has the newspaper, and she persistently means to run our craft into her port and none other. If she were influenced by woman's spirits, I might consent to be a mere sail hoister for her, but as it is, she is wholly owned and dominated by men's spirits, and I spurn the whole lot of them. A few weeks later, as she looked over the latest copy of Woodhull and Claflin's Weekly, she was horrified to find her name signed to a call to a political convention sponsored by the National Women's Suffrage Association. Immediately, she telegraphed Mrs. Stanton to remove her name and wrote stern, indignant letters begging her and Mrs. Hooker not to involve the National Association in Victoria Woodhull's presidential campaign. Although she herself had often called for a new political party while she was publishing The Revolution, she was practical enough to recognize that a party formed under Victoria Woodhull's banner was doomed to failure. Returning to New York, she found both Mrs. Stanton and Mrs. Hooker still completely absorbed in Victoria's plans. Bringing herself up to date once more on the latest developments in the colorful life of Victoria Woodhull, she found that she had been lecturing on the impending revolution to large, enthusiastic audiences, and that she had again been called into court by her family. Goaded to defiance by an increasingly virulent press, Victoria had also begun to blackmail suffragists who she thought were her enemies, among them Mrs. Bullard, Mrs. Blake, and Mrs. Phelps. This made Susan take steps at once to free the National Association of her influence. When Victoria Woodhull, followed by a crowd of supporters, sailed into the first business session of the National Women's Suffrage Association in New York, announcing that the People's Convention would hold a joint meeting with the suffragists, Susan made it plain that they would do nothing of the kind, as Steinway Hall had been engaged for a women's suffrage convention. With relief, she watched Victoria and her flock leave for a meeting place of their own. Disgruntled at what she called Susan's intolerance, Mrs. Stanton then asked to be relieved of the presidency. Elected to take her place, Susan was now free to cope with Victoria, should this again become necessary. Not to be outmaneuvered by Susan, Victoria made a surprise appearance near the end of the evening session and moved that the convention adjourn to meet the next morning in Apollo Hall with the People's Convention. Quickly, one of her colleagues seconded the motion. Susan refused to put this motion, standing quietly before the excited audience, stern and somber in her steel-gray silk dress. Beside her on the platform, Victoria, intense and vivid, put the motion herself, and it was overwhelmingly carried by her friends scattered among the suffragists. Declaring this out of order because neither Victoria nor many of those voting were members of the National Association, Susan, in her most commanding voice, adjourned the convention to meet in the same place the next morning. Victoria, however, continued her demands until Susan ordered the janitor to turn out the lights. Then the audience dispersed in the darkness. With these drastic measures, Susan rescued the National Women's Suffrage Association from Victoria Woodhull, who had her own triumph later at Apollo Hall, where, surrounded by wildly cheering admirers, she was nominated for President of the United States by the newly formed Equal Rights Party. Reading about Victoria's nomination in the morning papers, Susan breathed a prayer of gratitude for a narrow escape, recording in her diary, "There never was such a foolish muddle. All come of Mrs. Stanton consulting and conceding to Woodhull and calling a people's convention. All came near being lost. I never was so hurt with the folly of Stanton. Our movement as such is so demoralized by letting go the helm of ship to Woodhull, though we rescued it. It was by a hair-breadth escape." She was surprised to find no condemnation of her actions in Woodhull and Claflin's Weekly, but only the implication that the suffragists were too slow for Victoria's great work. The attitude of some of the leading suffragists toward Victoria Woodhull remained a problem. Fortunately, Mrs. Stanton came back into line, but both Mrs. Hooker and Mrs. Davis seemed bound to drift under Victoria's influence, and the promising young lawyer, Belva Lockwood, campaigned for the Equal Rights Party and its candidate, Victoria Woodhull. While Victoria Woodhull's fortunes were speedily dropping from the sublime heights of a presidential nomination to the humiliation of financial ruin, the loss of her home, and the suspended publication of her weekly, Susan was knocking at the doors of the Republican and Democratic national conventions. She had previously appealed to the liberal Republicans, among whose delegates were her old friends George W. Julian, B. Gratz Brown, and Theodore Tilton. But they had ignored women's suffrage and had nominated for president Horace Greeley, now a persistent opponent of votes for women. The Democrats did no better. Faced with Grant as the strong Republican nominee, they too nominated Horace Greeley with B. Gratz Brown as his running mate, hoping by this coalition to achieve victory. The Republicans, still unwilling to go the whole way for women's suffrage by giving it the recognition of a plank in their platform, did, however, offer woman a splinter at which Susan grasped eagerly, because it was the first time an important, powerful political party had ever mentioned women in their platform. "The Republican Party," read the splinter, "is mindful of its obligations to the loyal women of America for their noble devotion to the cause of freedom. Their admission to wider fields of usefulness is received with satisfaction, and the honest demands of any class of citizens for equal rights should be treated with respectful consideration." Thankful to have escaped involvement with Victoria Woodhull and her Equal Rights Party just at this time when the Republicans were ready to smile upon women, Susan basked in an aura of respectability thrown around her by her new political allies. She was even hopeful that the two women's suffrage factions could now forget their differences and work together for the living, vital issue of today, freedom to women. She at once began speaking for the Republican Party, looking forward to carrying the discussion of women's suffrage into every school district and every ward meeting. In the beginning, the Republicans were generous with funds, giving her $1,000 for women's meetings in New York, Philadelphia, Rochester, and other large cities. For speakers, she sought both Lucy Stone and Anna E. Dickinson, but Lucy made it plain in letters to Mrs. Stanton that she would take no part in Republican rallies conducted by Susan, and Anna responded with a torrent of false accusations. Only Mary Livermore of the American Association consented to speak at Susan's Republican rallies. But with Mrs. Stanton, Mrs. Gage, and Olympia Brown to call upon, Susan did not lack for effective orators. In an appeal to the women of America, financed by the Republicans and widely circulated, she urged the election of Grant and Wilson and the defeat of Horace Greeley, whom she described as woman's most bitter opponent. "Both by tongue and pen," she declared, "he has heaped abuse, ridicule, and misrepresentation upon our leading women, while the whole power of the Tribune had been used to crush our great reform." Beyond this, she was unwilling to go in criticizing her one-time friend. In fact, her sense of fairness recoiled at the ridicule and defamation heaped upon Horace Greeley in the campaign. "I shall not join with the Republicans," she wrote Mrs. Stanton, "in hounding Greeley and the Liberals with all the old war anathemas of the democracy. My sense of justice and truth is outraged by the Harper's cartoons of Greeley and the General falsifying tone of the Republican press. It is not fair for us to join in the cry that everybody who is opposed to the present administration is either a Democrat or an apostate." Susan sensed a change in the Republicans' attitude toward women as they grew increasingly confident of victory. Not only did they refuse further financial aid, but criticized Susan roundly, because in her speeches she emphasized women's suffrage rather than the virtues of the Republican Party. She ignored their complaints and wrote Mrs. Stanton, "If you are willing to go forth, saying that you endorse the party on any other point than that of its recognition of women's claim to vote, I am not." End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma Lutz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Testing the 14th Amendment. Susan preached militancy to women throughout the presidential campaign of 1872, urging them to claim their rights under the 14th and 15th Amendments by registering and voting in every state in the Union. Even before Frances Minor had called her attention to the possibilities offered by these amendments, she had followed with great interest a similar effort by Englishwomen who, in 1867 and 1868, had attempted to prove that the ancient legal rights of females were still valid and entitled women property holders to vote for representatives in Parliament, and who claimed that the word man in parliamentary statutes should be interpreted to include women. In the case of the 5,346 householders of Manchester, the court held that every woman is personally incapable in a legal sense. This legal contest had been fully reported in the Revolution, and disappointing as the verdict was, Susan looked upon this attempt to establish justice as an indication of a great awakening and uprising among women. There had also been heartening signs in her own country, which she hoped were the preparation for more successful militancy to come. She had exulted in the Revolution in 1868 over the attempt of women to vote in Vinland, New Jersey. Encouraged by the enfranchisement of women in Wyoming in 1869, Mary Olney Brown and Charlotte Olney French had cast their votes in Washington Territory. A young widow, Marilla Ricker, had registered and voted in New Hampshire in 1870, claiming this right as a property holder, but her vote was refused. In 1871, Nanette B. Gardner and Catherine Stebbins in Detroit, Catherine V. White in Illinois, Ellen R. Van Valkenburg in Santa Cruz, California, and Carrie S. Burnham in Philadelphia registered and attempted to vote. Only Mrs. Gardner's vote was accepted. That same year, Sarah Andrews Spencer, Sarah E. Webster, and 70 other women marched to the polls to register and vote in the District of Columbia. Their ballots refused, they brought suit against the Board of Election Inspectors, carrying the case unsuccessfully to the Supreme Court of the United States. Another test case, based on the 14th Amendment, had also been carried to the Supreme Court by Myra Bradwell, one of the first woman lawyers who had been denied admission to the Illinois bar because she was a woman. With the spotlight turned on the 14th Amendment by these women, lawyers here and there throughout the country were discussing the legal points involved, many admitting that women had a good case. Even the press was friendly. Susan had looked forward to claiming her rights under the 14th and 15th Amendments and was ready to act. She had spent the 30 days required of voters in Rochester with her family, and as she glanced through the morning paper of November 1st, 1872, she read these challenging words: "Now register. If you were not permitted to vote, you would fight for the right, undergo all privations for it, face death for it." This was all the reminder she needed. She would fight for this right. She put on her bonnet and coat, telling her 3 sisters what she intended to do, asked them to join her, and with them walked briskly to the barber shop where the voters of her ward were registering. Boldly entering the stronghold of men, she asked to be registered. The inspector in charge, Beverly W. Jones, tried to convince her that this was impossible under the laws of New York. She told him she claimed her right to vote not under the New York Constitution, but under the 14th Amendment, and she read him its pertinent lines. Other election inspectors now joined in the argument, but she persisted, until 2 of them, Beverly W. Jones and Edwin F. Marsh, both Republicans, finally consented to register the 4 women. This mission accomplished, Susan rounded up 12 more women willing to register. The evening papers spread the sensational news, and by the end of the registration period, 50 Rochester women had joined the ranks of the militants. On Election Day, November 5, 1872, Susan gleefully wrote Elizabeth Stanton, "Well, I have gone and done it. Positively voted the Republican ticket, straight, this a.m. at 7 o'clock, and swore my vote in at that. All my 3 sisters voted. Rhoda DeGarmo, too. Amy Post was rejected, and she will immediately bring action against the registrars. Not a jeer nor a word, not a look disrespectful has met a single woman. I hope the morning's telegrams will tell of many women all over the country trying to vote. I hope you voted too. Election Day did not bring the general uprising of women for which Susan had hoped. In Michigan, Missouri, Ohio, and Connecticut, as in Rochester, a few women tried to vote. In New York City, Lily Devereaux Blake, and in Fayetteville, New York, Matilda Jocelyn Gage had courageously gone to the polls, only to be turned away. Elizabeth Stanton did not vote on November 5, 1872, and her lack of enthusiasm about a test case in the courts was very disappointing to Susan. However, the fact that Susan B. Anthony had voted won immediate response from the press in all parts of the country. Newspapers in general were friendly, the New York Times boldly declaring, "The act of Susan B. Anthony should have a place in history," and the Chicago Tribune venturing to suggest that she ought to hold public office. The cartoonists, however, reveling in a new and tempting subject, caricatured her unmercifully, the New York Graphic setting the tone. Some Democratic papers condemned her, following the line of the Rochester Union and Advertiser, which flaunted the headline, "Female Lawlessness," and declared that Miss Anthony's lawlessness had proved women unfit for the ballot. Before she voted, Susan had taken the precaution of consulting Judge Henry R. Selden, a former judge of the Court of Appeals. After listening with interest to her story and examining the arguments of Benjamin Butler, Francis Minor, and Albert G. Riddle in support of the claim that women had a right to vote under the 14th and 15th Amendments, he was convinced that woman had a good case and consented to advise her and defend her if necessary. Judge Selden, now retired from the bench because of ill health, was practicing law in Rochester, where he was highly respected. A Republican, he had served as lieutenant governor, member of the Assembly, and state senator. Susan had known him as one of the city's active abolitionists, a friend of Frederick Douglass, who had warned him to flee the country after the raid on Harper's Ferry and the capture of John Brown. Such a man she felt she could trust. All was quiet for about 2 weeks after the election, and it looked as if the episode might be forgotten in the jubilation over Grant's election. Then, on November 18th, the United States Deputy Marshal rang the doorbell at 7 Madison Street and asked for Miss Susan B. Anthony. When she greeted him, he announced with embarrassment that he had come to arrest her. "Is this your usual manner of serving a warrant?" she asked in surprise. He then handed her papers, charging that she had voted in violation of Section 19 of an Act of Congress, which stipulated that anyone voting knowingly without having the lawful right to vote was guilty of a crime, and on conviction would be punished by a fine not exceeding $500 or by imprisonment not exceeding 3 years. This was a serious development. It had never occurred to Susan that this law, passed in 1870 to halt the voting of Southern rebels, could actually be applicable to her. In fact, she had expected to bring suit against election inspectors for refusing to accept the ballots of women. Now charged with crime and arrested, she suddenly began to sense the import of what was happening to her. When the marshal suggested that she report alone to the United States Commissioner, she emphatically refused to go of her own free will, and they left the house together, she extending her wrists for the handcuffs and he ignoring her gesture. As they got on the streetcar and the conductor asked for her fare, she further embarrassed the marshal by loudly announcing, "I'm traveling at the expense of the government. This gentleman is escorting me to jail. Ask him for my fare." When they arrived at the commissioner's office, he was not there, but a hearing was set for November 29th. On that day, in the office where a few years before fugitive slaves had been returned to their masters, Susan was questioned and cross-examined, and she felt akin to those slaves. Proudly she admitted that she had voted, that she had conferred with Judge Selden, that with or without his advice she would have attempted to vote to test women's right to the franchise. "Did you have any doubt yourself of your right to vote?" asked the commissioner. "Not a particle," she replied. On December 23, 1872, in Rochester's Common Council chamber, before a large, curious audience, Susan, the other women voters, and the election inspectors were arraigned. People expecting to see bold, notoriety-seeking women were surprised by their seriousness and dignity. The majority of these lawbreakers, reported the press, were elderly, matronly-looking women with thoughtful faces, just the sort one would like to see in charge of one's sick room, considerate, patient, kindly. The United States Commissioner fixed their bail at $500 each. All furnished bail but Susan, who through her counsel, Henry R. Selden, applied for a writ of habeas corpus, demanding immediate release and challenging the lawfulness of her arrest. When a writ of habeas corpus was denied, and her bail increased to $1,000 by United States District Judge Nathan K. Hall, sitting in Albany, Susan was more than ever determined to resist the interference of the courts in her constitutional right as a citizen to vote. She refused to give bail, emphatically stating that she preferred prison. Seeing no heroism but only disgrace in a jail term for his client, and unwilling to let her bring this ignominy upon herself, Henry Selden chivalrously assured her that this was a time when she must be guided by her lawyer's advice, and he paid her bail. Ignorant of the technicalities of the law, she did not realize the far-reaching implications of this well-intentioned act until they had left the courtroom and in the hallway met tall, vigorous John Van Voorhees of Rochester, who was working on the case with Judge Selden. With the impatience of a younger man, eager to fight to the finish, he exclaimed, "You have lost your chance to get your case before the Supreme Court by writ of habeas corpus." Aghast, Susan rushed back to the courtroom, hoping to cancel the bond, but it was too late. Bitterly disappointed, she remonstrated with Henry Selden, but he quietly replied, "I could not see a lady I respected in jail." She never forgave him for this, in spite of her continued appreciation of his keen legal mind, his unfailing kindness, and his willingness to battle for women. Within a few days, she appeared before the federal grand jury in Albany, and was indicted on the charge that she did knowingly, wrongfully, and unlawfully vote for a representative in the Congress of the United States. Her trial was set for the term of the United States District Court beginning May 13, 1873, in Rochester, New York. During these difficult days in Albany, Susan found comfort and courage, as in the past, in the friendliness of Lydia Mott's home. Here she planned the steps by which to win public approval and financial aid for her test case. She addressed the commission, which was revising New York's Constitution on women's right to vote under the 14th and 15th Amendments, pointing out that the law limiting suffrage to males was nullified by this new interpretation. Eager to spread the truth about her own legal contest, she distributed printed copies of Judge Selden's argument. Then traveling to New York and Washington, she personally presented copies to newspaper editors and congressmen. To one of these men she wrote, "It is not for myself, but for all womanhood, yes, and all manhood too, that I most rejoice in the appeal to the legal mind of the nation. It is no longer whether women wish to vote or men are willing, but it is woman's constitutional right. In spite of the fact that Susan was technically in the custody of the United States Marshal, who objected to her leaving Rochester, she managed to carry out a full schedule of lectures in Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, and also the usual annual Washington and New York women's suffrage conventions at which she told the story of her voting, her arrest, and her pending trial, and where she received enthusiastic support. Because she wanted the people to understand the legal points on which she based her right to vote, Susan spoke on the equal right of all citizens to the ballot in every district in Monroe County. So thorough and convincing was she that the district attorney asked for a change of venue, fearing that any Monroe County jury sitting in Rochester would be prejudiced in her favor. When her case was transferred to the United States Circuit Court in Canandaigua to be heard a month later, she immediately descended upon Ontario County with her speech, "Is it a crime for a citizen of the United States to vote?" And Matilda Jocelyn Gage joined her, speaking on the United States on trial, not Susan B. Anthony. On the lecture platform, Susan wore a gray silk dress with a soft white lace collar. Her hair, now graying, was smoothed back and twisted neatly into a tight knot. Everything about her indicated refinement and sincerity, and most of her audience felt this. Our democratic-republican government is based on the idea of the natural right of every individual member thereof to a voice and vote in making and executing the laws, she declared, as she looked into the faces of the men and women who had gathered to hear her, farmers, storekeepers, lawyers, and housewives, rich and poor, a cross-section of America. Repeating to them salient passages from the Declaration of Independence and the preamble to the Constitution, she added, "It was we, the people, not we, the white male citizens, nor yet we, the male citizens, but we, the whole people, who formed this Union, and we formed it not to give the blessings of liberty, but to secure them. Not to the half of ourselves and the half of our posterity, but to the whole people, women as well as men." She asked, "Is the right to vote one of the privileges or immunities of citizens? I think the disenfranchised ex-rebels and the ex-state prisoners will agree with me that it is not only one of them, but the one without which all the others are nothing." Quoting for them the 15th Amendment, she told them it had settled forever the question of the citizen's right to vote. The 15th Amendment, she reasoned, applies to women, first, because women are citizens, and secondly, because of their previous condition of servitude. Defining a slave as a person robbed of the proceeds of his labor and subject to the will of another, she showed how state laws relating to married women had placed them in the position of slaves. As she analyzed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and cited authorities for her conclusions, she left little doubt in the minds of those who heard her that women were persons and citizens whose privileges and immunities could not be abridged. On this note, she concluded, "We ask the juries to fail to return verdicts of guilty against honest, law-abiding, tax-paying United States citizens for offering their votes at our elections. We ask the judges to render true and unprejudiced opinions of the law, and wherever there is room for doubt, to give its benefit on the side of liberty and equal rights to women, remembering that the true rule of interpretation under our national Constitution, especially since its amendments, is that anything for human rights is constitutional, everything against human rights unconstitutional. And it is on this line that we propose to fight our battle for the ballot, all peaceably, but nevertheless persistently, through to complete triumph, when all United States citizens shall be recognized as equals before the law. Speaking 21 nights in succession was arduous. So few see or feel any special importance in the impending trial, she jotted down in her diary. In towns such as Geneva, where she had old friends like Elizabeth Smith Miller, she was assured of a friendly welcome and a good audience. As the collections, taken up after her lectures, were too small to pay her expenses, her financial problems weighed heavily. The notes she had signed for the Revolution were in the main still unpaid, and one of her creditors was growing impatient. She had recently paid her counsel, Judge Selden, $200, and John Van Voorhees $75, leaving only $3.45 in her defense fund. But as usual, a few of her loyal friends came to her aid, and both Judge Selden and John Van Voorhees, deeply interested in her courageous fight, gave most of their time without charge. If this campaign was a problem financially, it was a success in the matter of nationwide publicity. The New York Herald exulted in hostile jibes at women's suffrage and published fictitious interviews, ridiculing Susan as a homely, aggressive old maid. But the New York Evening Post prophesied that the court decision would likely be in her favor. The Rochester Express championed her warmly. All Rochester will assert, at least all of it worth heeding, that Miss Anthony holds here the position of a refined and estimable woman, thoroughly respected and beloved by the large circle of staunch friends who swear by her common sense and loyalty, if not by her peculiar views. In fact, the consensus of opinion in Rochester was much like that of the woman who remarked, "No, I am not converted to what these women advocate. I am too cowardly for that, but I am converted to Susan B. Anthony." This, however, was far from the attitude of Lucy Stone's Woman's Journal, which had ignored Susan's voting in November 1872 because it was out of sympathy with this militant move and with her interpretation of the 14th and 15th Amendments. Later, as her case progressed in the courts, the Journal did give it brief notice as a news item. But in 1873, when it listed as a mark of honor the woman who had worked wisely for the cause, Susan B. Anthony's name was not among them. And this did not pass unnoticed by Susan, nor did the fact that she was snubbed by the Congress of Women, meeting in New York and sponsored by Mary A. Livermore, Julia Ward Howe, and Maria Mitchell. This drawing away of woman hurt her far more than newspaper jibes. In fact, she was sadly disappointed in woman's response to the Herculean effort she was making for them. Even more disconcerting was the adverse decision of the Supreme Court on the Myra Bradwell case, which at once shattered the confidence of most of her legal advisers. The court held that Illinois had violated no provision of the federal Constitution in refusing to allow Myra Bradwell to practice law because she was a woman, and declared that the right to practice law in state courts is not a privilege or an immunity of a citizen of the United States, nor is the power of a state to prescribe qualifications for admission to the bar affected by the 14th Amendment. Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase, filing a dissenting opinion, lived up to Susan's faith in him, but Benjamin Butler wrote her, "I do not believe anybody in Congress doubts that the Constitution authorizes the right of women to vote, precisely as it authorizes trial by jury and many other like rights guaranteed to citizens." But the difficulty is, the courts long since decided that the constitutional provisions do not act upon the citizens except as guarantees, ex proprio vigore, and in order to give force to them, there must be legislation. Therefore, the point is for the friends of women's suffrage to get congressional legislation. Susan, however, never wavered in her conviction that she, as a citizen, had a constitutional right to vote, and that it was her duty to test this right in the courts. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Is it a crime for a citizen to vote? Charged with the crime of voting illegally, Susan was brought to trial on June 17, 1873, in the peaceful village of Canandaigua, New York. Simply dressed and wearing her new bonnet faced with blue silk and draped with a dotted veil, she stoically climbed the courthouse steps, feeling as if on her shoulders she carried the political destiny of American women. With her were her counsel, Henry R. Selden and John Van Voorhees, her sister Hannah Mosier, most of the women who had voted with her in Rochester, and Matilda Jocelyn Gage, whose interest in this case was akin to her own. In the courtroom on the second floor, seated behind the bar, Susan watched the curious crowd gather and fill every available seat. She wondered, as she calmly surveyed the all-male jury, whether they could possibly understand the humiliation of a woman who had been arrested for exercising the rights of a citizen. The judge, Ward Hunt, did not promise well, for he had only recently been appointed to the bench through the influence of his friend and townsman Roscoe Conkling, the undisputed leader of the Republican Party in New York and a bitter opponent of women's suffrage. She tried to fathom this small, white-haired, colorless judge upon whose fairness so much depended. Prim and stolid, he sat before her, faultlessly dressed in a suit of black broadcloth, his neck wound with an immaculate white neckcloth. He ruled against her at once, refusing to let her testify on her own behalf. She was completely satisfied, however, as she listened to Henry Selden's presentation of her case. Tall and commanding, he stood before the court with nobility and kindness in his face and eyes, bringing to mind a handsome, cultured Lincoln. So logical, so just was his reasoning, so impressive were his citations of the law, that it seemed to her they must convince the jury and even the expressionless judge on the bench. Pointing out that the only alleged ground of the illegality of Miss Anthony's vote was that she was a woman, Henry Selden declared, if the same act had been done by her brother, under the same circumstances, the act would have been not only innocent and laudable, but honorable. But having been done by a woman, it is said to be a crime. I believe this is the first instance in which a woman has been arraigned in a criminal court merely on account of her sex. He claimed that Miss Anthony had voted in good faith, believing that the United States Constitution gave her the right to vote, and he clearly outlined her interpretation of the 14th and 15th Amendments, declaring that she stood arraigned as a criminal simply because she took the only step possible to bring this great constitutional question before the courts. After he had finished, Susan followed closely for 2 long hours the arguments of the district attorney, Richard Crowley, who contended that whatever her intentions may have been, good or bad, she had, by her voting, violated a law of the United States and was therefore guilty of the crime. At the close of the district attorney's argument, Judge Hunt, without leaving the bench, drew out a written document, and to her surprise, read from it as he addressed the jury. "The right of voting, or the privilege of voting," he declared, "is a right or privilege arising under the Constitution of the state, not of the United States. The legislature of the state of New York," he continued, "has seen fit to say that the franchise of voting shall be limited to the male sex. If the 15th Amendment had contained the word sex, the argument of the defendant would have been potent. The 14th Amendment gives no right to a woman to vote, and the voting of Miss Anthony was in violation of the law." There was no ignorance of any fact, he added, but all the facts being known, she undertook to settle a principle in her own person. To constitute a crime, it is true, that there must be a criminal intent, but it is equally true that knowledge of the facts of the case is always held to supply this intent. Then, hesitating a moment, he concluded, "Upon this evidence, I suppose there is no question for the jury, and that the jury should be directed to find a verdict of guilty." Immediately Henry Selden was on his feet, addressing the judge, requesting that the jury determine whether or not the defendant was guilty of crime. Judge Hunt, however, refused and firmly announced, "The question, gentlemen of the jury, and the form it finally takes, is wholly a question or questions of law, and I have decided, as a question of law, in the first place, that under the 14th Amendment, which Miss Anthony claims protects her, she was not protected in a right to vote. And I have decided also," he continued, "that her belief and the advice which she took does not protect her in the act which she committed. If I am right in this, the result must be a verdict on your part of guilty, and therefore I direct that you find a verdict of guilty." Again Henry Selden was on his feet. "That is a direction," he declared, "that no court has power to make in a criminal case." The courtroom was tense. Susan, watching the jury and wondering if they would meekly submit to his will, heard the judge tersely order, "Take the verdict, Mr. Clerk." "Gentlemen of the jury," intoned the clerk, "hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. You say you find the defendant guilty of the offense whereof she stands indicted, and so say you all." Claiming exception to the direction of the court that the jury find a verdict of guilty in this, a criminal case, Henry Selden asked that the jury be polled. To this, Judge Hunt abruptly replied, "No. Gentlemen of the jury, you are discharged." That night, Susan recorded her estimate of Judge Hunt's verdict in her diary in one terse sentence: "The greatest outrage history ever witnessed." The New York Sun, the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, and the Canandaigua Times were indignant over Judge Hunt's failure to poll the jury. "Judge Hunt," commented the Sun, "allowed the jury to be impaneled and sworn, and to hear the evidence, but when the case had reached the point of rendering the verdict, he directed a verdict of guilty. He thus denied a trial by jury to an accused party in his court, and either through malice, which we do not believe, or through ignorance, which in such a flagrant degree is equally culpable in a judge, he violated one of the most important provisions of the Constitution of the United States. The privilege of polling the jury has been held to an absolute right in this state, and it is a substantial right." Claiming that the defendant had been denied her right of trial by jury, Henry Selden the next day moved for a new trial. Judge Hunt denied the motion, and ordering the defendant to stand up, asked her, "Has the prisoner anything to say why sentence shall not be pronounced?" "Yes, Your Honor," Susan replied. "I have many things to say, for in your ordered verdict of guilty, you have trampled underfoot every vital principle of our government. My natural rights, my civil rights, my political rights, my judicial rights are all alike ignored." Impatiently, Judge Hunt protested that he could not listen to a rehearsal of arguments which her counsel had already presented. "May it please Your Honor," she persisted, "I am not arguing the question, but simply stating the reasons why sentence cannot in justice be pronounced against me. Your denial of my citizen's right to vote is the denial of my right of consent as one of the governed, the denial of my right of representation as one of the taxed, the denial of my right to a trial by a jury of my peers." "The court cannot allow the prisoner to go on," interrupted Judge Hunt. But Susan, ignoring his command to sit down, protested that her prosecutors and the members of the jury were all her political sovereigns. Again, Judge Hunt tried to stop her, but she was not to be put off. She was pleading for all women, and her voice rang out to every corner of the courtroom. "The court must insist," declared Judge Hunt. "The prisoner has been tried according to established forms of law." "Yes, Your Honor," admitted Susan, "but by forms of law all made by men, interpreted by men, administered by men, in favor of men, and against women." "The court orders the prisoner to sit down," shouted Judge Hunt. "It will not allow another word." Unheeding, Susan continued. "When I was brought before Your Honor for trial, I hoped for a broad and liberal interpretation of the Constitution and its recent amendments that should declare all United States citizens under its protecting aegis, that should declare equality of rights the national guarantee to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. By failing to get this justice, failing even to get a trial by a jury not of my peers, I ask not leniency at your hands, but rather the full rigors of the law." Once more, Judge Hunt tried to stop her, and acquiescing at last, she sat down, only to be ordered by him to stand up as he pronounced her sentence, a fine of $100 and the costs of prosecution. "May it please Your Honor," she protested, "I shall never pay $1 of your unjust penalty. All the stock in trade I possess is a $10,000 debt incurred by publishing my paper, The Revolution, the sole object of which was to educate all women to do precisely as I have done, rebel against your man-made, unjust, unconstitutional forms of law that tax, fine, imprison, and hang women while they deny them the right of representation in the government. I shall earnestly and persistently continue to urge all women to the practical recognition of the old revolutionary maxim that resistance to tyranny is obedience to God." Pouring cold water on this blaze of oratory, Judge Hunt tersely remarked that the court would not require her imprisonment pending the payment of her fine. This shrewd move, obviously planned in advance, made it impossible to carry the case to the United States Supreme Court by writ of habeas corpus. That same afternoon, Susan was on hand for the trial of the 3 election inspectors. This time, Judge Hunt submitted the case to the jury, but with explicit instructions that the defendants were guilty. The jury returned a verdict of guilty, and the inspectors, denied a new trial, were each fined $25 and costs. 2 of them, Edwin F. Marsh and William B. Hall, refused to pay their fines and were sent to jail. Susan appealed on their behalf to Senator Sargent in Washington, who eventually secured a pardon for them from President Grant. He also presented a petition to the Senate in January 1874 to remit Susan's fine, as did William Suffrage of Iowa to the House, but the Judiciary Committees reported adversely. Because neither of these cases had been decided on the basis of national citizenship and the right of a citizen to vote, Susan was heartsick. To have them relegated to the category of election fraud was as if her high purpose had been trailed in the dust. Wishing to spread reliable information about her trial and the legal questions involved, she had 3,000 copies of the court proceedings printed for distribution. It was hard for her to concede that justice for women could not be secured in the courts, but there seemed to be no way in the face of the cold letter of the law to take her case to the Supreme Court of the United States. This would have been possible on writ of habeas corpus, had Judge Hunt sentenced her to prison for failure to pay her fine, but this he carefully avoided. Even that intrepid fighter, John Van Voorhees, could find no loophole, and another of her loyal friends in the legal profession, Albert G. Riddle, wrote her, "There is not, I think, the slightest hope from the courts, and just as little from the politicians. They will never take up this cause, never. Individuals will, parties never, till the thing is done. The trouble is that man can govern alone, and that, though woman has the right, man wants to do it, and if she wait for him to ask her, she will never vote. Either man must be made to see and feel the need of woman's help in the great field of human government, and so demand it, or woman must arise and come forward as she never has, and take her place." The case of Virginia Minor of St. Louis still held out a glimmer of hope. She had brought suit against an election inspector for his refusal to register her as a voter in the presidential election of 1872, and the case of Minor versus Happersett reached the United States Supreme Court in 1874. An adverse decision on March 29, 1875, delivered by Chief Justice Waite, a friend of women's suffrage, was a bitter blow to Susan and to all those who had pinned their faith on a more liberal interpretation of the 14th and 15th Amendments. Carefully studying the decision, Susan tried to fathom its reasoning, so foreign to her own ideas of justice. "Sex," she read, "has never been made as one of the elements of citizenship in the United States. The 14th Amendment did not affect the citizenship of women any more than it did of men. The direct question is, therefore, presented whether all citizens are necessarily voters." She read on, "The Constitution does not define the privileges and immunities of citizens. In this case, we need not determine what they are, but only whether suffrage is necessarily one of them. It certainly is nowhere made in so express terms. When the Constitution of the United States was adopted, all the several states, with the exception of Rhode Island, had constitutions of their own. We find in no state were all citizens permitted to vote. Women were excluded from suffrage in nearly all the states by the express provision of their constitutions and laws. No new state has ever been admitted to the Union which has conferred the right of suffrage upon women, and this has never been considered valid objection to her admission. On the contrary, the right of suffrage was withdrawn from women as early as 1807 in the state of New Jersey, without any attempt to obtain the interference of the United States to prevent it. Since then, the governments of the insurgent states have been reorganized under a requirement that, before their representatives could be admitted to seats in Congress, they must have adopted new constitutions, republican in form. In no one of these constitutions was suffrage conferred upon women, and yet the states have all been restored to their original position as states in the Union. Certainly, if the courts can consider any question settled, this is one. Our province, concluded Chief Justice Waite, is to decide what the law is, not to declare what it should be. Being unanimously of the opinion that the Constitution of the United States does not confer the right of suffrage upon anyone, and that the constitutions and laws of the several states which commit that important trust to men alone are not necessarily void, we affirm the judgment of the court below. A states' right document, Susan called this decision, as she scored it as inconsistent with the policies of a Republican administration which, through the Civil War amendments, had established federal control over the rights and privileges of citizens. If the Constitution does not confer the right of suffrage, she asked herself, why does it define the qualifications of those voting for members of the House of Representatives? How about the enfranchisement of Negroes by federal amendment, or the enfranchisement of foreigners? Why did the federal government interfere in her case instead of leaving it in the hands of the state of New York? Like most abolitionists, Susan had always regarded the principles of the Declaration of Independence as underlying the Constitution and as the essence of constitutional law. In her opinion, the interpretation of the Constitution in the Virginia Minor case was not only out of harmony with the spirit of the Declaration of Independence, but also contrary to the wise counsel of the great English jurist Sir Edward Coke, who said, "Whenever the question of liberty runs doubtful, the decision must be given in favor of liberty." In the face of such a ruling by the highest court in the land, she was helpless. Women were shut out of the Constitution and denied its protection. From here on, there was only one course to follow: to press again for a 16th Amendment to enfranchise women. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Social Purity. Militancy among the suffragists continued to flare up here and there in resistance to taxation without representation. Abby Kelly Foster's home in Worcester was sold for taxes for a mere fraction of its worth, while in Glastonbury, Connecticut, Abby and Julia Smith's cows and personal property were seized for taxes. Both Dr. Harriet K. Hunt in Boston and Mary Anthony in Rochester continued their tax protests. Much as Susan admired this spirited rebellion, she recognized that these militant gestures were but flames in the wind, unless they had behind them a well-organized, sustained campaign for a 16th Amendment, and this she could not undertake until the Revolution debt was paid. Nor was there anyone to pinch hit for her, since Ernestine Rose had returned to England, and Mrs. Stanton gave all her time to Lyceum lectures. At the moment, the prospect looked bleak for women's suffrage. In Congress, there was not the slightest hope of the introduction of, or action on, a 16th Amendment. In the states, interest was kept alive by women's suffrage bills before the legislatures, and year by year, with more people recognizing the inherent justice of the demand, the margin of defeat grew smaller. Whenever these state contests were critical, Susan managed to be on hand, giving up profitable lecture engagements to speak without fees. In Michigan in 1874 and in Iowa in 1875, she made new friends for the cause, but was unable to stem the tide of prejudice against granting women the vote. After the defeat in Michigan, she wrote in her diary, "Every whiskey maker, vendor, drinker, gambler, every ignorant, besotted man is against us." And then the other extreme, every narrow, selfish, religious bigot. A new militant movement swept the country in 1874, starting in small Ohio towns among women who were so aroused over the evil influence of liquor on husbands, sons, fathers, and brothers that they gathered in front of saloons to sing and pray, hoping to persuade drunkards to reform and saloon keepers to close their doors. Out of this uprising, the Women's Christian Temperance Union developed, and within the next few years was organized into a powerful reform movement by a young schoolteacher from Illinois, Frances E. Willard. A lifelong advocate of temperance, Susan had long before reached the conclusion that this reform could not be achieved by a strictly temperance or religious movement, but only through the votes of women. Nevertheless, she lent a helping hand to the Rochester women who organized a branch of the WCTU, but she told them just how she felt. "The best thing this organization will do for you will be to show you how utterly powerless you are to put down the liquor traffic. You can never talk down or sing down or pray down an institution which is voted into existence. You will never be able to lessen this evil until you have votes." As she traveled through the West for the Lyceum Bureau, she did what she could to stimulate interest in a federal women's suffrage amendment, speaking out of a full heart and with sure knowledge on bread and the ballot and the power of the ballot, earning on average $100 a week, which she applied to the Revolution debt. Lyceum lecturers were now at the height of their popularity, particularly in the West, where in the little towns scattered across the prairies there were few libraries and theaters, and the distribution of books, magazines, and newspapers in no way met the people's thirst for information or entertainment. Men, women, and children rode miles on horseback or drove over rough roads in wagons to see and hear a prominent lecturer. Susan was always a drawing card, for a woman on the lecture platform still was a novelty, and almost everyone was curious about Susan B. Anthony. Many, to their surprise, discovered she was not the caricature they had been led to believe. She looked very ladylike and proper as she stood before them in her dark silk platform dress, a little too stern and serious perhaps, but frequently her face lighted up with a friendly smile. She spoke to them as equals, and they could follow her reasoning. Her simple conversational manner was refreshing after the sonorous, pretentious oratory of other lecturers. Continuous travel in all kinds of weather was difficult. Branch lines were slow and connections poor. Often trains were delayed by blizzards, and then, to keep her engagements, she was obliged to travel by sleigh over the snowy prairies. There were long waits in dingy, dirty railroad stations late at night. Even there she was always busy, reading her newspapers in the dim light or dashing off letters home on any scrap of paper she had at hand, thinking gratefully of her sister Mary, who, in addition to her work as superintendent of the neighborhood public school, supervised the household at 7 Madison Street. Hotel rooms were cold and drab, the food was uninviting, and only occasionally did she find to her delight a Christian cup of coffee. She often felt that the Lyceum Bureau drove her unnecessarily hard, routed her inefficiently, and profited too generously from her labors. Now and then she dispensed with their services, sent out her own circulars, soliciting engagements, and arranged her own tours, proving to her satisfaction that a woman could be as businesslike as a man, and sometimes more so. Weighed down by worry over the illness of her sisters, Guelma and Hannah, she felt a lack of fire and enthusiasm in her work. Anxiously she waited for letters from home, and when none reached her, she was in despair. At such times, hotel rooms seemed doubly lonely, and she reproached herself for being away from home and for putting too heavy a burden on her sister Mary. Yet there was nothing else to be done until the Revolution debt was paid, for some of her creditors were becoming impatient. As often as possible, Susan returned to Rochester to be with her family, and was able to nurse Guelma through the last weeks of her illness. Heartbroken when she died, in November 1873, she resolved to take better care of Hannah, sending her out to Colorado and Kansas for her health. She then tried to spend the summer months at home so that Mary could visit Hannah in Colorado and Daniel and Merritt in Kansas. These months at home with her mother, whom she dearly loved, were a great comfort to them both. They enjoyed reading aloud, finding George Eliot's Middlemarch and Hawthorne's Scarlet Letter of particular interest, as Susan was searching for the answers to many questions which had been brought into sharp focus by the Beecher-Tilton case, now filling the newspapers. Like everyone else, she read the latest developments in this tragic involvement of three of her good friends. She was especially concerned about Elizabeth and Theodore Tilton, in whose home she had so often visited and toward whom she felt a warm, motherly affection. Her sympathy went out to Elizabeth Tilton, whose help and loyalty during the difficult days of the Revolution she never forgot. Although she had often differed with Theodore, whose quick changes of policy and temperament she could not understand, he had won her gratitude many times by befriending the cause. The same was true of Henry Ward Beecher, who had found time in his busy life to say a good word for women's rights. Susan was close to the facts, for in desperation a few years before, Elizabeth Tilton had confided in her. Unfortunately, both Elizabeth and Theodore had made confidants of others less wise than Susan. Mrs. Stanton had passed the story along to Victoria Woodhull, who late in 1872 had revived her weekly for a crusade on what she called the social question, and had published her expose, The Beecher-Tilton Scandal Case. As a result, the lives of all involved were being ruined by merciless publicity. The Beecher-Tilton story, as it unfolded, revealed three admirable people caught in a tangled web of human relationships. Henry Ward Beecher, for years a close friend and benefactor of his young parishioners, Theodore and Elizabeth Tilton, had been accused by Theodore of immoral relations with Elizabeth. Accusations and denials continued while intrigue and negotiations deepened the confusion. The whole matter burst into flame in 1874 in the trial of Henry Ward Beecher before a committee of Plymouth Church, which exonerated him. Reading Beecher's statement in her newspaper, Susan impulsively wrote Isabella Beecher Hooker, "Wouldn't you think if God ever did strike anyone dead for telling a lie, he would have struck then?" When early in 1875 the Beecher-Tilton case reached the courts in a suit brought by Theodore Tilton against Henry Ward Beecher for the alienation of his wife's affections, it became headline news throughout the country. The press, greedy for sensation, published anything and everything even remotely connected with the case. Reporters hounded Susan, who by this time was again lecturing in the West, and she seldom entered a train, bus, or hotel without finding them at her heels, as if by their very persistence they meant to force her to express her opinion regarding the guilt or innocence of Henry Ward Beecher. They never caught her off guard, and she steadfastly refused to reveal to them, or to the lawyers of either side, who astutely approached her, the story which Elizabeth Tilton had told her in confidence. Yet, in spite of her continued silence, she was twice quoted by the press, once through the impulsiveness of Mrs. Stanton, who expressed herself frankly at every opportunity, and again when the New York Graphic, without Susan's consent, published her letter to Mrs. Hooker. The sympathy of the public was generally with Henry Ward Beecher, whose popularity and prestige were tremendous. A dynamic preacher, whose sermons drew thousands to his church, and whose written word carried religion and comfort to every part of the country, he could not suddenly be ruined by the circulation of a scandal or even by a sensational trial. Behind him were all those who were convinced that the future of the church and morality demanded his vindication. On his side also, as Susan well knew, was the powerful behind-the-scenes influence of the financial interests who profited from Plymouth church real estate, from the earnings of Beecher's paper, Christian Union, and from his book, The Life of Christ, now in preparation and for which he had already been paid $20,000. Susan and Mrs. Stanton paid the penalty of being on the unpopular side. When Elizabeth Tilton was not allowed to testify in her own defense, they accused Beecher and Tilton of ruthlessly sacrificing her to save their own reputations. In fact, Susan and Mrs. Stanton knew far too much about the case for the comfort of either Beecher or Tilton, and to discredit them, a whispering campaign, and then a press campaign, was initiated against them. They and their National Women's Suffrage Association were again accused of upholding free love. Their previous association with Victoria Woodhull was held against them, as were the frank discussions of marriage and divorce published in the Revolution 6 years before. Actually, Susan's views on marriage were idealistic. "I hate the whole doctrine of variety or promiscuity," she wrote John Hooker, the husband of her friend Isabella. "I am not even a believer in second marriages after one of the parties is dead. So sacred and binding do I consider the marriage relation." Although in public Susan uttered not one word relating to the guilt or innocence of Henry Ward Beecher, she did confide her real feelings to her diary. She believed that to save himself, Beecher was withholding the explanation which the situation demanded. "It is almost an impossibility," she wrote in her diary, "for a man and woman to have a close, sympathetic friendship without the tendrils of one soul becoming fastened around the other, with the result of infinite pain and anguish." Then again she wrote, "There is nothing more demoralizing than lying. The act itself is scarcely so base as the lie which denies it." Susan's silence probably brought her more notoriety than anything she could have said on this much-discussed subject, and it heightened her reputation for honesty and integrity. "Miss Anthony," commented the New York Sun, "is a lady whose word will everywhere be believed by those who know anything of her character." The Rochester Democrat and Chronicle had this to say: "Whether she will make any definite revelations remains to be seen, but whatever she does say will be received by the public with that credit which attaches to the evidence of a truthful witness. Her own character, known and honored by the country, will give importance to any utterances she may make." She was not called as a witness by either side during the 112 days of trial, which ended in July 1875 with the jury unable to agree on a verdict. Realizing that many taboos were being broken down by the lurid nationwide publicity on the Beecher-Tilton case, and that, as a result, people were more willing to consider subjects which hitherto had not been discussed in polite society, Susan began to plan a lecture on social purity. She was familiar with the public protest Englishwomen under the leadership of Josephine Butler were making against the state regulation of vice. Following with interest and admiration their courageous fight for the repeal of the Contagious Diseases Acts, which placed women suspected of prostitution under police power, Susan found encouragement in the support these reformers had received from such men as John Stuart Mill and Jacob Bright. Such legislation, she resolved, must not gain a foothold in her country, because it not only disregarded women's right to personal liberty, but showed a dangerous callousness towards men's share of responsibility for prostitution. She was awake to the problems prostitution presented in cities like New York and Washington, its prevalence, the police protection it received, the political corruption it fostered, and the reluctance of the public to face the situation, the majority of men regarding it as a necessity, and most women closing their eyes to its existence. During the winter of 1875, while the Beecher-Tilton case was being tried in Brooklyn, she delivered her speech on social purity at the Chicago Grand Opera House, in the Sunday dime lecture course, facing with trepidation the immense crowd which gathered to hear her. Even the daring Mrs. Stanton had warned her that she would never be asked to speak in Chicago again, and with this the manager of the Slayton Lecture Bureau agreed. But they were wrong. The people were hungry for the truth and for a constructive policy. In the past, they had heard the social evil described and denounced in vivid, thunderous words by eloquent men and by the dramatic Anna E. Dickinson. Now an earnest woman with graying hair, one of their own kind, talked to them without mincing matters, calmly and logically, and offered them a remedy. Calling their attention to the daily newspaper reports of divorce and breach of promise suits, of wife murders and paramour shootings, of abortions and infanticide, she told them that the prevalence of these evils showed clearly that men were incapable of coping with them successfully and needed the help of women. She cited statistics, revealing 20,000 prostitutes in the city of New York, where a foundling hospital, during the first 6 months of its existence, rescued 1,300 waifs laid in baskets on its doorstep. She courageously mentioned the prevalence of venereal disease and spoke out against England's Contagious Diseases Acts, which were repeatedly suggested for New York and Washington, and which she described as licensed prostitution, men's futile and disastrous attempt to deal with social corruption. Declaring that the poverty and economic dependence of women as well as the passions of men were the causes of prostitution, she quoted more statistics which showed a great increase in the poverty of women. Work formerly done in the household, she explained, was being gradually taken over by factories, with the result that women, in order to earn a living, had been forced to follow it out of the home and were supporting themselves wholly or in part at a wage inadequate to meet their needs. No wonder many were tempted by food, clothes, and comfortable shelter into an immoral life. Her solution was to lift this vast army of poverty-stricken women who now crowd our cities above the temptation, the necessity to sell themselves, in marriage or out, for bread and shelter. Women, she told them, must be educated out of their unthinking acceptance of financial dependence on man into mental and economic independence. Girls, like boys, must be educated to some lucrative employment. Women, like men, must have an equal chance to earn a living. Whoever controls work and wages, she continued, controls morals. Therefore, we must have women employers, superintendents, committees, legislators. Wherever girls go to seek the means of subsistence, there must be some woman. Nay, more. We must have women preachers, lawyers, doctors, that wherever women go to seek counsel, spiritual, legal, physical, there too they will be sure to find the best and noblest of their own sex to minister to them. Then she added, marriage, to women as to men, must be a luxury, not a necessity, an incident of life, not all of it. Marriage never will cease to be a wholly unequal partnership until the law recognizes the equal ownership in the joint earnings and possessions. She asked for the vote so that women would have the power to help make the laws relating to marriage, divorce, adultery, breach of promise, rape, bigamy, infanticide, and so on. These laws, she reminded them, have not only been framed by men, but are administered by men. Judges, jurors, lawyers are all men, and no woman's voice is heard in our courts except as accused or witness, and in many cases the married woman is denied the right to testify as to her guilt or innocence. Never before had the audience heard the case for social purity presented in this way, and they listened intently. When the applause was subsiding, Susan saw Parker Pillsbury and Branson Alcott, fellow lecturers on the Lyceum circuit, coming toward her, smiling approval. They were generous in their praise, Branson Alcott declaring, "You have stated here this afternoon, in a fearless manner, truths that I have hardly dared to think, much less to utter." She repeated this lecture in St. Louis, in Wisconsin, and in Kansas. And while most city newspapers, acknowledging the need of facing the issues, praised her courage, small-town papers were frankly disturbed by a spinster's public discussion of the social evil, one paper observing, "The best lecture a woman can give the community on the sad evil is the sincerity of her profound ignorance on the subject." Having bravely done her bit for social purity, Susan, with relief, turned again to her favorite lecture, Bread and the Ballot. Her message fell on fertile ground. These Western men and women saw justice in her reasoning. Having broken with tradition by leaving the East for the frontier, they could more easily drop old ways for new. Western men also recognized the influence for good that women had brought to lonely, bleak Western towns, better homes, cleanliness, comfort, then schools, churches, law and order, and many of them were willing to give women the vote. All they needed was prodding to translate that willingness into law. As she continued her lecturing, she kept her watchful eye on her family and the annual New York and Washington conventions, attending to many of the routine details herself. Finally, on May 1st, 1876, she recorded in her diary, "The day of jubilee for me has come. I have paid the last dollar of the Revolution debt." Even the press took notice, the Chicago Daily News commenting, "By working 6 years and devoting to the purpose all the money she could earn, she has paid the debt and interest. And now, when the creditors of that paper and others who really know her hear the name of Susan B. Anthony, they feel inclined to raise their hats in reverence." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, A Federal Woman Suffrage Amendment. Like everybody else in the United States in 1876, Susan now turned her attention to the Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia, which was proclaiming to the world the progress this new country had made. Susan pointed out, however, that 100 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, women were still deprived of basic citizenship rights. As an afterthought, a woman's pavilion had been erected on the exposition grounds, and exhibited here she found only women's contribution to the arts, but nothing which would in any way show the part women had played in building up the country or developing industry. She longed to explain, so that all could hear, how the skilled work of women had contributed to the prosperous textile and shoe industries, to the manufacture of cartridges and Waltham watches, and countless other products. Could she have had her way, she would have had made the Women's Pavilion an eloquent appeal for equal rights. But unable to do this, she established a center of rebellion for the National Women's Suffrage Association at 1431 Chestnut Street, in parlors on the first floor. Here she spent many happy hours directing the work, often sleeping on the sofa so that she could work late and save money for the cause. Philadelphia had always been a friendly city because of Lucretia Mott. Now Lucretia came almost daily to the women's headquarters, bringing a comforting sense of support, approval, and friendship. When Mrs. Stanton, free at last from her lecture engagements, joined them in June, Susan's happiness was complete, and she confided to her diary, glad enough to see her and feel her strength come in. Susan and Mrs. Stanton now sent the Republican and Democratic National Conventions well-written memorials pointing out the appropriateness of enfranchising women in this centennial year. But no woman suffrage plank was adopted by either party. Susan put Mrs. Stanton and Mrs. Gage to work on a Woman's Declaration of 1876. And so magnificent a document did they produce that she not only had many copies printed for distribution, but had one beautifully engrossed on parchment for presentation to President Grant at the 4th of July celebration in Independence Square. Unable to secure permission to present this declaration, she made plans of her own. For herself, she managed to get a press card as reporter for her brother's paper, the Leavenworth Times. Mrs. Stanton and Lucretia Mott refused to attend the celebration, so indignant were they over the snubs women had received from the Centennial Commission, and they held a women's meeting at the First Unitarian Church. When at the last minute 4 tickets were sent Susan by the Centennial Commission, she gave them to the most militant of her colleagues, Matilda Jocelyn Gage, Lily Devereux Blake, Sarah Andrews Spencer, and Phoebe Couzens. With Susan in the lead, they pushed through the jostling crowd to Independence Square on that bright, hot 4th of July, and were seated among the elect on the platform. By this time they had learned that Thomas W. Ferry of Michigan, acting vice president, would substitute for President Grant at the ceremony. Because he was a good friend of woman suffrage, Phoebe Couzens made one more effort for orderly procedure, sending him a note asking for permission to present the Woman's Declaration. This failed, and rather than take part in creating a disturbance, she withdrew, leaving her 4 friends on the platform. "We sat there waiting," reported Mrs. Blake. "The heat was frightful. Amid such a throng, it was difficult to hear anything. We decided that our presentation should take place immediately after Mr. Richard Lee of Virginia, grandson of the signer, had read the Declaration of Independence. He read it from the original document, and it was an impressive moment when that time-honored parchment was exposed to the view of the wildly cheering crowd. Mr. Lee's voice was inaudible, but at last I caught the words, "Our sacred honors," and cried, "Now is the time." We all four rose, Miss Anthony first, next Mrs. Gage, bearing our engrossed declaration, and Mrs. Spencer and myself following with hundreds of printed copies in our hands. There was a stir in the crowd just at the time, and General Hawley, who had been keeping a wary eye on us, had relaxed his vigilance for a moment, as he signed to the band to resume playing. He did not see us advancing until we reached the Vice President's dais. There Miss Anthony, taking the parchment from Mrs. Gage, stepped forward and presented it to Mr. Ferry, saying, "I present to you a Declaration of Rights from the women citizens of the United States." Nonplussed, Mr. Ferry bowed low and received the declaration without a word. Then the four intrepid women filed out, distributing printed copies of their declarations, while General Hawley boomed out, "Order! Order!" Leaving the square and mounting a platform erected for musicians in front of Independence Hall, they waited until a curious crowd had gathered around them. Then, while Mrs. Gage held an umbrella over Susan to shield her from the hot sun, she read the woman's declaration in a loud, clear voice that carried far. "We do rejoice in the success, thus far, of our experiment of self-government," she began. "Our faith is firm and unwavering in the broad principles of human rights proclaimed in 1776, not only as abstract truths, but as the cornerstones of a republic. Yet we cannot forget, even in this glad hour, that while all men of every race and clime and condition have been invested with the full rights of citizenship under our hospitable flag, all women still suffer the degradation of disfranchisement." Then she enumerated women's grievances, and the crowd applauded as she drove home point after point. "Women," she continued, "has shown equal devotion with man to the cause of freedom, and has stood firmly by his side in its defense. Together they have made this country what it is. We ask our rulers at this hour no special favors, no special privileges. We ask justice. We ask equality. We ask that all civil and political rights that belong to the citizens of the United States be guaranteed to us and our daughters forever." Stepping down from the platform into the applauding crowd which eagerly reached for printed copies of the Declaration, she and her four companions hurried to the First Unitarian Church, where an eager audience awaited their report and hailed their courage. The New York Tribune, commenting on Susan's militancy, prophesied that it foreshadowed the new forms of violence and disregard of order which may accompany the participation of women in active partisan politics. Nor was Congress impressed by Susan's centennial publicity demanding a federal woman suffrage amendment. She had gathered petitions from 26 states, with 10,000 signatures which were presented to the Senate in 1877. The majority of the senators found these petitions uproariously funny, and Susan in the visitors' gallery at the time of their presentation was infuriated by the mirth and disrespect of these men. A few read the petitions as they would any other, with dignity and without comment, reported the popular journalist Mary Clemmer and her weekly Washington column. But the majority seemed intensely conscious of holding something unutterably funny in their hands. The entire Senate presented the appearance of a laughing school practicing side-splitting and ear-extended grins. After a few humorous and sarcastic remarks, the petitions were referred to the Committee on Public Lands. Only one senator, Aaron A. Sargent of California, was man enough and gentleman enough to lift the petitions from this insulting proposition. He demanded for the petition of more than 10,000 women at least the courtesy which would be given any other. Although his words did not deter the senators, Susan was proud of this tall, vigorous, white-haired Californian, and grateful for his spontaneous support in this humiliating situation. He had been a trusted friend and counselor ever since she had shared with him and his family the long, snowy journey from Nevada in 1872. She looked forward to the time when women's suffrage would have more such advocates in the Congress, and when she would find there new faces and a more liberal spirit. Disappointment only drove Susan into more intensive activity. Between lectures, she now nursed her sister Hannah, who was critically ill in Daniel's home in Leavenworth. After Hannah's death in May 1877, Susan worked off her grief in Colorado, where the question of votes for women was being referred to the people of the state. The suffragists in Colorado were headed by Dr. Alida Avery, who had left her post as resident physician at the new Women's College, Vassar, to practice medicine in Denver. Making Dr. Avery's home her headquarters, Susan carried her plea for the ballot to settlements far from the railroads, traveling by stagecoach over rough, lonely roads through magnificent scenery. Holding meetings wherever she could, she spoke in schoolhouses, in hotel dining rooms, and even in saloons, when no other place was available. And always she was treated with respect and listened to with interest. Occasionally, only a mere handful gathered to hear her, but in Lake City she spoke to an audience of 1,000 or more from a dry goods box on the courthouse steps. She was equal to anything, but the mining towns depressed her, for they were swarming with foreigners who had been welcomed as naturalized and franchised citizens, and who almost to a man opposed extending the vote to women. This precedence of foreign-born men over American women was not only galling to her, but menaced, she believed, the growth of American democracy. Women's suffrage was defeated in Colorado in 1877, 2-1. With the Chinese coming into the state in great numbers to work in the mines, the specter that stalked through this campaign was the fear of putting the ballot into the hands of Chinese women. From Colorado, Susan moved on to Nebraska with a new lecture, The Homes of Single Women. Although she much preferred to speak on women and the 16th Amendment, or bread and the ballot, she realized that, in order to be assured of return engagements, she must occasionally vary her subjects, but she was unwilling to wander far afield while women's needs still were so great. By means of this new lecture, she hoped to dispel the widespread, deeply ingrained fallacy that single women were unwanted, helpless creatures, wholly dependent upon some male relative for a home and support. Aware that this mistaken estimate was slowly yielding in the face of a changing economic order, she believed she could help lessen its hold by presenting concrete examples of independent, self-supporting single women who had proved that marriage was not the only road to security and a home. She told of Alice and Phoebe Cary, whose home in New York City was a rendezvous for writers, artists, musicians, and reformers. Of Dr. Clemence Lozier, the friend of women medical students, and Mary L. Booth, well established through her income as editor of Harper's Bazaar, and of her beloved Lydia Mott, whose home had been a refuge for fugitive slaves and reformers. In Nebraska, she made a valuable new friend for the cause, Clara Bewick Colby, whose zeal and earnest, intelligent face at once attracted her. Within a few years, Mrs. Colby established in Beatrice, Nebraska, a magazine for women, the Woman's Tribune, which to Susan's joy spoke out for a federal women's suffrage amendment. Because Susan's contract with the Slayton Lecture Bureau allowed no break in her engagements, she was obliged to leave the Washington Convention of the National Woman Suffrage Association in the hands of others in 1878. It was much on her mind as she traveled through Dakota, Minnesota, Missouri, and Kansas, and she sent a check for $100 to help with the expenses of the convention. Particularly on her mind was a federal woman's suffrage amendment, for since 1869, when a 16th Amendment enfranchising women had been introduced in Congress and ignored, no further efforts along that line had been made. Now good news came from Mrs. Stanton, who had attended the convention. She had persuaded Senator Sargent to introduce in the Senate on January 10, 1878, a new draft of a 16th Amendment following the wording of the 15th. It read, "The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex." During the next few years, the 16th Amendment made little headway, although the complexion of Congress changed, the Democrats breaking the Republicans' hold and winning a substantial majority. Encouraging as was the more liberal spirit of the new Congress and the defeat of several implacable enemies, Susan found California's failure to return Senator Sargent an irreparable loss. In addition, she now had to face a newly formed group of anti-suffragists under the leadership of Mrs. Dahlgren, Mrs. Sherman, and Almira Lincoln Phelps, who sang the refrain which congressmen loved to hear, that women did not want the vote because it would wreck marriage and the home. Hoping to counteract this adverse influence by increased pressure for the 16th Amendment, Susan once more appealed for help to the American Women's Suffrage Association through her old friends William Lloyd Garrison and Wendell Phillips. Garrison replied that her efforts for a federal amendment were premature and would bring the movement into needless contempt. This she found strange advice from the man who had fearlessly defied public opinion to crusade against slavery. Wendell Phillips did better, writing, "I think you are on the right track. The best method to agitate the question, and I am with you, though between you and me, I still think the individual states must lead off, and that this reform must advance piecemeal, state by state. But I mean always to help everywhere and every one." The American Association continued to follow the state-by-state method, and this holding back aroused Susan to the boiling point, for experience had taught her that in state elections women's suffrage faced the prejudiced opposition of an ever-increasing number of naturalized immigrants who had little understanding of democratic government or sympathy with the rights of women. A federal amendment, on the other hand, depending for its adoption upon Congress and ratifying legislatures, was in the hands of a far more liberal, intelligent, and preponderantly American group. "We have puttered with state rights for 30 years," she sputtered, "without a foothold except in the territories." Year by year, she continued her Washington conventions, convinced that these gatherings in the national capital could not fail to impress congressmen with the seriousness of their purpose. As women from many states lobbied for the 16th Amendment, reporting a growing sentiment everywhere for women's suffrage as they received in the press respectful, friendly publicity, congressmen began to take notice. At the large receptions held at the Riggs House, through the generosity of the proprietors, Jane Spofford and her husband, congressmen became better acquainted with the suffragists, finding that they were not cranks, as they had supposed, but intelligent women and socially charming. Mrs. Stanton's poise as presiding officer and the warmth of her personality made her the natural choice for president of the National Woman's Suffrage Association through the years. Her popularity, now well established throughout the country after her 10 years of lecturing on the Lyceum circuit, lent prestige to the cause. To Susan, her presence brought strength and the assurance that the brave and true word would be spoken. A new office had been created for Susan, that of Vice President at Large, and in that capacity she guided, steadied, and prodded her flock. The subjects which the conventions discussed covered a wide field, going far beyond their persistent demands for a federal woman's suffrage amendment. Not only did they at this time urge an educational qualification for voters to combat the argument that women's suffrage would increase the ignorant vote, but they also protested the counting of women and the basis of representation so long as they were disfranchised. They criticized the church for barring women from ministry and from a share in church government. They took up the case of Anna Ella Carroll, who had been denied recognition and a pension for her services to her country during the Civil War, and they urged pensions for all women who had nursed soldiers during the war. They welcomed to their conventions Mormon women from Utah, who came to Washington to protest efforts to disfranchise them as a means of discouraging polygamy. Susan injected international interest into these conventions by reading Alexander Dumas' arguments for women's suffrage, letters from Victor Hugo and English suffragists, and a report by Mrs. Stanton's son, Theodore, now a journalist, of the International Congress in Paris in 1878, which discussed the rights of women. Occasionally, foreign-born women, now making new homes for themselves in this country, joined the ranks of the suffragists, and a few of them, like Madame Anna Kay and Clara Heyman from Germany, contributed a great deal through their eloquence and wider perspective. These contacts with the thoughts and aspirations of men and women of other countries led Susan to dream of an international conference of women in the not-too-distant future. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma Lutz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Recording Women's History. Recording women's history for future generations was a project that had been in the minds of both Susan and Mrs. Stanton for a long time. Both looked upon women's struggle for a share in government as a potent force in strengthening democracy and one to be emphasized in history. Men had always been the historians and had as a matter of course extolled men's exploits, passing over women's record as negligible. Susan intended to remedy this, and she was convinced that if women close to the facts did not record them now, they would be forgotten or misinterpreted by future historians. Already many of the old workers had died: Martha C. Wright, Lydia Mott, whom Susan had nursed in her last illness, Lucretia Mott, and William Lloyd Garrison. There was no time to be lost. In the spring of 1880, Susan's mother died, and it was no longer necessary for her to fit into her schedule frequent visits to Rochester. Her sister Mary, busy with her teaching, was sharing her home with her 2 widowed brothers-in-law and 2 nieces whose education she was supervising. Mrs. Stanton had just given up the strenuous life of a lyceum lecturer and welcomed work that would keep her at home. Susan, who had managed to save $4,500 out of her lecture fees, felt she could afford to devote at least a year to the history. She now shipped several boxes of letters, clippings, and documents to the Stanton home in Tenafly, New Jersey. As they planned their book, it soon became obvious that the 1 volume which they had hoped to finish in a few months would extend to 2 or 3 volumes and take many years to write. They called in Matilda Jocelyn Gage to help them, and the 3 of them signed a contract to share the work and the profits. The history presented a publishing problem as well as a writing ordeal, and Susan, interviewing New York publishers, found the subject had little appeal. Finally, however, she signed a contract with Fowler and Wells under which the authors agreed to pay the cost of composition, stereotyping, and engravings, and as usual, she raised the necessary funds. Returning to Tenafly as to a second home, Susan usually found Mrs. Stanton beaming a welcome from the piazza and Margaret and Harriet running to the gate to meet her. The Stanton children were fond of Susan. It was a comfortable, happy household, and Susan, thoroughly enjoying Mrs. Stanton's companionship, attacked the history with vigor. Sitting opposite each other at a big table in the sunny tower room, they spent long hours at work. Susan, thin and wiry, her graying hair neatly smoothed back over her ears, sat up very straight as she rapidly sorted old clippings and letters, and outlined chapters, while Mrs. Stanton, stout and placid, her white curls beautifully arranged, wrote steadily and happily, transforming masses of notes into readable, easy prose. Having sent appeals for information to colleagues in all parts of the country, Susan, as the contributions began to come in, struggled to decipher the often almost illegible handwritten manuscripts, many of them careless and inexact about dates and facts. To their request for data about her, Lucy Stone curtly replied, "I have never kept a diary or any record of my work, and so am unable to furnish you the required dates. You say I must be referred to in the history you are writing. I cannot furnish a biographical sketch and trust you will not try to make one. Yours with ceaseless regret that any wing of suffragists should attempt to write the history of the other." The greater part of the writing fell upon Mrs. Stanton, but Matilda Jocelyn Gage contributed the chapters Preceding Causes, Women in Newspapers, and Women, Church and State. Susan carefully selected the material and checked the facts. She helped with the copying of the handwritten manuscript and with the proofreading. Believing that pictures of the early workers were almost as important for the history as the subject matter itself, she tried to provide them, but they presented a financial problem with which it was hard to cope, for each engraving cost $100. When the first volume of the History of Women's Suffrage came off the press in May 1881, she proudly and lovingly scanned its 878 pages, which told the story of women's progress in the United States up to the Civil War. She was well aware that the history was not a literary achievement, but the facts were there, as accurate as humanly possible. All the eloquent, stirring speeches were there, a proof of the caliber and high intelligence of the pioneers. And out of the otherwise dull record of meetings, conventions, and petitions, a spirit of independence and zeal for freedom shone forth, highlighted occasionally by dramatic episodes. As Mrs. Stanton so aptly expressed it, "We have furnished the bricks and mortar for some future architect to rear a beautiful edifice." The distribution of the book was very much on Susan's mind, for she realized that it would not be in great demand because of its cost, bulk, and subject matter. Nor could she at this time present it to libraries as she wished, for she had already spent her savings on the illustrations. "It ought to be in every school library," she wrote Amelia Bloomer, "where every boy and girl of the nation could see and read and learn what women have done to secure equality of rights and chances for girls and women." So much material had been collected while Volume 1 was in preparation that both Susan and Mrs. Stanton felt they should immediately undertake Volume 2. After a summer of lecturing to help finance its publication, Susan returned to Tenafly to the monotonous work of compilation. "I am just sick to death of it," she wrote her young friend Rachel Foster. "I had rather wash or whitewash or do any possible hard work than sit here and go digging into the dusty records of the past. That is, rather make history than write it." Yet she never entirely gave up making history, for she was always planning for the future, and Rachel Foster was now her able lieutenant, relieving her of details, doing the spade work for the annual Washington conventions, and arranging for an occasional lecture engagement. Susan would not leave Tenafly for a lecture fee of less than $50. She took this intelligent young girl to her heart, as she had Anna E. Dickinson in the past. Rachel, however, had none of Anna's dramatic temperament or love of the limelight, but in her orderly, businesslike way was eager to serve Susan, whom she had admired ever since as a child she had heard her speak for women's suffrage in her mother's drawing-room. While Susan was pondering the ways and means of financing another volume of the history, the light broke through in a letter from Wendell Phillips, announcing the astonishing news that she and Lucy Stone had inherited approximately $25,000 each for the woman's cause under the will of Eliza Eddy, the daughter of their former benefactor, Francis Jackson. Although the legacy was not paid until 1885 because of litigation, its promise lightened considerably Susan's financial burden, and she knew that Volumes 2 and 3 were assured. Her gratitude to Eliza Eddy was unbounded, and better still, she read between the lines the goodwill of Wendell Phillips, who had been Eliza Eddy's legal adviser. That he, whom she admired above all men, should after their many differences still regard her as worthy of this trust meant as much to her as the legacy itself. In May 1882, she had the satisfaction of seeing the second volume of the History of Women's Suffrage in print, carrying woman's record through 1875. Volume 3 was not completed until 1885. Women's response to their own history was a disappointment. Only a few realized its value for the future, among them Mary L. Booth, editor of Harper's Bazaar. The majority were indifferent and some even critical. When Mrs. Stanton offered the 3 volumes to the Vassar College Library, they were refused. Nevertheless, every time Susan looked at the 3 large volumes on her shelves, she was happy, for now she was assured that woman's struggle for citizenship and freedom would live in print through the years. To libraries in the United States and Europe, she presented well over 1,000 copies, grateful that the Eliza Eddy legacy now made this possible. In 1883, Susan surprised everyone by taking a vacation in Europe. Soon after Volume 2 of the History had been completed, Mrs. Stanton had left for Europe with her daughter Harriet. Her letters to Susan reported not only Harriet's marriage to an Englishman, William Henry Blatch, but also encouraging talks with the forward-looking women of England and France whom she hoped to interest in an international organization. Repeatedly, she urged Susan to join her, to meet these women, and to rest for a while from her strenuous labors. The possibility of forming an international organization of women was a greater attraction to Susan than Europe itself, and when Rachel Foster suggested that she make the journey with her, she readily consented. "She goes abroad a Republican queen," observed the Kansas City Journal, "uncrowned, to be sure, but none the less of the blood royal. And we have faith that the noblest men and women of Europe will at once recognize and welcome her as their equal." In London, Susan met Mrs. Stanton, her face beaming and her white curls as lovely as ever. Then, after talking with English suffragists and her 2 old friends, William Henry Channing and Ernestine Rose, now living in England, Susan traveled with Rachel through Italy, Switzerland, Germany, and France, where a whole new world opened before her. She thoroughly enjoyed its beauty, yet there was much that distressed her, and she found herself far more interested in the people, their customs, and living conditions than in the treasures of art. "It is good for our young civilization," she wrote Daniel, "to see and study that of the old world and observe the hopelessness of lifting the masses into freedom and freedom's industry, honesty, and integrity. How any American, any lover of our free institutions, based on equality of rights for all, can settle down and live here is more than I can comprehend. It will only be by overturning the powers that education and equal chances ever can come to the rank and file. The hope of the world is indeed our republic." To a friend she reported, "Amidst it all, my head and heart turn to our battle for women at home. Here in the old world, with its utter blotting out of women as an equal, there is no hope, no possibility of changing her condition. So I look to our own land of equality for men and partial equality for women as the only one for hope or work." Back in London again, she allowed herself a few luxuries, such as an expensive India shawl, and more social life than she had had in many a year, and she longed to have Mary enjoy it all with her. She visited suffragists in Scotland and Ireland, as well as in England, and occasionally spoke at their meetings. Here, as in America, suffragists differed over the best way to win the vote, and even the most radical among them were more conservative and cautious than American women. but she admired them all and tried to understand the very different problems they faced. Gradually, she interested a few of them in an international conference of women, and before she sailed back to America with Mrs. Stanton in November 1883, she had their promise of cooperation. The newspapers welcomed her home. "Susan B. Anthony is back from Europe," announced the Cleveland leader, "and is here for a winter's fight on behalf of women's suffrage. She seems remarkably well and has gained 15 pounds since she left last spring. She is 63, but looks just the same as 20 years ago. There is perhaps an extra wrinkle in her face, a little more silver in her hair, but her blue eyes are just as bright, her mouth as serious, and her step as active as when she was 40. She would attract attention in any crowd." Susan came back to an indifferent Congress. "All would fall flat and dead if someone were not here to keep them in mind of their duty to us," she wrote a friend at this time. And to her diary she confided, "It is perfectly disheartening that no member feels any especial interest or earnest determination in pushing this question of women's suffrage to all men only a side issue." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Impetus from the West. My heart almost stands still. I hope against hope, but still I hope, Susan wrote in her diary in 1885 as she waited for news from Oregon Territory regarding the vote of the people on a woman's suffrage amendment. Women's suffrage was defeated in Oregon, and in Washington Territory, where in 1883 it had carried, a contest was being waged in the courts to invalidate it. In Nebraska, it had also been defeated in 1882. Since the victories in Wyoming and Utah in 1869 and 1870, not another state or territory had written women's suffrage into law. In spite of these setbacks, Susan still saw great promise in the West and resumed her lecturing there. She knew the rapidly growing young Western states and territories as few Easterners did, and she understood their people. Here, women were making themselves indispensable as teachers, and state universities, now open to them, graduated over 2,000 women a year. The Farmers' Alliance, the Grange, and the Prohibition Party, all distinctly Western in origin, admitted women to membership and were friendly to women's suffrage. School suffrage had been won in 12 Western states, as against 5 in the East, and Kansas women were now voting in municipal elections. In a sense, women's suffrage was becoming respectable in the West, and a woman was no longer ostracized by her friends for working with Susan B. Anthony. Still critical of her own speaking, Susan was often discouraged over her lectures, but her vitality, her naturalness, and her flashes of wit seldom failed to win over her audiences. Her nephew, Daniel Jr., a student at the University of Michigan, hearing her speak, wrote his parents, "At the beginning of her lecture, Aunt Susan does not do so well. But when she is in the midst of her argument and all her energies brought into play, I think she is a very powerful speaker." On these trips through the West, she kept in close touch with her brothers Daniel and Merritt in Kansas, frequently visiting in their homes and taking her numerous nieces to Rochester. She valued Daniel's judgment highly, and he, well-to-do and influential, was a great help to her in many ways. investing her savings and furnishing her with railroad passes, which greatly reduced her ever-increasing traveling expenses. Everywhere she met active, zealous members of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. Since the Civil War, temperance had become a vigorous movement in the Middle West, doing its utmost to counteract the influence of the many large new breweries and saloons. Through the Prohibition Party, organized on a national basis in 1872, temperance was now a political issue in Kansas, Iowa, and the territory of Dakota. And through the WCTU, women waged an effective total abstinence campaign. Brought into the suffrage movement by Frances Willard under the slogan, "For God and Home and Country," these women quickly sensed the value of their votes to the temperance cause. Nor was Susan slow to recognize their importance to her and her work, for they represented an entirely new group, churchwomen, who heretofore had been suspicious of and hostile toward women's rights. Through them, she anticipated a powerful impetus for her cause. With admiration, she had watched Frances Willard's career. This vivid, consecrated young woman was a born leader, quick to understand women's need of the vote and eager to lead women forward. It was a disappointment, however, when she joined the American rather than the National Woman Suffrage Association. The reasons for this, Susan readily understood, were Frances Willard's warm friendship with Mary Livermore and her own preference for the American's state-by-state method, similar to that she had so successfully followed in her WCTU. Yet Frances Willard, whenever she could, cooperated with Susan, whom she admired and loved. And through the years, these two great leaders valued and respected each other, even though they frequently differed over policy and method. Susan, for example, was often troubled because women's suffrage and temperance were more and more linked together in the public mind, thus confusing the issues and arousing the hostility of those who might have been friendly toward women's suffrage had they not feared that women's votes would bring in prohibition. She did her best to make it clear to her audiences that she did not ask for the ballot in order that women might vote against saloons and for prohibition. She demanded only that women have the same right as men to express their opinions at the polls. Such an attitude was hard for many temperance women to understand and to forgive. Over women's support of specific political parties, Susan and Frances Willard were never able to agree. Susan had never been willing to ally herself with a minority party. Therefore, to Frances Willard's disappointment, she withheld her support from the Prohibition Party in 1880, although their platform acknowledged women's need of the ballot and directed them to use it to settle the liquor question, and in 1884 when they recommended state suffrage for women. Finding women eager to support the prohibitionists in gratitude for these inadequate planks, Susan even issued a statement urging them to support the Republicans, who held out the most hope to them, even if women's suffrage had not been mentioned in their platform. Her experience in Washington had proved to her the friendliness and loyalty of individual Republicans, and she was unwilling to jeopardize their support. Her judgment was confirmed during the next few years when friendly Republicans spoke for women's suffrage in the Senate, and when in 1887 the Women's Suffrage Amendment was debated and voted on in the Senate. In the Senate gallery, eagerly listening, Susan took notice that the 16 votes cast for the amendment were those of Republicans. Still hoping to win Susan's endorsement of the Prohibition Party in 1888, Frances Willard asked her to outline what kind of plank would satisfy her. "Do you mean so satisfy me," Susan replied, "that I would work, and recommend to all women to work, for the success of the third-party ticket? Not until a third party gets into power, which promises a larger percent of representatives on the floor of Congress and in the several state legislatures who will speak and vote for women's enfranchisement, then does the Republican, shall I work for it. You see, as yet, there is not a single prohibitionist in Congress, while there are at least 20 Republicans on the floor of the United States Senate, besides fully 1/2 of the members of the House of Representatives who are in favor of women's suffrage. I do not propose to work for the defeat of the party, which thus far has furnished nearly every vote in that direction." Nor was she lured away when, in 1888, the Prohibition Party endorsed women's suffrage and granted Frances Willard the honor of addressing its convention and serving on the Resolutions Committee. The temperance issue also cropped up in the annual Washington conventions of the National Women's Suffrage Association, preparations for which Susan now left to Rachel Foster, May Wright Sewell, a capable young recruit from Indiana, and Jane Spofford. However, she still supervised these conventions, prodding and interfering in what she called her most Andrew Jackson-like manner. She always returned to Washington with excitement and pleasure, and with the hope of some outstanding victory, and the suite at the Riggs House, given her by generous Jane Spofford, was a delight after months of hard travel in the West. "I shall come both ragged and dirty," she wrote Mrs. Spofford in 1887. "Though the apparel will be tattered and torn, the mind, the essence of me, is sound to the core. Please tell the little milliner to have a bonnet picked out for me, and get a dressmaker who will patch me together so that I shall be presentable." Open to all women, irrespective of race or creed, the National Women's Suffrage Association attracted fearless, independent, devoted members. They welcomed Mormon women into the fold, and when the bill to disfranchise Mormon women as a punishment for polygamy was before Congress in 1887, they did their utmost to help Mormon women retain the vote, but were defeated. They welcomed as well many temperance advocates. A few delegates, however, among them Mrs. Stanton, Mrs. Gage, and Mrs. Colby, scorned what they called the singing and praying temperance group, and protested that temperance and religion were getting too strong a hold on the organization. Abigail Duniway from Oregon contended that suffragists should not join forces with temperance groups and blamed the defeat of women's suffrage in Oregon, Idaho, and Washington in 1887 on men's fear that women would vote for prohibition. Often Susan was obliged to act as arbiter between the temperance and non-temperance groups. She did not underestimate the momentum which the well-organized WCTU had already given the suffrage cause, particularly in states where the National Association had only a few and scattered workers. She needed and wanted the help of these temperance women, and of Frances Willard's forceful and winning personality. She also saw the importance of breaking down with Frances Willard's aid the slow-yielding opposition of the church. Occasionally, enthusiastic workers undertook projects which to her seemed unwise. She told them frankly how she felt and left it at that, but most of them had to learn by experience. When Belva Lockwood, one of her most able colleagues in Washington, accepted the nomination for President of the United States, offered her by the women of California in 1884 and by the women of Iowa in 1888 through their Equal Rights Party, she did not lend her support or that of the National Association, but followed her consistent policy of no alignment with a minority party. Nevertheless, she heartily believed in women's right and ability to hold the highest office in the land. Ever since her trip to Europe in 1883, Susan had been planning for an international gathering of women. Interest in this project was kept alive among European women by Mrs. Stanton during her frequent visits with her daughter Harriet in England and her son Theodore in France. It was Susan, however, who put the machinery in motion through the National Woman's Suffrage Association and issued a call for an international conference in Washington in March 1888 to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the first Women's Rights Convention. 10,000 invitations were sent out to organizations of women in all parts of the world, to professional, business, and reform groups, as well as to those advocating political and civil rights for women, and an ambitious program was prepared. Most of the work for the conference and the raising of $13,000 to finance it fell upon the shoulders of Susan, Rachel Foster, and May Wright Sewell. But they also had the enthusiastic cooperation of Frances Willard, who, with her nationwide contacts, was of inestimable value in arousing interest among the many and varied women's organizations and the labor groups. Another happy development was Clara Colby's decision to publish her Woman's Tribune in Washington during the conference. Mrs. Colby's Tribune, established in Beatrice, Nebraska, in 1883, had since then met, in a measure, Susan's need for a paper for the National Association, and she welcomed its transfer to Washington. Women from all parts of the world assembled in Albaugh's Opera House in Washington for the epoch-making international conference which opened on Sunday, March 25, 1888, with religious services conducted entirely by women, as if to prove to the world that women in the pulpit were appropriate and adequate. 53 national organizations sent representatives, and delegates came from England, France, Norway, Denmark, Finland, India, and Canada. Presiding over all 16 sessions, Susan rejoiced over a record attendance. Her thoughts went back to the winter of 1854, when she and Ernestine Rose had held their first women's rights meetings in Washington, finding only a handful ready to listen. The intervening 34 years had worked wonders. Now women were willing to travel not only across the continent, but from Europe and Asia to discuss and demand equal educational advantages, equal opportunities for training in the professions and in business, equal pay for equal work, equal suffrage, and the same standard of morals for all. Aware of their responsibility to their countries, they asked for the tools, education, and the franchise to help solve the world's problems. They were listened to with interest and respect, and were received at the White House by President and Mrs. Cleveland. Through it all, a dynamic, gray-haired woman in a black silk dress with a red shawl about her shoulders was without question the heroine of the occasion. "This lady," observed the Baltimore Sun, "daily grows upon all present. The women suffragists love her for her good works, the audience for her brightness and wit, and the multitude of press representatives for her frank, plain, open, business-like way of doing everything connected with the council. Her word is the parliamentary law of the meeting. Whatever she says is done without murmur or dissent." A permanent International Council of Women to meet once every 5 years was organized with Millicent Garrett Fawcett of England as president, and a National Council to meet every 3 years was formed as an affiliate with Frances Willard as president and Susan as vice president at large, emphasizing education and social and moral reform. The International Council did not rank suffrage first, as Susan had hoped. Nevertheless, she was happy that an international movement of enterprising women was well on its way. They would learn by experience. Of all the favorable results of the International Council of Women, 2 were of special importance to Susan: meeting Anna Howard Shaw and overtures from Lucy Stone for a union of the National and American Women's Suffrage Associations. Prejudiced against Anna Howard Shaw, who had aligned herself with Mary Livermore and Lucy Stone, and who she assumed was a narrow Methodist minister, Susan was unprepared to find that the pleasing young woman in the pulpit on the first day of the conference, holding her audience spellbound with her oratory, was Anna Howard Shaw. Here was a warm personality, a crusader eager to right human wrongs, and above all, a matchless public speaker. Anna, too, had heard much criticism of Susan, and had formed a distorted opinion of her, which was quickly dispelled as she watched her preside. They liked each other the moment they met. Anna Howard Shaw had grown up on the Michigan frontier, her indomitable spirit and her eagerness for learning conquering the hardships and the limitations of her surroundings. Encouraged by Mary Livermore, who by chance lectured in her little town, she worked her way through Albion College and Boston University Theological School, from which she graduated in 1878. She then served as the pastor of 2 Cape Cod churches, but was refused ordination by the Methodist Episcopal Church because of her sex. Eventually, she was ordained by the Methodist Protestant Church. During her pastorate, she studied medicine at Boston University, and because of her ability as a speaker, was in demand as a lecturer for temperance and women's suffrage groups. Through the Massachusetts Women's Suffrage Association, she met an inspiring group of reformers, and their influence and that of Frances Willard, in whose work she was intensely interested, led her to leave the ministry for active work in the temperance and women's suffrage movements. After several years as a lecturer and organizer for the Massachusetts Women's Suffrage Association, she was placed at the head of the franchise department of the WCTU. This was her work when she met Susan B. Anthony. The more Susan talked with Anna, the better she liked her, and the feeling was mutual. This wholesome woman of 41, with abundant vitality, unmarried and without pressing family ties to divert her, seemed particularly well fitted to assist Susan in the arduous campaigns which lay ahead. A natural orator, she could in a measure take the place of Mrs. Stanton, who could no longer undertake Western tours. Before the International Council adjourned, Susan had Anna's promise that she would lecture for the National Association. One of Susan's nieces, Lucy E. Anthony, also felt drawn to Anna after meeting her at the International Council. A warm friendship quickly developed and continued throughout their lives. Within a few years, they were living together, Lucy serving as Anna's secretary and planning her lecture tours and campaign trips. Educated in Rochester through the help of her aunts, Susan and Mary, living in their home and loving them both, Lucy readily made their interests her own and devoted her life to the suffrage movement. Neither a public speaker nor a campaigner, she put her executive ability to work, and her tasks though less spectacular, were important and freed both Susan and Anna from many details. Just as the International Council of Women had broken down Anna Howard Shaw's prejudice regarding Susan B. Anthony and her National Women's Suffrage Association, just so it clarified the opinions of the other young women, now aligning themselves with the cause. Admiring the leaders of both factions, these young women saw no reason why the two groups should not work together in one large, strong organization. And this seemed increasingly important as they welcomed women from other countries to this first international conference. Unfamiliar with the personal antagonisms and the sincere differences in policy which had caused the separation after the Civil War, they did not understand the difficulties still in the way of union. So strongly, however, did they press for a united front that the leaders of both groups felt themselves swept along toward that goal. Susan herself had long looked forward to the time when all suffragists would again work together. But since the unsuccessful overtures of her group in 1870, she had made no further efforts in that direction. She was completely taken by surprise when in the fall of 1887 the American Association proposed that she and Lucy Stone confer regarding union. The negotiations revived old arguments in the minds of zealous partisans, and in the Women's Journal, the Women's Tribune, and elsewhere, attempts were made to fasten the blame for the 20-year-old rift upon this one and that one. But so strong ran the tide for union among the younger women that this excursion into the past aroused little interest. The election of the president of the merged organizations was the most difficult hurdle. Lucy Stone suggested that neither she, Mrs. Stanton, nor Susan allow their names to be proposed, since they had been blamed for the division, but this was easier said than done. The clamor for Susan and Mrs. Stanton was so strong and continuous among the younger members that it soon became apparent that unless one or the other were chosen, there would be no hope of union. The odds were in Susan's favor. Her popularity in the National Association was tremendous. Although Mrs. Stanton was revered as the mother of women's suffrage and admired for her brilliant mind and her poise as presiding officer, she now spent so much time in Europe with her daughter Harriet that many who might otherwise have voted for her felt that the office should go to Susan, who was always on the job. Most of the American Association regarded Susan as safer and less radical than Mrs. Stanton, less likely to stray from the straight path of women's suffrage, and Henry Blackwell recommended her election. Susan did not want the presidency. She wanted it for Mrs. Stanton, who had headed the National Association so ably for so many years. She pleaded earnestly with the delegates of the National Association. I will say to every woman who is a national and who has any love for the old association or for Susan B. Anthony that I hope you will not vote for her for president. Don't you vote for any human being but Mrs. Stanton. When the division was made 22 years ago, it was because our platform was too broad, because Mrs. Stanton was too radical, and now, if Mrs. Stanton shall be deposed, you virtually degrade her. I want our platform to be kept broad enough for the infidel, the atheist, the Mohammedan, or the Christian. These are the broad principles I want you to stand upon. When the two organizations met in February 1890 to effect formal union as the National American Women's Suffrage Association, Elizabeth Cady Stanton was elected president by a majority of 41 votes, while Susan was the almost unanimous choice for vice president at large. With Lucy Stone chosen chairman of the executive committee, Jane Spofford treasurer, and Rachel Foster and Alice Stone Blackwell secretaries, the new organization was well equipped with able leaders for the work ahead. It was dedicated to work for both state and federal women's suffrage amendments, and its official organ would be the Woman's Journal. Susan now faced the future with gratitude that a strong, unified organization could be handed down to the younger women who would gradually take over the work she had started, and her confidence in these young women grew day by day. Working closely with Rachel Foster and May Wright Sewell, she knew their caliber. Anna Howard Shaw and Alice Stone Blackwell showed great promise, and Harriet Stanton Blatch was living up to her expectations. In England, where Harriet had made her home since her marriage in 1882, she was active in the cause, and on her visits to her mother in New York, she kept in touch with the suffrage movement in the United States. She took part in the Union meeting, and in her diary, Susan recorded these words of commendation. Harriet said but a few words, yet showed herself worthy of her mother and her mother's lifelong friend and co-worker. It was a proud moment for me. To such she could entrust her beloved cause. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Victories in the West. New Western states were coming into the Union, North and South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, and Wyoming, and in Susan's opinion, it was highly important that they be admitted as women's suffrage states, for she had not forgotten that disturbing line of the Supreme Court decision in the Virginia minor case which read, "No new state has ever been admitted to the Union which has conferred the right of suffrage on women, and this has never been considered a valid objection to her admission." Susan wanted to start a new trend. Opposition to Wyoming's women's suffrage provision was strong in Congress, in spite of the fact that it had the unanimous approval of Wyoming's Constitutional Convention. To Susan, in the gallery of the House of Representatives, listening anxiously to the debate on the admission of Wyoming, defeat was unthinkable after women had voted in the territory of Wyoming for 20 years. But Democrats, wishing to block the admission of a preponderantly Republican state, used women's suffrage as an excuse. With a sinking heart, she heard an amendment offered, limiting suffrage in Wyoming to males. At the crucial moment, however, the tide was turned by a telegram from the Wyoming legislature, the words of which rejoiced Susan. "We will remain out of the Union 100 years rather than come in without women's suffrage." After this, the House voted to admit Wyoming 139 to 127, but the Senate delayed, renewing the attack on the women's suffrage provision. Not until July 1890, while she was speaking to a large audience in the Opera House at Madison, South Dakota, did the good news of the admission of Wyoming reach her. Jubilant as she commented on this great victory, she spoke as one inspired, for she saw this as the turning point in her 40 long years of uphill work. Neither North Dakota nor South Dakota had wanted to risk their chances of statehood by incorporating women's suffrage in their constitutions. Yet public opinion in both states was friendly, South Dakota directing its first legislature to submit the question to the voters. It was this that brought Susan to South Dakota in 1890. Sentiment for women's suffrage in South Dakota had previously been created almost entirely by the WCTU, and this had linked women's suffrage and prohibition together. Now, the liquor interests made prohibition an issue in this women's suffrage campaign, as they rallied their forces for the repeal of prohibition which had been adopted when South Dakota was admitted to statehood. Through the propaganda of the liquor interests, the 30,000 foreign-born voters became formidable opponents, and newly naturalized Russians, Scandinavians, and Poles, given the vote before American women, wore badges carrying the slogan, "Against women's suffrage and Susan B. Anthony." Both Republicans and Democrats cultivated these foreign-born voters, turning a cold shoulder to the women's suffrage amendment and refusing to endorse it in their state conventions. Even the Farmers' Alliance and the Knights of Labor, previously friendly to women's suffrage, now joined with the prohibitionists to form a third political party which also failed to endorse the women's suffrage amendment. On top of all this, anti-suffragists from Massachusetts, calling themselves remonstrants, flooded South Dakota with their leaflets. It now seemed to Susan as if every clever politician had lined up against women. During these trying days, Anna Howard Shaw joined her, and together they covered the state, hoping by the truth and sincerity of their statements to quash the propaganda against women's suffrage. Often they traveled in freight cars, as transportation was limited, or drove long distances in wagons over the sun-baked prairie. The heat was intense, and the hot winds, blowing incessantly, seared everything they touched. After 2 years of drought, the farmers were desperately poor, and Susan, concerned over their plight, wondered why Congress could not have appropriated the money for artesian wells to help these honest, earnest people, instead of voting $40,000 for an investigating commission. Occasionally, Susan and Anna spent the night in isolated sod houses where ingenious pioneer women cooked their scant meals over burning chips of buffalo bones gathered on the prairie. Glorying in the valiant spirit of these women, who in loneliness and hardship played an important but unheralded role in the conquest of this new country, Susan was generous with her praise. To them, her words of commendation were like a benediction, and few of them ever forgot a visit from Susan B. Anthony. By this time, life on the frontier was an old story to her, for she had campaigned under similar conditions in Kansas and in the far West. Nonetheless, the hardships were trying. Yet this plucky woman of 70 wrote friends in the East, "Tell everybody that I am perfectly well in body and in mind, never better, and never doing more work. Oh, the lack of modern comforts and conveniences! But I can put up with it better than any of the young folks. I shall push ahead and do my level best to carry this state, come weal or woe to me personally. I never felt so buoyed up with the love and sympathy and confidence of the good people everywhere." Young, vigorous Anna Howard Shaw proved to be a campaigner after Susan's own heart, tireless, uncomplaining, and good-tempered, an exceptional speaker, witty and quick to say the right word at the right time. It was a joy to find in Anna the same devotion to the cause that she herself felt, the same crusading fervor and reliability. During the long drives over the prairie, she talked to Anna of the work that must be done, of what it would mean to the woman of the future, and she fired Anna's soul with the flame that burned in her own. Another young Western woman Carrie Chapman Catt, also attracted Susan's attention at this time. She had volunteered for the South Dakota campaign after attending her first National Women's Suffrage Convention, and Susan, meeting her in Huron, South Dakota, to map out a speaking tour for her, found a tall, handsome, confident young woman ready to attack the work and see it through, in spite of the hardships which confronted her. Carrie Lane, a graduate of Iowa State College, had briefly studied law and taught school before her marriage to Lee Chapman. Now, 4 years after his death, she had married George W. Catt of Seattle, a promising young engineer and a former fellow student at Iowa State College. What particularly impressed Susan was that Carrie, in spite of her marriage in June, had kept her pledge to come to South Dakota. She was pleased with the way Carrie not only heroically filled every difficult engagement, but sized up the campaign for herself and planned for the future. In Carrie's report of her work, there was a ruthless practicality which was rare, and which instantly won Susan's approval. Here was a young woman to watch and to keep in the work. The visible result of 6 months of campaigning was defeat, with the vote 22,972 for women's suffrage and 45,632 opposed. And as Susan remembered the maneuvers of the politicians, the trading of votes for the location of the state capital, and the scheming of the liquor interests, she felt she was championing a lonely cause. From now on, Susan hoped to turn over to the younger women much of the lecturing and organizing in the West, and she needed an anchorage, a home of her own from which she could direct her work. Her mother had willed 17 Madison Street to Mary, who had rented the first floor and was living on the second, where there was a room for Susan. Now that Susan planned to spend more time at home, and Mary had retired from teaching, they decided to take over the whole house, modernize and redecorate it, and enjoy it the rest of their lives. Mary, as usual, took charge, but Susan had definite ideas about what should be done. Mary, who had learned to be cautious and frugal, was more willing than Susan to make old furnishings do, but their friends came to the rescue, showering them with gifts. Freshly painted and papered, with new rugs on the floor, lace curtains at the windows, easy chairs and new furniture here and there, the house was all Susan had wished for, and everywhere were familiar touches, such as her mother's spinning wheel by the fireplace in the back parlor. She spent most of her time in her study on the second floor. Here she hung her pictures of the reformers she admired and loved, and right over her desk, looking down at her, was the comforting picture of her dearest friend, Mrs. Stanton. Hour after hour she sat at this desk, writing letters, hurriedly dashing off one after another, writing just as the thoughts came, as if she were talking, bothering little with punctuation, using dashes instead, and vigorously underlining words and phrases for emphasis. Instructions to workers in all parts of the country, letters of friendship and sympathy, answers to the many questions which came in every mail, these were signed and sealed, one after another, and slipped into the mailbox when she took a brisk walk before going to bed. She started each day with the morning newspaper, stepping out on the front veranda to pick it up, taking a deep breath of fresh air, and enjoying the green grass and the tall, graceful chestnut trees in front of the house. Then sitting down in the back parlor, beside the big table covered with magazines and mail, she carefully read her paper before beginning the work at her desk, for she must keep up to date on the news. Rochester was important to her. It was her city, and she was on hand with her colleagues whenever there was an opportunity for women to express interest in its government, progress, or welfare. Not only did she encourage women to make use of their newly won right to vote in school elections, she also urged municipal suffrage for women, appealing to the governor to appoint a woman to fill a vacancy on the Board of Trustees of Rochester's State Industrial School. She herself received the appointment, which the Democrat and Chronicle called a fitting recognition of one of the ablest and best women in the Commonwealth. One of her first acts as trustee was a practical one for the girls. "Spent entire day at State Industrial School," she wrote in her diary, "getting the laundry girls, who had always washed for the entire institution by hand and ironed that old way, transferred to the boys' laundry room to use its machinery. I'm sure it will work well. Girls, 12 of them, delighted." She also taught the boys to patch and darn, and later asked for coeducation. Susan looked forward to welcoming Mrs. Stanton at 17 Madison Street when she returned to this country in 1891, particularly because she had sold her home in Tenafly after her husband's death in 1887, and now had no home to go to. Susan hoped that as they again worked together, she could persuade Mrs. Stanton to concentrate on more serious writing than the chatty reminiscences she had just published, and which Susan felt were not the greatest of herself. When she heard that Mrs. Stanton seriously contemplated living in New York with 2 of her children, she begged her to reconsider, writing, "This is the first time since 1850 that I have anchored myself to any particular spot, and in doing it my constant thought was that you would come here and stay for as long, at least, as we must be together to put your writings into systematic shape to go down to posterity. I have no writings to go down, so my ambition is not for myself, but is for the one by the side of whom I have wrought these 40 years, and to get whose speeches before audiences has been the delight of my life." Mrs. Stanton decided to make her home in New York, but first she visited Susan, who found her as stimulating as ever and brimful of ideas. They plotted and planned as of old, and managed to stir up public opinion on the question of admitting women to the University of Rochester. With women enrolled at the University of Michigan since 1870, and at Cornell since 1872, and with Columbia University yielding at last to women's entreaties by establishing Barnard College in 1889, they felt it their duty to awaken Rochester. And although their agitation produced no immediate results, it did start other women thinking, and made news for the press. The cartoons on the subject delighted them both. Susan soon realized that the writing she had planned for Mrs. Stanton would never be done, for Mrs. Stanton had already made up her mind to write for magazines and newspapers on new and controversial subjects, feeling this was the best contribution she could make to the cause. Susan also found it increasingly difficult to hold her old friend to the straight path of women's suffrage, Mrs. Stanton insisting that too much concentration on this one subject was narrowing and left women unprepared for the intelligent use of the ballot. Women, Mrs. Stanton argued, needed to be stirred up to think, and this they would not do as long as their minds were dominated by the church, which she believed had for generations hampered their development by emphasizing their inferiority and subordination. She was determined to analyze and rebel, and Susan could in no way divert her. Completely absorbed in trying to prove that the Bible, accurately translated and interpreted, did not teach the inferiority or the subordination of women, She was writing a book which she called the Woman's Bible, chapters of which were already appearing in the Woman's Tribune. Susan was not unsympathetic to Mrs. Stanton's ideas, but she opposed this excursion into religious controversy because she was sure it would stir up futile wrangles among the suffragists and keep Mrs. Stanton from giving her best to the cause. Her lack of interest then, and her frank disapproval as the Woman's Bible progressed, were a great disappointment to Mrs. Stanton, and these two old friends began to grow somewhat apart as they took different roads to reach their goal, the one intent on freeing women's minds, the other determined to establish their citizenship. Yet their friendship endured. In 1892, Susan reluctantly consented to Mrs. Stanton's retirement as president of the National American Women's Suffrage Association. Mrs. Stanton's request that she be followed by Susan won unanimous approval, and Anna Howard Shaw was moved up to second place, vice president at large. For 40 years, Susan had watched Mrs. Stanton preside with a poise, warmth, and skill which few could equal. She knew she would miss her dynamic, reassuring presence at the conventions. Yet she was obliged to admit to herself that it was more than fitting that she should at last head the ever-growing organization which she had built up. This was the last convention which Mrs. Stanton attended, and it was the last for Lucy Stone, who died the next year. Susan appreciated the eager young women who now took their places, but she did not yet feel completely at home with them. "Only think," she wrote an old-time colleague, "I shall not have a white-haired woman on the platform with me, and I shall be alone there of all the pioneer workers. Always with the old guard, I had perfect confidence that the wise and right thing would be said. What a platform ours then was of self-reliant, strong women. I felt sure of you all. I cannot feel quite certain that our younger sisters will be equal to the emergency. Yet they are each and all valiant, earnest, and talented, and will soon be left to manage the ship without even me." In 1892, the year of the presidential election, Susan hopefully attended the national political conventions. Again the Republicans made their proverbial excuses, explaining that they not only faced a formidable opponent in Grover Cleveland, but also the threat of a new People's Party. The familiar ring of their alibis, which they had repeated since Reconstruction days, made Susan wonder when, and if ever, the Republicans would feel able to bear the strain of women's suffrage. Their platform remembered the poor, the foreign-born, and male Negroes, but it still ignored women. Yet hope for the future stirred in her heart as she saw at the convention 2 women serving as delegates from Wyoming. Here was the entering wedge. The Democrats, as usual, were silent on women's suffrage, but undismayed by them, or by the prohibitionists, who this year failed to endorse votes for women, Susan moved on to Omaha with Anna Howard Shaw for the first national convention of the new People's Party. Here she met representatives of the Farmers' Alliance and the Knights of Labor, both friendly to women's suffrage, and men from other groups critical of the 2 major political parties for their failure to solve the pressing economic problems confronting the nation. Susan was sympathetic with many of the aims of the People's Party, having seen with her own eyes the plight of debt-burdened, hard-working farmers, and having crusaded in her own paper the Revolution for the rights of labor and for the control of industrial monopoly. However, she still viewed minor reform parties with a highly critical eye. The People's Party gave her no women's suffrage plank, and she found them quite as obvious to the underlying principle of justice to women as either of the old parties. With the election of Grover Cleveland, whose opposition to women's suffrage was well known, and with the Democrats in the saddle for another 4 years, congressional action on the women's suffrage amendment was blocked. Nevertheless, the cause moved ahead in the states. Colorado was to vote on the question in 1893, and Kansas in 1894, and New York was revising its constitution. In addition, the World's Fair in Chicago in 1893 offered endless opportunities to bring the subject before the people. As soon as plans for the World's Fair were underway, Susan began to work indirectly through prominent women in Washington and Chicago for the appointment of women to the Board of Management. Lady managers were appointed, 115 strong, who proved to be very much alive under the leadership of Mrs. Bertha Honoré Palmer. Susan found Mrs. Palmer almost as determined as she to secure equality of rights for women at the World's Fair, and nothing that she herself might have planned could have been more effective than the series of world congresses in which both men and women took part, or than the World's Congress of Representative Women. Two of Susan's girls, as she liked to call them, Rachel Foster Avery and May Wright Sewell, were appointed by Mrs. Palmer to take charge of the World's Congress of Representative Women, and they arranged a meeting of the International Council of Women as a part of this Congress. Convening soon after the opening of the World's Fair, the Congress of Representative Women drew record crowds at its 81 sessions. 27 countries and 126 organizations were represented. Here Susan, to her joy, heard Negroes, American Indians, and Mormons tell of their progress and their problems, and saw them treated with as much respect as American millionaires, English nobility, or the most virtuous conservative housewife. Watching these women assemble, talking with them, and listening to their well-delivered speeches, she felt richly rewarded for the lonely work she had undertaken 40 years before, when scarcely a woman could be coaxed to a meeting, or be persuaded to express her opinions in public. Although only one session of the Congress was devoted to the civil and political rights of women, it was gratifying to her that women's need of the ballot was spontaneously brought up in meeting after meeting, showing that women, whatever their cause or whatever their organization, were recognizing that only by means of the vote could their reforms be achieved. Speaking on the subject to which she had dedicated her life, Susan gave credit to the pioneering suffragists for the change which had taken place in public opinion regarding the position of women. She urged women's organizations to give suffrage their wholehearted support, and pointed out the great power of some of the newer organizations, such as the WCTU, with its membership of 500,000, and the Young General Federation of Women's Clubs of 40,000 members. Confessing that her own National American Women's Suffrage Association, in comparison, was poor in numbers and limited in funds, she added, "I would philosophize on the reason why. It is because women have been taught always to work for something else than their own personal freedom. And the hardest thing in the world is to organize women for the one purpose of securing their political liberty and political equality." Even so, the vital women's rights organizations, she concluded, drew the whole world to them in spirit, if not in person. Her very presence among them, without her words, in fact her very presence on the fairgrounds, advertised her cause, for in the mind of the public she personified women's suffrage. This tall, dignified woman with smooth gray hair, abundant in energy and spontaneous friendliness, was the center of attraction at the World's Congress of Representative Women. In her new black dress of Chinese silk, brightened with blue, and her small black bonnet, trimmed with lace and blue forget-me-nots, she was the perfect picture of everyone's grandmother, and the people took her to their hearts. She was the one woman all wanted to see. Curious crowds jammed the hall and corridors when she was scheduled to speak, and often a policeman had to clear the way for her. At whatever meeting she appeared, the audience at once burst into applause and started calling for her, interrupting the speakers, and were not satisfied until she had mounted the platform so that all could see her and she had said a few words. Then they cheered her. After years of ridicule and unpopularity, she hardly knew what to make of all this, but she accepted it with happiness as a tribute to her beloved cause. Many who had been critical and wary of her newfangled notions began to reverse their opinions after they saw her and heard her words of good common sense. Even those who still opposed women's suffrage left the World's Fair with a new respect for Susan B. Anthony. She stayed on in Chicago for much of the summer and fall, for she was in demand as a speaker at several of the World Congresses and had 5 speeches to read for Mrs. Stanton, who felt unable to brave the heat and the crowds. She felt at home in this bustling, rapidly growing city, which for so many years had been the halfway station on her lecture and campaign trips through the West. Here she had always found a warm welcome, first from her cousins, the Dickinsons, then from the ever-widening circle of friends she won for her cause. Now she was literally swamped with hospitality. She rejoiced that such great numbers of everyday people were able to enjoy the beauty of the fairgrounds and the many interesting exhibits. And when a group of clergymen urged Sunday closing, she took issue with them, declaring that Sunday was the only day on which many were free to attend. Asked by a disapproving clergyman if she would like to have a son of hers attend Buffalo Bill's Wild West show on Sunday, she promptly and bluntly replied, "Of course I would, and I think he would learn far more there than from the sermons in some churches." Hearing of this, Buffalo Bill offered her a box at his popular Wild West show, and she appeared the next day with 12 of her girls. Dashing into the arena on his spirited horse while the band played and the spotlight flashed on him, Buffalo Bill rode directly up to Susan's box, reined his horse, and swept off his big Western hat to salute her. Quick to respond, she rose and bowed, and beaming with pleasure, waved her handkerchief at him while the immense audience applauded and cheered. She returned home early in November 1893, with happy memories of the World's Fair and to good news from Colorado. "Telegram from Denver. Said women's suffrage carried by 5,000 majority," she recorded in her diary. This laconic comment in no way expressed the joy in her heart. Her diaries, written hurriedly in small fine script, year after year, in black-covered notebooks about 3 inches by 6, were a brief, terse record of her work and her travels. Only occasionally a line of philosophizing shone out from the mass of routine detail, or an illuminating comment on a friend or a difficult situation, but she never failed to record a family anniversary, a birthday, or a death. The Colorado victory, referred to so casually in her diary, was actually of great importance to her and her cause, for it carried forward the trend initiated by the admission of Wyoming as a woman's suffrage state in 1890. Colorado also proved to her that her girls could take over her work. So busy had she been winning goodwill for the cause at the World's Fair that she had left Colorado in the capable hands of the women of the state and of young, efficient Carrie Chapman Catt, to whom she now turned over the supervision of all state campaigns. Encouragement also came from another part of the world, from New Zealand, where the vote was extended to women. This confirmed her growing conviction that equal citizenship was best understood on the frontier, and that in her own country victory would come from the West. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Liquor Interests Alert Foreign-Born Voters Against Women's Suffrage. I am in the midst of as severe a treadmill as I ever experienced, traveling from 50 to 100 miles every day and speaking 5 or 6 nights a week, Susan wrote a friend in 1894, during the campaign to wrest women's suffrage from the New York Constitutional Convention. She was now 74 years old. Political machines and financial interests were deeply entrenched in New York, and although 2 governors had recommended that women be represented in the Constitutional Convention, and a bill had been passed making women eligible as delegates, neither Republicans nor Democrats had the slightest intention of allowing women to slip into men's stronghold. It was obvious to Susan that without representation at the convention and without power to enforce their demands, woman's only hope was an intensive educational campaign which she now directed with vigor. Whenever she could, she conferred with Mrs. Stanton, whose judgment she valued, and there was zest in working together as they had during the previous Constitutional Convention in 1867. The women of New York were aroused as never before. Young, able speakers went through the state, piling up signatures on their petitions, but they had few influential friends among the delegates. Anti-suffragists were active, encouraged by Bishop Doane of the Protestant Episcopal Church and Mrs. Lyman Abbott, whose name carried the prestige and influence of her husband's popular magazine, The Outlook. With the election of Joseph Choate of New York as president of the convention, Susan knew that woman's suffrage was doomed, for Choate had political aspirations and was not likely to let his sympathies for an unpopular cause jeopardize his chances of becoming governor. While he gave women every opportunity to be heard, at the same time he arranged for the defeat of women's suffrage by appointing men to consider the subject who were definitely opposed, and they submitted an adverse report. Here was a situation similar to that in 1867, when her one-time friend, Horace Greeley, had deserted women for political expediency. "I'm used to defeat every time, and know how to pick up and push on for another attack," she wrote as she now turned her attention to Kansas. The Republicans in Kansas had sponsored school and municipal suffrage for women and had passed a women's suffrage amendment to be referred to the people in 1894. Yet they proved to be as great a disappointment to Susan as they were in 1867, when as a last resort she had been obliged to campaign with the Democrats and George Francis Train. The population of Kansas had changed with the years, as immigrants from Europe had come into the state, and Susan was again confronted with the powerful opposition of foreign-born voters for whose support the political parties bargained. The liquor interests were also active, and the Republicans, who had brought prohibition to Kansas, now left the question discreetly alone, even making a deal with German Democrats for their votes by promising to ignore in their platform both prohibition and women's suffrage. Prohibition and women's suffrage were synonymous in the minds of voters, because women had generally voted for enforcement in municipal elections, and no matter how hard Susan tried, she found it impossible to have women's suffrage considered on its own merits. Watching the straws in the wind, she saw Republican supremacy seriously threatened by the new Populist Party. Convinced that she could no longer count on help from Kansas Republicans, she turned to the Populist Party, ignoring the pleas of Republican women who warned her she would hurt the cause by association with such a radical group. The Populists were generally regarded as the party of social unrest, of a regulated economy, and unsound money, and they were looked upon with suspicion. To many, they represented a threat to the American free enterprise system, and they were blamed for the labor troubles which had flared up in the bloody Homestead strike, in the steel mills of Pennsylvania, and in the Pullman strike, defying the powerful railroads. Susan was never afraid to side with the underdog, and she could well understand why Western farmers, in the hope of relief, were eagerly flocking into the Populist Party when their corn sold for 10 cents a bushel and the products they bought were high-priced, and their mortgage interest was never lower than 10%. To the Populist Convention, she declared, "I have labored for women's enfranchisement for 40 years, and I have always said that for the party that endorsed it, whether Republican, Democratic, or Populist, I would wave my handkerchief." "We want more than the waving of your handkerchief, Miss Anthony," interrupted a delegate, who then asked her, "If the People's Party put a women's suffrage plank in its platform, will you go before the voters of this state and tell them that because the People's Party has espoused the cause of women's suffrage, it deserves the vote of everyone who is a supporter of that cause?" "I most certainly will," she replied, adding as the audience cheered her wildly, "for I would surely choose to ask votes for the party which stood for the principle of justice to women, though wrong on financial theories, rather than for the party which was sound on questions of money and tariff, and silent on the pending amendment to secure political equality to half of the people." "I most certainly will," was the phrase which was remembered and was flashed through the country, and as a result, the Republican press and Susan's Republican friends harshly criticized her for taking her stand with the radicals. Like all political parties, the Populists found it hard to comprehend justice for women, but after a 4-hour debate, the convention endorsed the women's suffrage amendment, absolving, however, members who refused to support it. The rank and file rejoiced as if each and every one of them were heart and soul for the cause. They cheered, they waved their canes, they threw their hats high in the air, and then swarmed around Susan and Anna Shaw to shake their hands and welcome them into the Populist Party. With women's suffrage at last a political issue in Kansas, Susan left the field to her girls. Her homecoming brought reporters to 17 Madison Street for the details about her alignment with the Populist Party. "I didn't go over to the Populists," she told them. "I have been like a drowning man for a long time, waiting for someone to throw a plank in my direction. I didn't step on the whole platform, but just on the women's suffrage plank. Here is a party in power which is likely to remain in power, and if it will give its endorsement to our movement, we want it." This explanation, however, did not satisfy her critics, and as the Republican press circulated false stories about her enthusiasm for the Populist Party, letters of protest poured in, among them one from Henry Blackwell. To him she replied, "I shall not praise the Republicans of Kansas, or wish or work for their success, when I know by their own confessions to me that the rights of the women of their state have been traded by them in cold blood for the votes of the lager beer foreigners and whiskey Democrats. I never in my whole 40 years of work so utterly repudiated any set of politicians as I do those Republicans of Kansas. I never was surer of my position that no self-respecting woman should wish or work for the success of a party that ignores her political rights." The contest in Kansas was close and bitter. Kansas women carried on an able campaign with the help of Anna Howard Shaw and Carrie Chapman Catt. When Susan returned to the state in October, she not only found that the Democrats had entered the fight with an anti-suffrage plank, but the Populists had noticeably lost ground since the Pullman strike riots, the court injunction against the strikers, and the arrest of Eugene V. Debs. Again, this prairie state, from which she had hoped so much, refused to extend suffrage to women. Impulsively, she recommended a little Patrick Henryism to the women of Kansas, suggesting that they fold their hands and refuse to help men run the churches, the charities, and the reform movements. California was the next state to demand Susan's attention. A Republican legislature had submitted a women's suffrage amendment to be voted on by the people in 1896, and the women of California asked for her help. She toured the state in the spring of 1895 with Anna Howard Shaw, and everywhere she won friends. The continuous travel and speaking, however, taxed her far more than she realized, and soon after her return to the East, she collapsed. As this news flashed over the wires, letters poured in from her friends, begging her to spare herself. 2 of these letters were especially precious. One, in bold, vigorous script, was from her good comrade, Parker Pillsbury, now 86, who had been an unfailing help during the most difficult years of her career, and whom she probably trusted more completely than any other man. The other, from her dearest friend, Elizabeth Stanton, read, "I never realized how desolate the world would be to me without you, until I heard of your sudden illness. Let me urge you with all the strength I have, and all the love I bear you, to stay at home and rest, and save your precious self." She now realized that rest was imperative for a time, but it troubled her that people thought of her as old and ill, and she wrote Clara Colby never to mention anyone's illness in her Woman's Tribune, adding, "It is so dreadful to get public thought centered on one as ill, as I have had it for the last 2 months." She had no intention of retiring from the field. She knew her own strength, and that her life must be one of action. "I am able to endure the strain of daily traveling and lecturing at over 70, she observed, "mainly because I have always worked and loved work. As machinery in motion lasts longer than when lying idle, so a body and soul in active exercise escapes the corroding rust of physical and mental laziness, which prematurely cuts off the life of so many women." Yet she did slow up a little, refusing an offer from the Slayton Lecture Bureau for a series of lectures at $100 a night, and she engaged a capable secretary, Emma B. Sweet, to help her with her tremendous correspondence. Dear Rachel had given her a typewriter, And now, instead of dashing off letters at her desk late at night, she learned to dictate them to Mrs. Sweet at regular hours. As requests came in from newspapers and magazines for her comments on a wide variety of subjects, she answered those that made possible a word on the advancement of women. Bicycling had come into vogue, and women as well as men were taking it up, some women even riding their bicycles in short skirts or bloomers. What did she think of this? "If women ride the bicycle or climb mountains," she replied, "they should don a costume which will permit them the use of their legs." Of bicycling, she said, "I think it has done more to emancipate women than any one thing in the world. I rejoice every time I see a woman ride by on a wheel. It gives her a feeling of self-reliance and independence the moment she takes her seat. And away she goes, the picture of untrammeled womanhood." Susan returned to California in February 1896. Through the generosity and interest of two young Rochester friends, her Unitarian minister, William C. Gannett, and his wife, Mary Gannett, she was able to take her secretary with her. Making her home in San Francisco with her devoted friend, Ellen Sargent, she at once began to plan speaking tours for herself and her girls, many of whom, including her niece Lucy, had come west to help her. She appealed successfully to Frances Willard to transfer the national WCTU convention to another state, for she was determined to keep the issue of prohibition out of the California campaign. With the press more than friendly, and several San Francisco dailies running women's suffrage departments, she realized the importance of keeping newspapers fed with readable, factual material, and enlisted the aid of a young journalist, Ida Husted Harper, whom she had met in 1878 while lecturing in Terre Haute, Indiana, and who was in California that winter. When the San Francisco Examiner, William Randolph Hearst's powerful Democratic paper, offered Susan a column on the editorial page if she would write it and sign it, she dictated her thoughts to Mrs. Harper, who smoothed them out for the column, helping her as Mrs. Stanton had in the past, for writing was still a great hardship. Grateful to Mrs. Harper, she sang her praises. "The moment I give the idea, the point, she formulates it into a good sentence, while I should have to haggle over it half an hour." California women had won suffrage planks from Republicans, populists, and prohibitionists, and the prospects looked bright. Rich women came to their aid, Mrs. Leland Stanford with her railroad fortune, furnishing passes for all the speakers and organizers, and Mrs. Phoebe Hearst contributing $1,000 to their campaign. What warmed Susan's heart, however, was the spirit of the rank and file, the seamstresses and washerwomen, paying their $2 pledges and 25-cent installments, the poorly clad women bringing in 50 cents or $1 which they had saved by going without tea, and the women who had worked all day at their jobs, stopping at headquarters for a package of circulars to fold and address at night. The working women of California made it plain that they wanted to vote. Susan insisted upon carrying out what she called her wild goose chase over the state. People crowded to hear her at farmers' picnics in the mountains, in schoolhouses in small towns, and in pool rooms where chalked up on the blackboard she often found "Welcome Susan B. Anthony." She was at home everywhere and ready for anything. The men liked her short, matter-of-fact speeches and her flashes of wit. Her hopes were high that the friendly people she met would not fail to vote justice to women. She grew apprehensive, however, when the newspapers, pressured by their advertisers, one by one began to ignore women's suffrage. The Liquor Dealers League had been sending letters to hotel owners, grocers, and druggists, as well as to saloons, warning that votes for women would mean prohibition and would threaten their livelihood. Word was spread that if women voted, not one glass of beer would be sold in San Francisco. As in Kansas, liquor interests had persuaded naturalized Irish, Germans, and Swedes to oppose women's suffrage, so now in California they appealed to the Chinese. On Election Day, Susan was in San Francisco with Anna Howard Shaw and Ellen Sargent, watching and anxiously waiting for the returns. Telling the story of those last tense hours when women's fate hung in the balance, Anna Howard Shaw reported, "I shall always remember the picture of Miss Anthony and the wife of Senator Sargent wandering around the polls arm in arm at 11 o'clock at night, their tired faces taking on lines of deeper depression with every minute, for the count was against us. When the final counts came in, we found that we had won the state, from the north down to Oakland and from the south up to San Francisco. But there was not sufficient majority to overcome the adverse votes of San Francisco and Oakland. In San Francisco, the saloon element and the most aristocratic section made an equal showing against us. Every Chinese vote was against us." In spite of defeat in California, Susan had the joy of marking up 2 more states for women's suffrage in 1896. Utah was granted statehood with a women's suffrage provision in its constitution, and Idaho's favorable vote, though contested in the courts, was upheld by the state Supreme Court. Now women in Wyoming, Colorado, Idaho, and Utah were voters. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Aunt Susan and Her Girls. The future of the National American Women's Suffrage Association was much on Susan's mind. This organization, which she had conceived and nursed through its struggling infancy, had grown in numbers and prestige, and she understood, as no one else could, the importance of leaving it in the right hands so that it could function successfully without her. The young women now in the work, many of them just out of college, were intelligent, efficient, and confident. And yet, as she compared them with the vivid, consecrated women active in the early days of the movement, she observed in her diary, Clarina Nichols, Paulina Davis, Lucy Stone, Frances D. Gage, Lucretia Mott, and E.C. Stanton, each without peer among any of our college graduates, young women of today. Even so, she appreciated the young women of today, whom she affectionately called her girls, or her adopted nieces, but she still held the reins tightly, although they often champed at the bit. Recognizing, however, that she must choose between personal power and progress for her cause, she characteristically chose progress. Quick to appreciate ability and zeal when she saw it, she seldom failed to make use of it. When Carrie Chapman Catt presented a detailed plan for a thorough overhauling of the mechanics of the organization, she gave her approval, remarking dryly, "There never yet was a young woman who did not feel that if she had had the management of the work from the beginning, the cause would have been carried long ago. I felt just that way when I was young." On 4 of her adopted nieces, Rachel Foster Avery, Anna Howard Shaw, Harriet Taylor Upton, and Carrie Chapman Catt, Susan felt that the greater part of her work would fall and be worthily done. Yet she feared that in her enthusiasm for efficient organization, they might lose the higher concepts of freedom and justice, which had been the driving force behind her work. Not having learned the lessons of leadership when the cause was unpopular, they lacked the discipline of adversity, which bred in the consecrated reformer the wisdom, tolerance, and vision so necessary for the success of her task. What they did understand far better than the highly individualistic pioneers was the value of teamwork, which grew in importance as the National American Association expanded far beyond the ability of one person to cope with it. Probably first in her affections was Rachel Foster Avery, who had been like a daughter to her since their trip to Europe together in 1883. The confidence she felt in their friendship was always a comfort. Rachel's intelligent approach to problems made her an asset at every meeting, and Susan relied much on her judgment. In Anna Howard Shaw, 10 years older than Rachel, Susan had found the hardy campaigner and orator for whom she had longed. Anna expressed a warmth and understanding that most of the younger women lacked, and best of all, she loved the cause as Susan herself loved it. Because of her close friendship with Susan's niece Lucy, she was regarded as one of the family, and whenever possible between lectures, she stopped over in Rochester for a good talk with Aunt Susan. Harriet Taylor Upton of Warren, Ohio, had enlisted in the ranks in the 1880s, when her father was a member of Congress. Because of her influence in Washington and Ohio, Harriet was invaluable, and Susan speedily brought her into the official circle of the National American Association as treasurer, even thinking of her as a possible president. Harriet's jovial, irrepressible personality readily won friends, and Susan found her a refreshing and comfortable companion, able to see a bit of humor in almost every situation. When differences of opinion at meetings threatened to get out of hand, Harriet could always be relied on to break the tension with a few witty remarks. Carrie Chapman Catt gave every indication of developing into an outstanding executive. Not another one of Susan's girls could so quickly or so intelligently size up a situation as Carrie, nor could they so effectively put into action well-thought-out plans. Not as popular a speaker as the more emotional Anna Howard Shaw, she held her audiences by her appeal to their intelligence. Tall, handsome, and well-dressed, she never failed to leave a favorable impression. Only her name irked Susan, and as Susan wrote Clara Colby, "If Catt it must be, then I insist she should keep her own father's name, Lane, and not her first husband's name, Chapman." But the 3 C's intrigued Carrie, and she continued to be known as Carrie Chapman Catt. Now living in the East, because her husband's expanding business had brought him to New York, she was easily accessible, and from her beautiful new home at Bensonhurst, a suburb of Brooklyn, she carried on the rapidly growing work of the organization committee until a New York City office became imperative. In Carrie, Susan recognized qualities demanded of a leader at this stage of the campaign, when suffragists must learn to be as keen as politicians and as well organized. "Spring is not heralded in Washington by the arrival of the robin," commented a Washington newspaper, "but by the appearance of Miss Anthony's red shawl." Susan was still the dominating figure at the annual women's suffrage conventions, Everyone looked eagerly for the tall, lithe, gray-haired woman with a red shawl on her arm or around her shoulders. Once, when Susan appeared on the platform with a new white crepe shawl, the reporters immediately registered their displeasure by putting down their pencils. This did not escape her, and always on good terms with the newsmen and informal with her audiences, she called out, "Boys, what is the matter?" "Where is the red shawl?" one of them asked. "No red shawl, no report." Enjoying this little byplay, she sent her niece Lucy back to the hotel for the red shawl. And when Lucy brought it up to the platform and put it about her shoulders, the audience burst into applause, for the red shawl, like Susan herself, had become the well-loved symbol of women's suffrage. Susan was convinced that the annual National Convention should always be held in Washington, where Congress could see and feel the growing strength and influence of the movement. Her girls, on the other hand, wanted to take their conventions to different parts of the country to widen their influence. Not as certain as Susan that work for a federal amendment must come first, many of them contended that a few more states won for women's suffrage would best help the cause at this time. The Southern women, now active, were firm believers in states' rights and supported state work. Susan's experience had taught her the impracticability of direct appeal to the voters in the states, now that foreign-born men in increasing numbers were arrayed against votes for women. In spite of her arguments and her pleas, the National American Association voted in 1894 to hold conventions in different parts of the country in alternate years. Disappointed, but trying her best graciously to follow the will of the majority, she traveled to Atlanta and to Des Moines for the conventions of 1895 and 1897. Nor did the younger women welcome the messages which Mrs. Stanton, at Susan's insistence, sent to every convention. Susan herself often wished her good friend would stick more closely to women's suffrage instead of introducing extraneous subjects such as educated suffrage, the matriarchate, or woman and the church. But nevertheless, she proudly read her papers to successive conventions. Insisting that the conventions were too academic, Mrs. Stanton urged Susan to inject more vitality into them by broadening their platform. Susan, however, had come to the conclusion that concentration on women's suffrage was imperative in order to unite all women under one banner and build up numbers which congressmen were bound to respect. With this, her girls agreed 100%. While all of them were convinced suffragists, they were divided on other issues, and few of them were whole-hearted feminists, as were Susan and Mrs. Stanton. With the publication of the Woman's Bible in 1895, Mrs. Stanton almost upset the apple cart, stirring up heated controversy in the National American Women's Suffrage Association. The Woman's Bible was a keen and sometimes biting commentary on passages in the Bible relating to women. It questioned the traditional interpretation which for centuries has fastened the stigma of inferiority upon women, and pointed out that the female as well as the male was created in the image of God. To those who regarded every word of the Bible as inspired by God, the Woman's Bible was heresy, and both the clergy and the press stirred up a storm of protest against it. Suffragists were condemned for compiling a new Bible, and were obliged to explain again and again that the Woman's Bible expressed Mrs. Stanton's personal views and not those of the movement. Susan regarded the Woman's Bible as a futile, questionable digression from the straight path of women's suffrage. To Clara Colby, who praised it in her Woman's Tribune, she wrote, "Of all her great speeches, I am always proud, but of her Bible commentaries, I am not proud, either of their spirit or letter. I could cry a heap every time I read or think, if it would undo them, or do anybody or myself, or the cause or Mrs. Stanton any good. They are so entirely unlike her former self, so flippant and superficial. But she thinks I have gone over to the enemy, so counts my judgment worth nothing more than that of any narrow-souled body. But I shall love and honor her to the end, whether her Bible please me or not, so I hope she will do for me." She was, however, wholly unprepared for the rebellion staged by her girls at the Washington Convention of 1896, when, led by Rachel Foster Avery, they repudiated the Woman's Bible and proposed a resolution declaring that their organization had no connection with it. This was clear proof to Susan that her girls lacked tolerance and wisdom. Listening to the debate, she was heartsick. Anna Howard Shaw and Mrs. Catt, as well as Alice Stone Blackwell, spoke for the resolution. Only a few raised their voices against it, among them her sister Mary, Clara Colby, Mrs. Blake, and a young woman new to the ranks, Charlotte Perkins Stetson. Susan was presiding, and leaving the chair to express her opinions, she firmly declared, "To pass such a resolution is to set back the hands on the dial of reform. We have all sorts of people in the association, and a Christian has no more right on our platform than an atheist. When this platform is too narrow for all to stand on, I shall not be on it. Who is to set up a line? Neither you nor I can tell Mrs. Stanton will come out triumphant and that this will be the great thing done in woman's cause." Lucretia Mott at first thought Mrs. Stanton had injured the cause of women's rights by insisting on the demand for women's suffrage, but she had sense enough not to pass a resolution about it. "Are you going to cater to the whims and prejudices of people?" she asked them. "We draw out from other people our own thought. If, when you go out to organize, you go with a broad spirit, you will create and call out breadth and toleration. You had better organize one woman on a broad platform than 10,000 on a narrow platform of intolerance and bigotry." Her voice tense with emotion, she concluded, "This resolution adopted will be a vote of censure upon a woman who is without a peer in intellectual and statesmanlike ability, one who has stood for half a century the acknowledged leader of progressive thought and demand in regard to all matters pertaining to the absolute freedom of women." When the resolution was adopted 53-40, she was so disappointed in her girls and so hurt by their defiance that she was tempted to resign. Hurrying to New York after the convention to talk with Mrs. Stanton, she found her highly indignant and insistent that they both resign from the ungrateful organization which had repudiated the woman to whom it owed its existence. The longer Susan considered taking this step, the less she felt able to make the break. She severely reprimanded Mrs. Catt, Rachel, Harriet Upton, and Anna, telling them they were setting up an inquisition. Finally, she wrote Mrs. Stanton, "No, my dear, instead of my resigning and leaving those half-fledged chickens without any mother, I think it my duty and the duty of yourself and all the liberals to be at the next convention and try to reverse this miserable narrow action." To a reporter who wanted her views on the Woman's Bible, she made it plain that she had no part in writing the book, but added, I think women have just as good a right to interpret and twist the Bible to their own advantage as men have always twisted it and turned it to theirs. It was written by men, and therefore its reference to women reflects the light in which they were regarded in those days. In the same way, the history of our Revolutionary War was written, in which very little is said of the noble deeds of women, though we know how they stood by and helped the great work. It is so with history all through. For some years, Susan's girls had been urging her to write the reminiscences, spurred on by the fact that Mrs. Stanton, Mary Livermore, and Julia Ward Howe were writing theirs. There were also other good reasons for putting her to work at this task. Writing would keep her safely at home and away from the strenuous work in the field which they feared was sapping her strength. It would keep her well occupied so that they could develop the work and the conventions in their own way. Susan put off this task from month to month and from year to year, torn between her desire to leave a true record of her work and her longing to be always in the thick of the suffrage fight. Finally, she began looking about for a collaborator, convinced that she herself could never write an interesting line. Ida Husted Harper, with her newspaper experience and her interest in the cause, seemed the logical choice. And in the spring of 1897, she came to 17 Madison Street to work on the biography. The attic had been remodeled for workrooms, and here Susan now spent her days with Mrs. Harper, trying to reconstruct the past. She had definite ideas about how the book should be written, holding up as a model the biography of William Lloyd Garrison recently written by his children. Mrs. Harper always had high standards, and influenced by the formalities of the day, edited Susan's vivid, brusque letters, hurriedly written and punctuated with dashes so that they conformed with her own easy but more formal style. To this Susan readily consented, for she always depreciated her own writing ability. On one point, however, she was adamant, that her story be told without dwelling upon the disagreements among the old workers. The household was geared to the bog, as they call the biography. Mary, supervising as usual, watched over their meals and the housework with the aid of a young rosy-cheeked Canadian girl, Anna Dan, who had recently come to work for them and whom they at once took to their hearts, making her one of the family. Soon another young girl, Genevieve Hawley, from Fort Scott, Kansas, was employed to help with the endless copying, sorting of letters, and pasting of scrapbooks, and with the current correspondence which piled up and diverted Susan from the book. Through 1897 and 1898, they worked at top speed. The Life and Work of Susan B. Anthony, a story of the evolution of the status of women, in 2 volumes by Ida Husted Harper, was published by the Bowen Merrill Company of Indianapolis just before Christmas 1898. Happy as a young girl out of school, Susan inscribed copies for her many friends and eagerly watched for reviews, pleased with the favorable comments in newspapers and magazines throughout this country and Europe. By this time, the Cuban rebellion was crowding all other news out of the papers, and Susan followed it closely, for this struggle for freedom instantly won her sympathy. She hoped that Spain, under pressure from the United States, might be persuaded to give Cuba her independence, but the blowing up of the battleship Maine and the war cries of the press and of a faction in Congress led to the armed intervention in April 1898. Always opposed to war as a means of settling disputes, she wrote Rachel, "To think of the mothers of this nation sitting back in silence without even the power of a legal protest, while their sons are taken without a by your leave. Well, all through, it is barbarous, and I hope you and all our young women will rouse to work as never before, and get the women of the Republic clothed with the power of control of conditions in peace, or when it shall come again, which heaven forbid, in war. Not only did she express these sentiments in letters to her friends, but in a public meeting where only patriotic fervor and flag-waving were welcome, she dared criticize the unsanitary army camps and the greed and graft which deprived soldiers of wholesome food. "There isn't a mother in the land," she declared, "who wouldn't know that a shipload of typhoid-stricken soldiers would need cots to lie on and fuel to cook with, and that a swamp was not a desirable place in which to pitch a camp. What the government needs at such a time is not alone bacteriologists and army officers, but also women who know how to take care of sick boys and have the common sense to surround them with sanitary conditions." At this her audience, at first hostile, burst into applause. More and more disturbed by the inefficient care of the wounded and the feeding of enlisted men, she wrote Rachel, "Every day's reports and comments about the war only show the need of women at the front, not as employees permitted to be there because they begged to be, but thereby right, as managers and dictators in all departments in which women have been trained, those of feeding and caring for in health and nursing the sick." The war over, the problem of governing the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii was of great interest to her, and she at once asked for the enfranchisement of the women of these newly won island possessions. She regarded it as an outrage for the most democratic nation in the world to foist upon them an exclusively masculine government, a male oligarchy, as she called it. "I really believe I shall explode," she wrote Clara Colby, "if some of you young women don't wake up and raise your voice in protest. I wonder if, when I am under the sod, or cremated and floating in the air, I shall have to stir you and others up. How can you not be all on fire?" The unwillingness of her girls to relate women's suffrage to contemporary public affairs such as this repeatedly disappointed her. Yet she was well aware that the younger generation would never see the work through her eyes or exactly follow her pattern. Disappointed that her National American Women's Suffrage Association did not attract members, as did the WCTU or the General Federation of Women's Clubs, she confessed to Clara Colby, "It is the disheartening part of my life that so very few women will work for the emancipation of their own half of the race." Watching women flock into these other organizations and contributing to all sorts of charities, she was obliged to admit that very few are capable of seeing that the cause of 9/10 of all the misfortunes which come to women, and to men also, lies in the subjection of women, and therefore the important thing is to lay the axe at the root. She also discovered that it was one thing to build up a large organization and another to keep women so busy with pressing work for the cause that they did not find time to expend their energies on the mechanics of organization. Not only did she chafe at the red tape most of them spun, but she often felt that they were too prone to linger in academic byways, listening to speeches and holding pleasant conventions. Since the California campaign of 1896, only one state, Washington, had been roused to vote on a women's suffrage amendment, which was defeated, and only one more state, Delaware, had granted women the right to vote for members of school boards. Again and again she warned her girls that some kind of action on women's suffrage by Congress every year was important. A hearing, a committee report, a debate, or even an unfavorable vote would, she was convinced, do more to stir up the whole nation than all the speakers and organizers that could be sent through the country. Such thoughts as these, relative to the work which was always on her mind, she dashed off to one after another of her young colleagues. "Your letters sound like a trumpet blast," wrote Anna Howard Shaw, grateful for her counsel. "They read like St. Paul's epistles to the Romans, so strong, so clear, so full of courage." At 78, Susan realized that the time was approaching when she must make up her mind to turn over to a younger woman the presidency of the National American Association. And in the summer of 1898, she announced to her executive committee that she would retire on her 80th birthday in 1900. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma Lutz. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Passing on the Torch. The last year of Susan's presidency was particularly precious to her. In a sense, it represented her farewell to the work she had carried on most of her life, and at the same time, it was also the hopeful beginning of the period leading to victory. Yet she had no illusion of speedy or easy success for her girls, and she did her best to prepare them for the obstacles they would inevitably meet. She warned them not to expect their cause to triumph merely because it was just. Governments, she told them, never do any great good things from mere principle, from mere love of justice. You expect too much of human nature when you expect that. The movement had reached an impasse. The temper of Congress, as shown by the admission of Hawaii as a territory without women's suffrage, was both indifferent and hostile. That this attitude did not express the will of the American people, she was firmly convinced. It was due, she believed, to the political influence of powerful groups opposed to women's suffrage. The liquor interests controlling the votes of increasing numbers of immigrants, machine politicians fearful of losing their power, and financial interests whose conservatism resisted any measure which might upset the status quo. How to undermine this opposition was now her main problem, and she saw no other way but persistent agitation through a more active, more effective, ever-growing women's suffrage organization, reaching a wider cross-section of the people. She herself had established a press bureau which was feeding interesting factual articles on women's suffrage to newspapers throughout the country. For as she wrote Mrs. Colby, the suffrage cause needs to picture its demands in the daily papers where the unconverted can see them rather than in special papers where only those already converted can see them. Of greatest importance to her was winning the support of organized labor. Samuel Gompers, the president of the American Federation of Labor, had already shown his friendliness toward equal pay and votes for women, and was putting women organizers in the field to speed the unionization of women. Even so, she was surprised at the enthusiasm with which she was received at the American Federation of Labor Convention in 1899, when the 400 delegates, by a rising vote, adopted a strong resolution urging favorable action on a federal women's suffrage amendment. So far as possible, she had always established friendly relations with labor organizations, first in 1869 with William H. Silvis's National Labor Union, and then with the Knights of Labor and their leader, Terence V. Powderly. When Eugene V. Debs, president of the American Railway Union, was arrested during the Pullman strike in 1894 for defying a court injunction, she did not rate him, as so many did, a dangerous radical, but as an earnest reformer, crusading for an unpopular cause. They had met years before in Terre Haute, where, at his request, she had lectured on women's suffrage, and immediately they had won each other's sympathy and respect. She did not see indications of anarchy in the Pullman and Homestead strikes, or in the Haymarket riot, but regarded them as an unfortunate phase of an industrial revolution which in time would improve the relations of labor and capital. That women would be affected by this industrial revolution was obvious to her, and she wanted them to understand it and play their part in it. For this reason, she saw the importance of keeping the National American Women's Suffrage Association informed on all developments affecting wage-earning women, and to her delight, she found 3 young suffragists wide awake on this subject. One of them, Florence Kelley, had joined forces with that remarkable young woman, Jane Addams, in her valuable social experiment, Hull House, in the slums of Chicago, and was now devoting herself to improving the working conditions of women and children. She represented a new trend in thought and work, social service, which made a great appeal to college women and set in motion labor legislation designed to protect women and children. Another young woman of promise, Gail Laughlin, pioneering as a lawyer, approached the subject from the feminist viewpoint, seeking protection for women not through labor legislation based on sex, but through trade unions, the vote, equal pay, and a wider recognition of women's right to contract for their labor on the same terms as men. Her survey of women's working conditions, presented at a convention of the National American Association, was so valuable and attracted so much attention that she was appointed to the United States Labor Commission. Harriet Stanton Blatch also understood the significance of the Industrial Revolution and women's part in it, and she too opposed labor legislation based on sex. Coming from England occasionally to visit her mother in New York, she brought her liberal viewpoint into women's suffrage conventions with a flair of oratory matching that of her gifted parents. "The more I see of her," Susan remarked to a friend, "the more I feel the greatness of her character." Although it was Susan's intention to hew to the line of women's suffrage and not to comment publicly on controversial issues, she could not keep silent when confronted with injustice. Religious intolerance, bigotry, and racial discrimination always forced her to take a stand, regardless of the criticism she might bring on herself. The treatment of the Negro, in both the North and the South, was always of great concern to her, and during the 1890s, when a veritable epidemic of lynchings and race riots broke out, she expressed herself freely in Rochester newspapers. She noted the dangerous trend as indicated by new anti-Negro societies and the limitation of membership to white Americans in the Spanish-American War Veterans Organization. Whenever the opportunity presented itself, she put into practice her own sincere belief in race equality. During every Washington convention, she arranged to have one of her good speakers occupy the pulpit of a Negro church, and in the South she made it a point to speak herself in Negro churches and schools and before their organizations, even though this might prejudice Southerners. In her own home, she gladly welcomed the Negro lecturers and educators who came to Rochester. This seeking out of the Negro in friendliness was a religious duty to her and a pleasure. She demanded of everyone employed in her household respectful treatment of Negro guests. She rejoiced when she saw Negroes in the audience at women's suffrage conventions in Washington, and it gave her great satisfaction to hear Mary Church Terrell, a beautiful, intelligent Negro who had been educated at Oberlin and in Europe, making speeches which equaled and even surpassed those of the most eloquent white suffragists. Susan did not fail to keep in touch with the international feminist movement, and in the summer of 1899, when she was 79 years old, she headed the United States delegation to the International Council of Women, meeting in London. Visiting Harriet Stanton Blatch at her home in Basingstoke, she first conferred with the leading British feminists, bringing herself up to date on the progress of their cause. In England, as in the United States, the burden of the suffrage campaign had shifted from the shoulders of the pioneers to their daughters, and they were carrying on with vigor, pressing for the passage of a franchise bill in the House of Commons. Moving on to London, she was acclaimed as she had been at the World's Fair in Chicago. "The papers here have been going wild over Miss Anthony, declaring her to be the most unaggressive woman suffragist ever seen," reported a journalist to his newspaper in the United States. From China, India, New Zealand, and Australia, from South Africa, Palestine, Persia, and the Argentine, as well as from Europe and the United States, women had come to London to discuss their progress and their problems, and Susan, pointing out to them the goal toward which they must head, declared with confidence, "The day will come when man will recognize women as his peer, not only at the fireside, but in the councils of the nation. Then, and not until then, will there be perfect comradeship between the sexes that shall result in the highest development of the race." She had hoped that Queen Victoria would receive the delegates at Windsor Castle, thus indicating her approval of the International Council. She longed to talk with this woman who had ruled so long and so well. That a queen sat on the throne of England, this in itself was important to her, and she wanted to express her gratitude, although she was well aware that the Queen had never used her influence for the improvement of laws relating to women. She had hoped to convince her of the need of votes for women, but Queen Victoria never gave her the opportunity. All that influential Englishwomen were able to arrange was the admission of the delegates to the courtyard of Windsor Castle to watch the Queen start on her drive and to tea in the banquet room without the Queen. Returning home late in August 1899, Susan began at once to make definite plans to turn over the presidency of the National American Women's Suffrage Association to a younger woman. Although she well knew that the choice of her successor was actually in the hands of the membership, it was her intention to do what she could within the bounds of democratic procedure to ensure the best possible leadership. To fill the office, she turned instinctively to Anna Howard Shaw, whom she loved more dearly as the years went by, and whose selfless devotion to the cause she trusted implicitly. Yet Anna, in spite of her many qualifications, lacked a few which were exceptional in Carrie Chapman Catt: creative executive ability, a diplomacy, a talent for working with people, directing them, and winning their devotion. With growing admiration, Susan had been watching Mrs. Catt's indefatigable work in the States, where she had been building up active branches. Her flair for raising money was outstanding, and Susan realized, as few others did, the crying need of funds for the campaigns ahead. In addition, Mrs. Catt had no personal financial worries, for her husband, successful in business, was sympathetic to her work. Anna, on the other hand, would have to support herself by lecturing and carry as well the burden of the presidency of a rapidly growing organization. Anna made the decision for Susan. She urged the candidacy of Mrs. Catt, although her highest ambition had always been to succeed her beloved Aunt Susan. As she later confessed to Susan, this was a personal sacrifice which cost her many a heartache, but she honestly felt that Mrs. Catt was better fitted, as well as freer to go into an unpaid field. Susan therefore approached Mrs. Catt through Rachel and Harriet Upton, and was relieved when she consented to stand for election. Rumors of Susan's retirement aroused ambitions in Lily Devereux Blake, who from the point of seniority and devoted work in New York was regarded as being next in line for the presidency by Mrs. Stanton and Mrs. Colby. Unable to visualize Mrs. Blake as the leader of this large organization with its diverse, strong personalities, Susan nevertheless conceded her right to compete for the office. Although she appreciated Mrs. Blake's valuable work for the cause, there never had been understanding or sympathy between them. Temperamentally, the blunt, stern New Englander, with untiring drive, had little in common with the Southern beauty turned reformer. A change in the presidency needed wise and patient handling, as personal ambitions, prejudices, and misunderstandings reared their heads. When there were murmurings of secession among a small group if Mrs. Catt were elected, Susan wrote Mrs. Colby that such talk was very immature, very despotic, very undemocratic, and she hoped she was not one of the malcontents. Another problem was the future of the organization committee, which under Mrs. Catt's chairmanship had carried on a large part of the work. Its influence was considerable and could readily develop so as to conflict with that of the officers, thus threatening the unity of the whole organization. To dissolve the committee seemed to Susan and her closest advisers the wisest procedure. Mary Garrett Hay, who had worked closely with Mrs. Catt on the organization committee, opposed this plan, but after earnest discussion the officers, including Mrs. Catt, agreed to dissolve the organization committee. As Susan appeared on the platform at the opening session of the Washington Convention in February 1900, there was thunderous applause from an audience tense with emotion at the thought of losing the leader who had guided them for so many years. The tall, gray-haired woman in black satin, with soft, rich lace at her throat, and the proverbial red shawl about her shoulders, had become the symbol of their cause. Now, as she looked down upon them with a friendly smile and motherly tenderness, tears came to their eyes, and they wanted to remember always just how she looked at that moment. Then she broke the tension with a call to duty, a summons to press for the federal amendment, and one more plea that they always hold their annual conventions in the national capital. Difficult and sad as this official leave-taking was, she had made up her mind to carry it through with good cheer. Tirelessly she presided at 3 sessions daily. With the pride of a mother, she listened to the many reports, and with particular satisfaction to that of the treasurer, which showed all debts paid and pledges amounting to $10,000 to start the new year. Susan herself had made this possible, raising enough to pay past debts and securing pledges so that the new administration could start its work free from financial worries. I have fully determined to retire from the active presidency of the association, she announced when the reports and speeches were over. I am not retiring now because I feel unable, mentally or physically, to do the necessary work, but because I wish to see the organization in the hands of those who are to have its management in the future. I want to see you all at work while I am alive, so I can scold you if you do not do it well. Give the matter of selecting your officers serious thought. Consider who will do the best work for the political enfranchisement of women, and let no personal feelings enter into the question. Watching developments with the keen eye of a politician, she was confident that Mrs. Catt would be elected to succeed her, although Mrs. Blake's candidacy was still being assiduously pressed, and circulars recommending her, signed by Mrs. Stanton, Mrs. Russell Sage, and Dr. Mary Putnam Jacoby, were being widely distributed. Just before the balloting, however, Mrs. Blake withdrew her name in the interest of harmony. This left the field to Mrs. Catt, who received 254 votes of the 278 cast. A burst of applause greeted the announcement of Mrs. Catt's election. Then, abruptly it stopped, as the realization swept over the delegates that Aunt Susan was no longer their president. Walking to the front of the platform, Susan took Mrs. Catt by the hand, and while the delegates applauded, the 2 women stood before them, the one showing in her kind face the experience and wisdom of years, the other young, intelligent, and beautiful, her life still before her. There were tears in Susan's eyes, and her voice was unsteady as she said, "I am sure you have made a wise choice. New conditions bring new duties. These new duties, these changed conditions, demand stronger hands, younger heads, and fresher hearts. In Mrs. Catt, you have my ideal leader. I present to you my successor." Susan's joyous confidence in the new administration was rudely jolted as controversy over the future of the organization committee flared up during the last days of the convention. Under strong pressure from Mary Garrett Hay, Mrs. Catt had counseled with Henry Blackwell, and at one of the last sessions he had slipped in a motion authorizing the continuance of the organization committee. Stunned by this development, and looking upon it as a threat to the harmony of the new administration, Susan, supported by Harriet Upton and Rachel, prepared to take action, and the next morning, at the first post-convention executive committee meeting at which Mrs. Catt presided, Susan proposed that the national officers, headed by Mrs. Catt, take over the duties of the organization committee. This precipitated a heated debate, during which Henry Blackwell and his daughter Alice called such procedure unconstitutional, and Mary Hay resigned. As the discussion became too acrimonious, Mrs. Catt put an end to it by calling up unfinished business, and thus managed to steer the remainder of the session into less troubled waters. The next day, however, Susan brought the matter up again, and on her motion the organization committee was voted out of existence with praise for its admirable record of service. Here were all the makings of a factional feud, which, if fanned into flame, could have well split the National American Association. Not only had the old organization interfered with the new, indirectly reprimanding Mrs. Catt, but Susan, by her own personal influence and determination, had reversed the action of the convention. As a result, Mrs. Catt was indignant, hurt, and sorely tempted to resign. But after sending a highly critical letter to every member of the business committee, she took up her work with vigor. Disappointed and heartsick over the turn of events, Susan searched for a way to re-establish harmony and her own faith in her successor. Realizing that a mother's cool counsel and guiding hand were needed to heal the misunderstandings, and convinced that unity and trust could be restored only by frank discussion of the problem by those involved, she asked for a meeting of the business committee at her home. "What can we do to get back into trust in each other?" she wrote Laura Clay. "That is the thing we must do, somehow, and it cannot be done by letter. We must hold a meeting, and we must have you and every single one of our members at it." Impatient at what to her seemed unnecessary delay, she kept prodding Mrs. Catt to call this meeting. Fortunately, both Susan and Mrs. Catt were genuinely fond of each other and placed the welfare of the cause above personal differences. Both were tolerant and steady and understood the pressures put on the leader of a great organization. Anxious and troubled as she waited for this meeting, Susan appreciated Anna Shaw's visits as never before, marking them as red-letter days on her calendar. Late in August 1900, all the officers finally gathered at 17 Madison Street, and Susan listened to their discussions with deep concern. She was confident she could rely completely upon Harriet Upton, Rachel, and Anna, and could count on Laura Clay's level head and good common sense. She never felt sure of Alice Stone Blackwell, and knew there was great sympathy and often a working alliance between her father, and Mrs. Catt. Of the latest member of the official family, Catherine Waugh McCullough, she had little first-hand knowledge. Mrs. Catt, whom she longed to fathom and trust, was still an enigma. During those hot, humid August days, misunderstandings were healed, unity was restored, and Susan was reassured that not a single one of her girls desired other than was good for the work. Susan had always been a champion of coeducation, speaking for it as early as the 1850s at state teachers' meetings and proposing it for Columbia University in her Revolution. In 1891, she and Mrs. Stanton had agitated for the admission of women to the University of Rochester. 7 years later, the trustees consented to admit women provided $100,000 could be raised in a year, and Susan served on the fundraising committee with her friend Helen Barrett Montgomery. Because the alumni of the University of Rochester opposed coeducation, and the city's wealthiest men were indifferent, progress was slow. But the trustees were persuaded to extend the time and to reduce by 1/2 the amount to be raised. With so much else on her mind in 1900, including the sudden death of her brother Merritt, she had given the fund little thought until the committee appealed to her in desperation when only 1 day remained in which to raise the last $8,000. Immediately she went into action. Remembering that Mary had talked of willing the university $2,000 if it became coeducational, she persuaded her to pledge that amount now. Then, setting out in a carriage on a very hot September morning, she slowly collected pledges for all but $2,000. As the trustees were in session and likely to adjourn any minute, she appealed to Samuel Wilder, one of Rochester's prominent elder citizens who had already contributed, to guarantee that amount until she could raise it. To this he gladly agreed. Reaching the trustees' meeting with Mrs. Montgomery just in time, with pledges assuring the payment of the full $50,000, she was amazed at their reception. Instead of rejoicing with them, the trustees began to quibble over Samuel Wilder's guarantee of the last $2,000 because of the state of his health. When she offered her life insurance as security, they still put her off, telling her to come back in a few days. Even then, they continued to quibble, but finally admitted that the woman had won. Disillusioned, she wrote in her diary, "Not a trustee has given anything, although there are several millionaires among them." Only her life insurance policy and her dogged persistence had saved the day. This effort to open Rochester University to women, on top of a very full and worrisome year, was so taxing and so disillusioning that she became seriously ill. When she recovered sufficiently for a drive, she asked to be taken to the university campus, and afterward wrote in her diary, "As I drove over the campus, I felt these are not forbidden grounds to the girls of the city any longer. It is good to feel that the old doors sway on their hinges to women. Will the vows be kept to them? Will the girls have equal chances with the boys? They promised well. The fulfillment will be seen, whether there shall not be some hitch from the proposed to a separate school." Still keeping her watchful eye on the National American Association, Susan traveled to Minneapolis in the spring of 1901 for the first annual convention under the new administration. There was talk of an entire New Deal, the retirement of all who had served under Miss Anthony, and the election of a new cabinet of officers. And Susan was so concerned that there might also be a change in the presidency that she felt she must be on hand to guide and steady the proceedings. Mrs. Catt was re-elected, and Susan returned to Rochester well satisfied and ready to devote herself to completing the 4th volume of the History of Women's Suffrage, on which she and Mrs. Harper had been working intermittently for the past year. It was published late in 1902. While working on the history, Susan, although more than satisfied with Mrs. Harper's work, often thought nostalgically of her happy, stimulating years of collaboration with Mrs. Stanton. She seldom saw Mrs. Stanton now, but they kept in touch with each other by letter. In the spring of 1902, she visited Mrs. Stanton twice in New York, and planned to return in November to celebrate Mrs. Stanton's 87th birthday. In anticipation, she wrote Mrs. Stanton, "It is 51 years since we first met, and we have been busy through every one of them, stirring up the world to recognize the rights of women. We little dreamed when we began this contest that half a century later we would be compelled to leave the finish of the battle to another generation of women. But our hearts are filled with joy to know that they enter upon this task equipped with a college education, with business experience, with the freely admitted right to speak in public, all of which were denied to women 50 years ago. These strong, courageous, capable young women will take our place and complete our work. There is an army of them where we were but a handful." 2 weeks before Mrs. Stanton's birthday, Susan was stunned by a telegram announcing that her old comrade had passed away in her chair. Bewildered and desolate, she sat alone in her study for several hours, trying bravely to endure her grief. Then came the reporters for copy, which only this heartbroken woman could give. "I cannot express myself at all as I feel," she haltingly told them. I'm too crushed to speak. If I had died first, she would have found beautiful phrases to describe our friendship, but I cannot put it into words. From New York, where she had gone for the funeral, she wrote in anguish to Mrs. Harper. Oh, the voice is stilled, which I loved to hear for 50 years. Always I have felt that I must have Mrs. Stanton's opinion of things before I knew where I stood myself. I am all at sea, but the laws of nature are still going on, with no shadow or turning. What a wonder it is. It goes right on and on, no matter who lives or who dies. National women's suffrage conventions were still red-letter events to Susan, and she attended them no matter how great the physical effort, traveling to New Orleans in 1903. Of particular concern was the 1904 convention because of Mrs. Catt's decision at the very last moment not to stand for re-election on account of her health. Looking over the field, Susan saw no one capable of taking her place but Anna Howard Shaw. Not to be able to turn to Mrs. Stanton's capable daughter, Harriet Stanton Blatch, at this time was disappointing. But Harriet's long absence in England had made her more or less of a stranger to the membership of the National American Association, and for some reason she did not seem to fit in, lacking her mother's warmth and appeal. I don't see anybody in the whole rank of our suffrage movement to take her, Mrs. Catt's, place but you, Susan now wrote Anna Howard Shaw. If you will take it with a salary of, say, $2,000, I will go ahead and try to see what I can do. We must not let the society down into feeble hands. Don't say no, for the life of you. For if Mrs. Catt persists in going out, we shall simply have to accept it, and we must tide over with the best material that we have, and you are the best. And would you have taken office 4 years ago, you would have been elected overwhelmingly. Anna could not refuse Aunt Susan, and when she was elected with Mrs. Catt as vice president, Susan breathed freely again. It warmed Susan's heart to enter the convention on her 84th birthday to a thundering welcome, to banter with Mrs. Upton, who called her to the platform, and to stop the applause with a smile and, "There now, girls, that's enough." Nothing could have been more appropriate for her birthday than the Colorado Jubilee over which she presided and which gave irrefutable evidence of the success of women's suffrage in that state. There was rejoicing, too, over Australia, where women had been voting since 1902, and over the new hope in Europe in Denmark, where women had chosen her birthday to stage a demonstration in favor of the pending franchise bill. For the last time, she spoke to a Senate committee on the women's suffrage amendment. Standing before these indifferent men, a tired warrior at the end of a long, hard campaign, she reminded them that she alone remained of those who 35 years before, in 1869, had appealed to Congress for justice. "And I," she added, "shall not be able to come much longer." "We have waited," she told them. "We stood aside for the Negro. We waited for the millions of immigrants. Now we must wait till the Hawaiians, the Filipinos, and the Puerto Ricans are enfranchised. Then, no doubt, the Cubans will have their turn. For all these ignorant alien peoples, educated women have been compelled to stand aside and wait." Then, with mounting impatience, she asked them, "How long will this injustice, this outrage, continue?" Their answer to her was silence. They sent no report to the Senate on the women's suffrage amendment, yet she was able to say to a reporter of the New York Sun, "I have never lost my faith, not for a moment in 50 years." End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Susan B. Anthony by Alma LUTZ. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Susan B. Anthony of the World. Susan was on the ocean in May 1904 with her sister Mary and a group of good friends, headed for a meeting of the International Council of Women in Berlin. What drew her to Berlin was the plan initiated by Carrie Chapman Catt to form an international women's suffrage alliance prior to the meetings of the International Council. This had been Susan's dream and Mrs. Stanton's in 1883, when they first conferred with women of other countries regarding an international women's suffrage organization, and found only the women of England ready to unite on such a radical program. Now that women had worked together successfully in the International Council for 16 years on other less controversial matters relating to women, she and Mrs. Catt were confident that a few of them at least were willing to unite to demand the vote. Chosen as a matter of course to preside over this gathering of suffragists in Berlin, Susan received an enthusiastic welcome. For her, it was a momentous occasion, and eager to spread news of the meeting far and wide, she could not understand the objections of many of the delegates to the presence of reporters who they feared might send out sensational copy. "My friends, what are we here for?" she asked her more timid colleagues. "We have come from many countries, traveled thousands of miles to form an organization for a great international work. And do we want to keep it a secret from the public? No. Welcome all reporters who want to come. The more, the better. Let all we say and do here be told far and wide. Let the people everywhere know that in Berlin, women from all parts of the world have banded themselves together to demand political freedom. I rejoice in the presence of these reporters, and instead of excluding them from our meetings, let us help them to all the information we can and ask them to give it the widest publicity." This won the battle for the reporters, who gave her rousing applause, and the news flashed over the wires was sympathetic, dignified, and abundant. It told the world of the formation of the International Women's Suffrage Alliance by women from the United States, Great Britain, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, Australia, Norway, and Denmark, to secure the enfranchisement of women of all nations. It praised the honorary president, Susan B. Anthony, and the American women who took over the leadership of this international venture, Carrie Chapman Catt, the president, and Rachel Foster Avery, corresponding secretary. To celebrate the occasion, German suffragists called a public mass meeting, and Susan, eager to rejoice with them, was surprised to find members of the International Council disgruntled and accusing the International Women's Suffrage Alliance of stealing their thunder and casting the dark shadow of women's suffrage over their conference. To placate them and restore harmony, she stayed away from this public meeting, but she could not control the demand for her presence. "Where is Susan B. Anthony?" were the first words spoken as the mass meeting opened. Then immediately the audience rose and burst into cheers, which continued without a break for 10 minutes. Anna Howard Shaw, there on the platform, and deeply moved by this tribute to Aunt Susan, later described how she felt. Every second of that time I seemed to see Miss Anthony alone in her hotel room, longing with all her big heart to be with us, as we longed to have her. Afterwards, when we burst in upon her and told her of the great demonstration the mere mention of her name had caused, her lips quivered and her brave old eyes filled with tears. The next morning her girls brought her the Berlin newspapers, translating for her the report of the meeting and these heartwarming lines: "The Americans call her Aunt Susan. She is our Aunt Susan too." This was but a foretaste of her reception throughout her stay in Berlin. To the International Council she was Susan B. Anthony of the world, the woman of the hour, whom all wanted to meet. Every time she entered the conference hall, the audience rose and remained standing until she was seated. Every mention of her name brought forth cheers. The many young women, acting as ushers, were devoted to her and eager to serve her. They greeted her by kissing her hand. Embarrassed at first by such homage, she soon responded by kissing them on the cheek. The Empress Victoria Augusta, receiving the delegates in the royal palace, singled out Susan, and instead of following the custom of kissing the Empress's hand, Susan bowed as she would to any distinguished American, explaining that she was a Quaker and did not understand the etiquette of the court. The Empress praised Susan's great work, and unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by, Susan offered the suggestion that Emperor William, who had done so much to build up his country, might now wish to raise the status of German women. To this the Empress replied with a smile, "The gentlemen are very slow to comprehend this great movement." When the talented Negro, Mary Church Terrell, addressing the International Council in both German and French, received an ovation, Susan's cup of joy was filled to the brim, for she glimpsed the bright promise of a world without barriers of sex or race. The newspapers welcomed her home, and in her own comfortable sitting room she read Rochester's greeting in the Democrat and Chronicle. There are women suffragists and anti-suffragists, but all Rochester people, irrespective of opinion, are Anthony men and women. We admire and esteem one so single-minded, earnest, and unselfish, who with 84 years to her credit is still too busy and useful to think of growing old. Her happiness over this welcome was clouded, however, by the serious illness of her brother Daniel, and she and Mary hurried to Kansas to see him. 2 months later, he passed away. Now, only she and Mary were left of the large Anthony family. Without Daniel, the world seemed empty. His strength of character, independence, and sympathy with her work had comforted and encouraged her all through her life. A fearless editor, a successful businessman, a politician with principles, he had played an important role in Kansas, and proud of him, she cherished the many tributes published throughout the country. Courageously, she now picked up the threads of her life. Her precious National American Woman Suffrage Association was out of her hands, but she still had the history of women's suffrage to distribute, and it gave her a great sense of accomplishment to hand on to future generations this record of women's struggle for freedom. Missing the stimulus of work with her girls, she took more and more pleasure in the company of William and Mary Gannett of the First Unitarian Church, whose liberal views appealed to her strongly. She liked to have young people about her, and followed the lives of all her nieces and nephews with the greatest interest, spurring on their ambitions and helping finance their education. The frequent visits of niece Lucy were a great joy during these years, as was the nearness of niece Anna O., who married and settled in Rochester. The young Canadian girl, Anna Dan, had become almost indispensable to her and to Mary, as companion, secretary, and nurse, and her marriage left a void in the household. Anna Dan was married at 17 Madison Street by Anna Howard Shaw, with Susan beaming upon her like a proud grandmother. Longing to see one more state won for suffrage, Susan carefully followed the news from the field, looking hopefully to California and urging her girls to keep hammering away there in spite of defeats. Her eyes were also on the territory of Oklahoma, where a constitution was being drafted preparatory to statehood. "The present bill for the new state," she wrote Anna Howard Shaw in December 1904, "is an insult to women of Oklahoma, such as has never been perpetrated before. We have always known that women were in reality ranked with idiots and criminals, but it has never been said in words that the state should restrict or abridge the suffrage on account of illiteracy, minority, sex, conviction of felony, mental condition, etc. We must fight this bill to the utmost." The brightest spot in the West was Oregon, where suffrage had been defeated in 1900 by only 2,000 votes. In June 1905, when the National American Association held its first Far Western Convention in Portland during the Lewis and Clark Exposition, Susan could not keep away, although she had never expected to go over the mountains again. As she traveled to Portland with Mary and 100 or more delegates in special cars, she recalled her many long, tiring trips through the West to carry the message of women's suffrage to the frontier. In comparison, this was a triumphal journey, showing her, as nothing else could, what her work had accomplished. Greeted at railroad stations along the way by enthusiastic crowds, showered with flowers and gifts, she stood on the back platform of the train with her girls, shaking hands, waving her handkerchief, and making an occasional speech. Presiding over the opening session of the Portland Convention, standing in a veritable garden of flowers which had been presented to her, she remarked with a droll smile, "This is rather different from the receptions I used to get 50 years ago. I am thankful for this change of spirit which has come over the American people." On Women's Day, she was chosen to speak at the unveiling of the statue of Sacagawea, the Indian woman who had led Lewis and Clark through the dangerous mountain passages to the Pacific, winning their gratitude and their praise. In the story of Sacagawea, who had been overlooked by the government when every man in the Lewis and Clark expedition had been rewarded with a large tract of land, Susan saw the perfect example of man's thoughtless oversight of the valuable services of women. Looking up at the bronze statue of the Indian woman, her papoose on her back, and her arm outstretched to the Pacific, Susan said simply, "This is the first statue erected to a woman because of deeds of daring. This recognition of the assistance rendered by a woman in the discovery of this great section of the country is but the beginning of what is due." Then, with the sunlight playing on her hair and lighting up her face, she appealed to the men of Oregon for the vote. "Next year," she reminded them, "the men of this proud state, made possible by a woman, will decide whether women shall at last have the rights in it which have been denied them so many years. Let men remember the part women have played in its settlement and progress, and vote to give them these rights which belong to every citizen." Reporters were at Susan's door when she returned to Rochester for comments on the ex-President Cleveland's tirade against club women and women's suffrage in the popular Ladies' Home Journal. "Pure folderol," she told them, adding testily, "I would think that Grover Cleveland was about the last person to talk about the sanctity of the home and woman's sphere." This was good copy for Republican newspapers, and they made the most of it, as women throughout the country added their protest to Susan's. A popular jingle of the day ran, "Susan B. Anthony. She took quite a fall out of Grover C." Susan, however, had something far more important on her mind than fencing with Grover Cleveland, an interview with President Theodore Roosevelt. Here was a man eager to right wrongs, to break monopolies, to see justice done to the Negro, a man who talked of a square deal for all, and yet women's suffrage aroused no response in him. In November 1905, she undertook a trip to Washington for the express purpose of talking with him. The year before, at a White House reception, he had singled her out to stand at his side in the receiving line. She looked for the same friendliness now. Memorandum in hand, she plied him with questions which he carefully evaded, but she would not give up. "Mr. Roosevelt," she earnestly pleaded, "this is my principal request. It is almost the last request I shall ever make of anybody. Before you leave the presidential chair, recommend to Congress to submit to the legislatures a constitutional amendment which will enfranchise women and thus take your place in history with Lincoln, the great emancipator. I beg of you not to close your term of office without doing this." To this he made no response, and trying once more to wring from him some slight indication of sympathy for her cause, she added, "Mr. President, your influence is so great that just one word from you in favor of women's suffrage would give our cause a tremendous impetus." "The public knows my attitude," he tersely replied. "I recommended it when governor of New York." "True," she acknowledged, "but that was a long time ago. Our enemies say that this was the opinion of your younger years, and that since you have been president, you have never uttered one word that could be construed as an endorsement." "They have no cause to think I have changed my mind," he suavely replied as he bade her goodbye. In the months that followed, he gave her no sign that her interview had made the slightest impression. One of the most satisfying honors bestowed on Susan during these last years was the invitation to be present at Bryn Mawr College in 1902 for the unveiling of a bronze portrait medallion of herself. Bryn Mawr, under its brilliant young president, M. Carey Thomas, herself a pioneer and establishing the highest standards for women's education, showed no such timidity as Vassar, where neither Susan nor Elizabeth Cady Stanton had been welcome as speakers. At Bryn Mawr, Susan talked freely and frankly with the students, and best of all, became better acquainted with M. Carey Thomas and her enterprising friend, Mary Garrett of Baltimore, who was using her great wealth for the advancement of women. She longed to channel their abilities to women's suffrage, and a few years later arranged for a national convention in their home city, Baltimore, appealing to them to make it an outstanding success. Arriving in Baltimore in January 1906 for this convention, Susan was the honored guest in Mary Garrett's luxurious home. Frail and ill, she was unable to attend all the sessions, as in the past, but she was present at the highlight of this very successful convention, the college evening arranged by M. Carey Thomas. With women's colleges still resisting the discussion of women's suffrage, and the Association of Collegiate Alumni refusing to support it, the college evening marked the first public endorsement of this controversial subject by college women. Up to this time, the only encouraging sign had been the formation in 1900 of the College Equal Suffrage League by two young Radcliffe alumni, Maud Wood Park and Inez Haynes Irwin. Now here, in conservative Baltimore, college presidents and college faculty gave women's suffrage their blessing, and Susan listened happily as distinguished women, one after another, allied themselves to the cause. Dr. Mary E. Woolley, who was president of Mount Holyoke, was developing Mary Lyons Pioneer Seminary into a high-ranking college. Lucy Salmon, Mary A. Jordan, and Mary W. Calkins of the faculties of Vassar, Smith, and Wellesley. Eva Perry Moore, a trustee of Vassar and president of the Association of Collegiate Alumni, with whom she dared differ on this subject. Maud Wood Park, representing the younger generation in the College Equal Suffrage League. And last of all, the president of Bryn Mawr, M. Carey Thomas. After expressing her gratitude to the pioneers of this great movement, Miss Thomas turned to Susan and said, "To you, Miss Anthony, belongs by right, as to no other woman in the world's history, the love and gratitude of all women in every country of the civilized globe. We, your daughters in spirit, rise up today and call you blessed. Of such as you were the lines of the poet Yeats written. They shall be remembered forever. They shall be alive forever. They shall be speaking forever. The people shall hear them forever." During the thunderous applause, Susan came forward to respond, her face alight, and the audience rose. "If any proof were needed of the progress of the cause for which I have worked, it is here tonight," she said simply. "The presence on the stage of these college women, and in the audience of all those college girls who will someday be the nation's greatest strength, tell their story to the world. They give the highest joy and encouragement to me." During her visit at the home of Mary Garrett, Susan spoke freely with her and with M. Carey Thomas of the needs of the National American Association, particularly of the standing fund of $100,000 of which she had dreamed and which she had started to raise. Now, like an answer to prayer, Mary Garrett and President Thomas, fresh from their successful money-raising campaigns for Johns Hopkins and Bryn Mawr, offered to undertake a similar project for women's suffrage, proposing to raise $60,000, $12,000 a year for the next 5 years. As we sat at her feet day after day between sessions of the convention, listening to what she wanted us to do to help women and asking her questions, recalled M. Carey Thomas in her later years, I realized that she was the greatest person I had ever met. She seemed to me everything that a human being could be, a leader to die for or to live for, and follow wherever she led. Immediately after the convention, Susan went to Washington with the women who were scheduled to speak at the congressional hearing on women's suffrage. In her room at the Shoreham Hotel, a room with a view of the Washington Monument, which the manager always saved for her, she stood at the window looking out over the city as if saying farewell. Then, turning to Anna Shaw, she said with emotion, "I think it is the most beautiful monument in the whole world." That evening she sat quietly through the many tributes offered to her on her 86th birthday, longing to tell all her friends the gratitude and hope that welled up in her heart. Finally she rose, and standing by Anna Howard Shaw, who was presiding, she impulsively put her hand on her shoulder and praised her for her loyal support. Then turning to the other officers, she thanked them for all they had done. "There are others also," she added, "just as true and devoted to the cause. I wish I could name everyone, but with such women consecrating their lives—" She hesitated a moment, and then, in her clear, rich voice, added with emphasis, "Failure is impossible." In Rochester, in the home she so dearly loved, she spent her last weeks thinking of the cause and the women who would carry it on. Longing to talk with Anna Shaw, she sent for her, but Anna, feeling she was needed, came even before a letter could reach her. With Anna at her bedside, Susan was content. "I want you to give me a promise," she pleaded, reaching for Anna's hand. "Promise me you will keep the presidency of the association as long as you are well enough to do the work." Deeply moved, Anna replied, "But how can I promise that? I can keep it only as long as others wish me to keep it." "Promise to make them wish you to keep it," Susan urged, "just as I wish you to keep it." After a moment she continued, "I do not know anything about what comes to us after this life ends. But if I have any conscious knowledge of this world and of what you are doing, I shall not be far away from you. And in times of need, I will help you all I can. Who knows? Perhaps I may be able to do more for the cause after I am gone than while I'm here." A few days later, on March 13th, 1906, she passed away, her hand in Anna's. Asked a few years before if she believed that all women in the United States would ever be given the vote, she had replied with assurance, "It will come, but I shall not see it. It is inevitable. We can no more deny forever the right of self-government to 1/2 our people than we could keep the Negro forever in bondage. It will not be wrought by the same disrupting forces that freed the slave, but come it will, and I believe within a generation." She had so longed to see women voting throughout the United States, to see them elected to legislatures and Congress. But for her, there had only been the promise of fulfillment in Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, and far away in New Zealand and Australia. "Failure is impossible" was the rallying cry she left with her girls to spur them on in the long, discouraging struggle ahead. 14 more years of campaigning until on August 26, 1920, women were enfranchised throughout the United States by the 19th Amendment. Even then, their work was not finished, for she had looked farther ahead to the time when men and women everywhere, regardless of race, religion, or sex, would enjoy equal rights. Her challenging words, "Failure is impossible," still echo and re-echo through the years, as the crusade for human rights goes forward and men and women together strive to build and preserve a free world. End of Chapter 26. Recording by PhyllisV. End of Susan B. Anthony, Rebel, Crusader, Humanitarian by Alma LUTZ.